So yeah, I had a 4 hour conversation with Foxglove, and I'm gonna kind of show you guys. There's two different parts to this story. I'll show you how I first found it, and then how it kind of came back up to me again. And I found a bunch more information and got a whole bunch more stuff on this that maybe a lot of people don't really know about. So this is actually adding to that lore too. So that's freaking awesome. But so recently I had a video pop up in my timeline, and it's called FashCon, the downfall of America's Arthro Convention. So obviously, furry community big on having conventions and meetups. Um, God, you get Comic Cons and there's Twitch cons, YouTube cons. There's all cons for everybody's got a goddamn con nowadays, right? And I don't mean that in a bad way yet. But furries in particular seem to really gravitate towards liking going to conventions. And so I was kind of interested because I've had a couple different conventions. Rocky Mountain Fur Con is one that I've looked into a bit. I still want to do a story on that eventually because that's a whole nother crazy furry con. But this one actually came up, and it wasn't until I was watching the video that I realized this was tied to another drama that I'd seen a year ago. And not only that, but by Turkey Tom. So Turkey Tom on his little Tom Dark channel had gone over a document, a Twitlonger kind of document that was put out by this person, Peace Wolf. And it was detailing a very, very chaotic relationship in which she got involved in a throuple, basically cucked her husband. In this case, like this actual image right here on screen became quite famous. It was known as Cuckies, is the name of the meme. When I say it became quite famous, I actually genuinely mean it became pretty famous. Like there's a bunch of different versions out there, like some with like Mario characters and different things, depending on how you look at this. So it's been made, remade, different labels put on people and all that. And it even has its own dedicated page on Know Your Meme. Peace Wolf Drama, Cuckies. And it kind of lays out and even has the full document that we can look at that's called A Fox and His Lily. Now, I'll be going over this a little bit later. I'm not going to really read into a lot of this, but there's a lot of information and a lot of misinformation in here. And so this is where the whole famous Cuckies came in, was a lot of people focused in on this Three Tails and the poor guy with cookies sitting outside his door getting cuckolded. So this is how I initially heard about this drama. Oh, there's a little bit of car theft too. Allegedly. But I also have more on that as well when we get there. But yeah, so this got to be quite a big drama. So this was popular. It was covered by Turkey Tom. It was covered by Lagovert in the furry side of the community. Pyro Cynical even did some drama coverage on it. There was a couple different other videos, but right up top, like that's really what pops up when you even just search A Fox and His Lily. And I mean, Tom got 300,000 views on this. 300,000. Here's almost 1 million from the Real Wolf Gang. Another 200,000 from Lagovert. So car theft is the babiest of things that is going to be involved in this story. This story gets wild really fucking quick. I will give you the warm up here. So while you're looking at that off screen. So let's see. This story contains, actually, I want to pull up my message to Jim. Had a very good contained outline of everything that was involved in this story. So there's oh my goodness, this is a little unscripted, so bear with me here. This is the anti-furry fur con that includes Nazis, KKK, Charlottesville's protesters, terroristic threats, a shooting at a protest involving a murder, anti-Semitism, anti-abortion, anti-LGBT, anti-SJW, There's a Confederate fursuiter. And there's for some reason there's a documentary on water, and I don't quite understand it. I really wished I could have found the documentary on water, but we'll get to that. Um, it's it's part of the variety show. So, but yeah, there's quite a bit involved in this. So, what I'm going to do to start this all out is I've given you kind of an overview on the meme and the famous side and everything involved in that, but that's almost nearly the end of the story. All the fun shit starts way in advance. So this all happened in 2023. So what we're going to do is I'm going to give you a little bit of newer information up front, and I'm going to tell you a little bit about Foxglove and his significant other, ex-significant other, and that would be Peace Wolf. Foxglove and Peace Wolf actually met online in 2013, and then a year later they met in real. They got married in 2017 and started their first real convention together in 2019. So, and that convention would be Tales and Tornadoes, which I don't think I actually have that pulled up, but I can show you. It's still an ongoing furry-con today, but Tales and Tornadoes, give you an idea. I mean, yeah, it's going on in 110 days. This is down in Tulsa, I want to say, if I remember correctly. But it's a fairly large furry-con. Well, they started this in 2019. A group of friends of Peace Wolves and Foxglove kind of eventually gotten involved in it. There is some major controversy that's going to come out of this. But I'm trying to think of what's going to be the best way to give you guys this information. So I've got a lot of information that I'm going to give you about Foxglove, and I got a lot of information that I'm going to give you about Peace Wolf and the cons, and it's kind of interlaced, and it's a very, very trickily woven story. So let's go about it this way. So I've got you kind of the basic outline of their relationship, okay? To give you some background on Foxglove. Foxglove and Peace Wolf, they met online through DeviantArt. He always has kind of drawn like anthropomorphic kind of art, but wasn't necessarily a furry. It wasn't until meeting Peace Wolf and becoming involved with Peace Wolf that he kind of started getting exposed to the furry community. She had been involved and had friends in it and everything else. And so as they grew together and eventually got married and all that, she kind of exposed him more and more, and, you know, kind of typical couples thing. As her friends became their friends and everything else, he was getting more exposed to people that were furries, and furries went from being kind of a weird concept for him to being more normalized. So if you talk to Foxglove, he isn't technically a furry. He's surely okay, I'm gonna use a furry term here. So there's something called a pop fur. A pop fur, to give you an idea in aspect to stuff that we're going to talk about here. Pop furs would be like Foxler Nightfire, Magnus we'll talk about. He's the Confederate fursuiter. Oh good lord. There's just people who are in the community, the furry community, that are quite popular, quite well known. Unfortunately for Foxglove, Foxglove has become kind of popular because of all this stuff, including the big document Twitlonger that I showed you. But let's see. He basically kind of became involved in the whole furry concept because it was something she was passionate about. And he, obviously being, you know, a loving spouse eventually, and, you know, starting off being like good boyfriend and all that, he wanted to support her, and so he became involved in this stuff to kind of just spend time with her. Populist furry. Yeah. Would Sonic be considered one, since he's like fairly well known? Possibly. Yeah, JSON effects and all that. I'm not even going to get into the craziness that is JSON effects, other than their involvement in this story and showing you who they are. I'm going to give you a more cold analytical look and try and take it out of context of, I want to show you Foxglove and Peace Wolf, how they met, how Foxglove kind of got involved in this stuff, how Peace Wolf got involved in this stuff, the different conventions that they had together, and then we're going to go into Free for All. Free for All is where everything kind of gets a bit strange. The first year goes very well. The second year is where everything blows up, and I'll just kind of show you different information from there on out. So they basically, what you're going to see in the video that I'm going to show you is it leaves out a little bit of this context that I want to give you going into this, of how they met, how they kind of got involved in this type of stuff. So I'm going to go to the video now and we'll start watching this. And this is going to kind of give you, this is more targeted at Free for All. But like I said, the Free for All story is tied directly to Foxglove, Peace Wolf, eventually Jason Effects, Cab's Corner, memes. Tiger King is even involved in this very loosely. Yes, that Tiger King, the guy that actually had a documentary on Netflix, is tangentially tied to this. Oh God, Michael Jackson, I mean, you could even say is tangentially tied to this because it involved the death of his alligators. Oh God, what else? The terrorists and all that. I've got the stories, the articles we'll actually look at when we get to that point, but I'm just going to start the video. I've given you just a little bit of backstory. We'll start with that, see what's going on from there. And
drama within large fandoms such as the furry community is fickle, with one controversy being swept away and replaced with the next, one after another, ad nauseum. But the drama surrounding the furry
yeah, so I'll give you the tie-in for Tiger King. It's very tangential, okay? But so apparently Oklahoma is just hopping for these large animal enclosure type things. And okay, so we all know Tiger King had his like private zoo, the Tiger Sanctuary, whatever, right? And there was like Carol Baskin. There's other sanctuaries for this stuff. Well, there's a sanctuary that was called, oh, it gets brought up later, and I can't remember the freaking name of it because I didn't write it down. I didn't think anybody would be interested. The name will come up, but I was trying to see if I had it offhand. The name will come up, but there's another kind of like animal rescue, but this one's more for like big cats and all that, but they also take care of like alligators and all that stuff. And what happened was when there was the fire at the Tiger King Ranch where his alligator sanctuary was burned down. There's a lot of suspect whether Mr. Mr. Joe somebody from the whole Tiger King saga possibly burnt it down for money or whatnot, but when he rebuilt, he ended up getting some alligators on loan from this other sanctuary, and this sanctuary is a place that Peace Wolf worked at. So yes, there is actually a tie, and that sanctuary is actually involved in Free for All, and they had animal displays and everything else.
Convention Free for All.
I am going to speed this up because this guy's a little slow in the speech, and I am not about to sit here and go through 2 hours worth of documentary, so we are going to speed her up.
Has remained in popular consciousness, especially the political beliefs and scandalous personal life of its founder, Peace Wolf, who has found herself as a pariah in the furry community, alienated from the mainstream, and scorned by her once loyal fan base.
Yes, I saw that, and I was like, holy shit, because talking to Ellington here. Apologies. Yeah, I saw the whole thing about Keffels being tangentially drawn in. It is because of Giancarlo. Giancarlo is, like I said, a very interesting person I covered in my very first video with the whole commentary sphere, and I said that they were tied into the Keffels community, and I just didn't have the videos and streams pulled in, but yeah. So the art commentary community is actually tied into the whole Keffels drama now. He really does. He does have that down the rabbit hole vibe to him.
So what caused Peace Wolf's dramatic immolation?
He does a fantastic job on this whole video, by the way, too.
Hello all, I'm going to be at Free For All this next year. The people there, they seem really friendly. The energy and commitment they have to making this convention happen, I really admire.
Free For All means the freedom of, as a person or as a furry, to come and enjoy the great time, just like it used to be, without the judgment or the feeling of being name-called or the fear.
We're all one big family of weirdos that love each other so much.
I appreciate it.
Excited as can be to bring Free For All to fruition, no matter what.
Okay, that's Peace Wolf, by the way. I do appreciate it, Belinda. Yeah, and if anybody wants to like the stream, I appreciate it. It does actually help, especially with visibility. I don't know how much it helps right now because I'm kind of like sort of shadow banned, but we don't know. Just because I still got the strike pending until the end of next week. Who would have guessed that someone who turned her husband into a soy jack would have had slight ties to Joe Exotic himself? Yep, yeah.
Free For All will be a place where you can go and enjoy yourself.
Okay, and that is Foxglove. Obviously, this is kind of going back. This video is slightly out of timeline order, but I will correct where it goes out of timeline order and let you know what happened before what else happened. Because there's some particular things, especially when we get to like the terroristic threats and the person who commits murder and all that. I don't care for how they tied everything together.
You're having somebody come back and tell you you're a horrible person for being you.
So I'm going to be there, I'm going to meet some cool artists, I'm going to spend some time talking with people who just like characters.
I'm going to bump volume up too for you guys, because this video is kind of quiet compared to my music that I was playing. That should be better for y'all.
And this to my right is the very lovely Con Mom, the very lovely Peace Wolf!
Okay, so what you're seeing right now, this is Tales and Tornadoes. This is a convention that they founded, and when I say they, I'm talking about Peace Wolf, I'm talking about Foxglove. They were founding members of, and they started with a group of close friends of theirs. And to get you some numbers, if I recall, there was 6 people. Foxglove was not on the board for Tales and Tornadoes. Peace Wolf was the president of the board. There were 6 members, and for their first con in 2019, they had 70 staff roughly, and they had about 500 people attend. And this is kind of like a blowout thing. Like, to have 500 people attend your first convention is fucking massive. Okay. To give you, they did their research, and Foxglove was able to share with me that on average, a successful first year for a furry con was between 200 and 250 people. So to have literally double the number show up, apologies, spaced out. I read chat and I totally lost my, and go. So to have 500 people show up, it's kind of really like an actual blowout year. Like that's a big, huge deal as far as the first convention goes. So that's what the footage that you're seeing right here is.
Wow.
So this is the end of 2019.
Is this really happening?
In 2019, a member of the furry community named Peace Wolf decided to seize the untapped market for a hotel furry convention in her hometown of Tulsa, Oklahoma. Peace Wolf founded and served as the head organizer of Toes and Tornadoes furry convention, though she had no prior experience.
I had done my research, okay? And by research, I mean I had Googled how to start a convention and read several multi-step articles about it. I managed to get past the fact that every single one of them started with a very simple statement that can be summarized into one word. Don't. Do not start a convention. You don't want to do this to yourself. Turn back now. Danger ahead. People are clearly excited for the event. They're telling their friends. Our staff has grown from a humble group of 10 people to a team of over 60.
During preparation for Toes and Tornadoes' return in 2020, the convention came under fire for their guest of honor, Sebrasos, who had publicly stated she believed being gay was a sin, and that living in...
Okay, I'm going to have some corrections on this right here, but I'm going to let his stuff play out. So I'm going to go back just a little bit. But this guest of honor becomes a big controversy. I do have more additional information from my discussion with Foxglove that I'll add on once he's done kind of explaining this.
Came under fire for their guest of honor, Sebrasos, who had publicly stated she believed being gay was a sin, and that living an LGBTQ+ lifestyle was a choice she didn't support, though Sebrasos insisted she still loved gay people regardless. In response to the controversy, Peace Wolf advised Toes and Tornado staff to
ignore the haters. Tess did nothing wrong, and more importantly, we have an event to run.
An anonymous staffer replied, "Okay, I posted it because a lot of people were disappointed in the comments." Peace Wolf responded,
If they can't deal with the fact that someone disagrees with them, then their money is no good at TTFC.
The result was a PR nightmare for Tails and Tornadoes, as the overwhelming majority of the furry community is LGBTQ+. Eventually, Cerberus was replaced as guest of honor, and there was
Okay, so that's kind of just this little drama right here, right? Well, I'm going to give you a little bit more information because I have more. All right. Already talked about this. Okay. So the second year, the guests of honor, they had two different guests of honor typically at every Tales and Tornadoes. So they had a art side guest, and then they had more of a performance side guest. So maybe someone that's more of a poppy fur, going back to my first term, and then somebody that's more popular in the art side. Well, this person that they picked for the art side of the controversy would probably be comparable to like a Melanie Mack type situation. They had very strong religious beliefs, very strong beliefs about homosexuality and all that. And from what I understand, from what I spoke with Foxglove, this person was not willing to draw people in homosexual relationships with their personas, the furry personas. Okay. So this whole drama happened roughly 2017. So almost 3-4 years, somewhere in around there. And if you actually watch the video and you stop for all the tweets, you can see the timestamps line up with this. So it's 3 to 4 years prior that all this drama happened. And basically this artist said, hey, look, okay, if there's going to be a problem with me not drawing homosexuality, that's cool. I will just draw individual characters. I won't draw any relationships, which I can kind of respect. I mean, look, you know, they didn't want to compromise on their morals. Cool. So their compromise was to not draw anything. So it's not like one group's getting treated better than the other. This maybe kind of aligns a little bit better with the that famous cake controversy that happened where the one bakery wouldn't make the cake for the gay couple and they ended up going like all the way to the Supreme Court or some shit. That kind of reminded me of that. But yeah. So in all of this, you need to remember at the same time that Tales and Tornadoes was created by this core group of friends. And this core group of friends were Peace Wolf's friends initially. And they wanted to create their own furry con because there wasn't really anything nearby for them to attend. And they just wanted to be able to have somewhere to go and be a furry and enjoy being around other furries. And what had happened was, as they created a contract, invited this guest, and then announced it on Twitter, there then grew a backlash because everyone's calling this artist homophobic, whatnot. And so quickly, people kind of, what's the best word here? People kind of changed their morals to fit with the peer pressure of online sphere. So as people were saying, oh, well, you're bringing someone that's homosexual to our furry con, people that were friends and were aligned with Peace Wolf slowly kind of started to turn and say, oh, we shouldn't have invited this, even though they were involved in the actual decision-making process and were totally fine with bringing this person to the convention initially and voted on it together because they offered a contract. And from what I understand, just for correction's sake, the contract wasn't a monetary contract. It was kind of a, you scratch my back, I'll scratch your kind of contract, where basically they paid for the flight and board for the person to come out there. They're hoping that their popularity would draw more people to their event. And in turn, they're hoping that having more people at the event would be profitable for the artist. So it was kind of a tit for tat type situation. But Peace Wolf eventually ended up resigning because of this controversy. The board that was the core group of friends basically betrayed her in all of this. And she was really upset from what I talked with Foxglove about this. Like, shaking, crying, upset into his arms, like for over a week. And that was according to him. From this is where Free for All is going to be born, because they feel like they got a lot of peer pressure and a lot of pushback, and people bent the knee for other communities instead of making it inclusive and welcome to everybody. What I'm going to eventually kind of term a Walmart of sort event for all furries. So this will eventually give birth to a woo, which is the anthropomorphic, God, I can't remember the full acronym, but it'll get into that and you'll see the full acronym. And that charity, that foundation, is what will give birth to Free for All.
Increased scrutiny towards Peace Wolf's status as Khan chair.
What is your least favorite thing?
And then they
about
banged.
The drama.
The drama. Yeah.
Furries love drama, and that is so true. It is
Yeah.
so painfully true. They'll take a story and just blow it completely out of proportion. I don't like dealing with it. No one likes dealing with it.
No drama. No more drama, guys. Don't be drama, okay?
Yeah.
Peace Wolf vacated her position as head of Toads and Tornadoes. While the official reasoning is unknown, her resignation triggered a number of people who claim to have met, associated with, or been friends with Peace Wolf to come forward with negative testimonies. One such former associate, known as Istanbul777, alleged on Twitter that Peace Wolf had fired them over a disagreement when Istanbul wanted to make a post for Pride Month, which Peace Wolf denied because she believed it did not align with the values of the staff. Another alleged associate, known as Wiki Wolf Studios, claimed that when they reported they had been groped during Toads and Tornadoes, Peace Wolf allegedly responded, "But you have a free hugs pin on you."
But remember, guys, fursuit does not equal consent. You need to make sure that they're okay with giving you a hug, they're okay with interacting with you.
Peace Wolf is a conservative libertarian Christian. She found herself at the front lines of the American culture wars. She was especially tired of cancel culture, writing,
Call it what it really is. Straight up cyberbullying. It exists, and it's gotten way out of hand. Yes, people that do bad things should be punished, Captain Obvious, but people that simply disagree with you, get over yourselves.
During the Black Lives Matter protest of 2020, Peace Wolf took to Twitter to proclaim,
I'm just gonna go ahead and say it. 1. All lives matter. 2. The ultimate goal should be skin color blindness. 3. There is only one race. The human race. I've seen more racism in the last month than I've seen my entire life.
Peace Wolf's conservative beliefs soured her reputation in the furry community, and people claiming to know her came out against her. 2 black furries claimed she had referred to African Americans as colored and the blacks. The public backlash against
There is a lot of nitpicking that you're going to see in this documentary, and I'm not knocking Garage Dwelling Frogs here for the documentary they did. They did a fantastic job, in my opinion. They actually brought all the evidence, put everything out there for you like a good documentary, and it's going to allow you to decide. But there is a little bit of a skew here, and I don't think they really displayed it the greatest, but I'll let it continue.
Peace Wolf instilled a belief in her that conservative furries were being silenced by leftists.
Leftists can, for the most part, say whatever the F they feel like out in the open without fear. People on the right do not get the same courtesy. Change my mind. You won't.
Peace Wolf created a second Twitter account called Peace Wolf Rants. On this account, she would make a variety of offensive comments.
Nothing against trans folk. However, it's extremely apparent that an increasing number of people are labeling themselves as such solely for the attention and victimhood points. People will do anything for popularity. It's quite unnerving. Also, the way many of them act just reeks of high school kids jumping on the next fad to try to be cool.
Peace Wolf dug her heels into the ground and ceased caring how her outspoken conservative beliefs might alienate her followers.
If I had $1 for every person that tried to hurt me with, I used to look up to you. Yet, no. You looked up to me when all I did was make content and had no voice. But now you're upset because our opinions are different. You never knew me. I owe you no apology.
Following the controversy, Peace Wolf was planning to volunteer at the annual Wild Nights Furry Campout, hosted by Mesa. Peace Wolf wrote,
I've been informed by Mesa leadership that the organization committee had, without warning, voted that I'm no longer allowed to serve as a volunteer. I was first told that it was because I had an online...
This one's one thing I wish they would have kept the full context in, but they did do a light enough blur here that we can add in the context, but I have not been given the committee's reasoning for the decision. I have asked several times what rule or policy I broke, and they haven't told me what I did to warrant such a sudden and unprovoked disciplinary action. This is going into, so there's the whole controversy with Tails and Tornadoes that falls out because of the special guest that they had invited that they eventually end up dismissing, getting rid of after like breaking a contract with, because the masses were not happy with this person. So from that, basically Peace Wolf steps down, resigns, is no longer going to be involved with Tails and Tornadoes, kind of goes on and is becoming more vocal in and around and during the big coof, and not koofles, this is the other coof. Between and all the big coof stuff is when all this stuff is occurring. From there, then we're going to kind of start to see the inner workings of what Free for All will become.
media presence, which seems like a pretty normal thing for someone to have. They then change their answer to just, your services are no longer required, which is obviously not true.
Around this time, Peace Wolf posted a drawing of her persona, having been betrayed and stabbed a la Julius Caesar. Peace Wolf's husband, Fox.
And that is just surely because, like I said, these were actual friends. These were friends that Peace Wolf had before Tails and Tornadoes ever started, okay? And Peace Wolf had known these people for a long, long time. You're right, Jim. I mean, but Peace Wolf was friends with these people well before any convention had ever been established. So these were, imagine your close friends turning on you because people on Twitter. That's how she saw it. That's how Foxglove saw it, especially at the time, because Foxglove is, just to give you context, is not from Oklahoma to begin with. He actually moved out here to be with, or moved out there to be with Peace Wolf. So he is uprooted. He has no family immediately nearby, all that. Like, he has uprooted his entire life just to be with this person, and then sees their friends just burn the bridge, friend after friend who had maybe been friends with them for years, with friends with Peace Wolf, or the couple even, just totally burned the bridge with them. And from what I understand, a bunch of these people actually later on came back and apologized for what they did, because they realized how underhanded their actions were. Because let's be honest, they were on the board. They voted and they approved of this guest before there was pushback on Twitter. The pushback on Twitter changed their mind.
Foxglove elaborated in a YouTube comment that his wife was removed for appearing on the Raiders Ramble podcast, hosted by alt-furry organization, the Furry Raiders. Quote, when asked what exactly in the video they objected to, they refused to answer over and over again. What did she do wrong in it? Was it something?
Okay, now we get to talk about the Nazis. Oh. All right, so the Furry Raiders. I'm going to take a step away from this right now, and I'm going to show you some stuff on the Furry Raiders. The Furry Raiders, there's wrong article. I wanted to start with, oh, did these get out of order some? We'll close this, we'll close this. This way it's a little easier to access. We don't need this open. It just makes it jumping between these screens a little bit easier. This is the article that I was looking for. So basically, there was an article in Vice and Rolling Stone back in 2017 about a gentleman named, where's Miller's name? Lee Miller. Lee Miller is Foxler, or Foxler Nightfire. Foxler Nightfire, I will pull up a picture of, is a very distinct looking furry. So Foxler, his furry has this black shirt with this armband that is red with a white circle and a black paw print. This has been drawn directly to resemble a certain World War II losing team logo, is what people insinuate that the logo represents. So anyway, Foxler Nightfire starts this group called the Furry Raiders. The Furry Raiders have eventually come to be maligned or painted as the alt-right furry community. And like, when I say alt-right, I mean like there are some very unscrupulous people in this community, as I will show you. There are some very racist, some very anti-Semitic people in this, but talking specifically about Foxler Nightfire, I am going to eventually do a story on him. But Foxler is a very interesting individual, and the way I'm going to briefly and best explain Foxler to you is he is a very literal learner. And I mean that in the sense of, if you tell him the sky is blue, you and him are sitting in a room and you go, the sky is blue, and he doesn't know that for a fact, he's going to get up, walk out the room, walk out whatever building, go outside and look up and wait to see the sky and be like, yep, the sky is entirely blue. So when I say he's a literal learner, that's what I mean. So when he was told that Nazis or the KKK or these groups are bad, because from what I can tell, I believe that he was kind of homeschooled, and I don't mean that in a derogatory way. I mean, he just wasn't exposed to a lot of different social things that maybe more mainstream public education people, or even just in general private schooling people may have been exposed to. So when he heard about the concepts of the KKK, neo-Nazis, and things like that, he actually went to them and wanted to join them to learn them from the inside out. Now, to most people, you'd go, what the fuck are you thinking? He is a literal learner, but this guy is very, very, very intelligent. And it's just a very unique juxtaposition, because he's got this literal learning that he does, opposed with the facts of, like, he does things that, like, you and I would go, why would you? Don't need to do that to know that this is bad, but he needs to have that self-verification. Yeah, I'm gonna try and get rid of that. There we go. Hey, look at that. I actually got it, so I got some moderation in here. Alrighty. Okay, so anyway, this article does a great job at breaking down not just Foxglove Nightfire, and gives you links to all the articles, which I'm not going to go over all that right now because that's way too far of a tangent. But the Furry Raiders and kind of how they're an alt-right group, according to a lot of people. Yeah, right here you can see the Furry Raiders as group. The administration does not have any connections with the alt-right or neo-Nazis. Now, I cannot say that every member is perfect. I do not ask everybody, oh, what is your political leaning? Overall, he made the Furry Raiders to be a very open group, but they're not, and I think this needs to be said, they are not like an organized group, okay? They are not, oh God, give me an idea. They're not the Girl Scouts or the Boy Scouts. Okay, so if you got Girl Scouts and Boy Scouts, like, they're actually got an organization with a charter, and the charter has it so that different areas can have their own little charter that's tied to the national level. It's not like that. This is literally nothing more than a Telegram group with some personal meetups here and there. Okay, back to the video. Now you know a little bit more about the Furry Raiders.
I think he said, we still don't know. Turns out they didn't even watch it.
I'm sure, like, you've dealt with, cancel culture. Do you think that the fandom has gone, like, too woke?
I think it depends on which platform you're looking at. Twitter, 10 times as toxic as the other ones, like, more so than all of them combined. All the other ones are very friendly compared.
You're going to see a narrative if you pay attention in the same way that I paid attention. You're going to see a narrative develop here. And that narrative is a lot of people that are upset with the far left politics of the furry community. Now, that does not mean that these people are automatically far right leaning people. They are just upset with the woke, the dictation. You know, Peace Wolf has got burned bridges because of wokeness, so to speak, and getting kicked out of her own furry convention in her mind. You have the Furry Raiders, who are kind of a free and open group who accept anybody, that are automatically associated with the far right because they have people that are extremists in the group. So these people kind of start to mingle together. And so you're going to see the ideas and births that come from this.
Compared to Twitter.
Everyone's so damn negative on Twitter, too. Either that, or they're, like, ultra woke. They're like, oh, well, my pronouns are she, zim, zer, vi, whatever the crap. And it's like, if you don't respect me, then you're a bigot.
Now banned from every furry meetup in the Tulsa area, Peace Wolf decided to create her own event.
We're all sick of the political agendas that have been pushed on both ends of the spectrum to blame here. It's not a deal of right versus left. It's just
okay. These two podcasts that are shown back to back here are shown out of order. Okay, and when I mean they're shown out of order, they're out of order in the timeline. So I want to go back for a second. So this, when you're looking at it, if I can get these to go away, they actually say it, but they don't show it on screen. This is, sorry, I gotta find my notes on this one. This is the Furry Raiders, episode 158 is what I believe I heard when I was listening through this. 158 or 153. Don't quote me. That's roughly. And then if you look at it, the information that they're pulling for the other part of this contextually is from the Furry Raiders episode, the Furry Raiders podcast episode 234. There's almost 100 episodes in between. And that span actually spans almost the entire 2 years of prior to Free For All and then Free For All happening.
Zer, vi, whatever the crap. And it's like, if you don't respect me, then you're a bigot.
Now banned from every furry meetup in the Tulsa area, Peace Wolf decided to create her own event.
We're all sick of the political agendas that have been pushed on both ends of the spectrum to blame here. It's not a deal of right versus left, it's just the fandom.
And there was a very good key tip off with this. Jason FX is actually in this episode of the Raider Rambles podcast. The other Raider Rambles podcast, like I said, I think it's 158 or 153, takes place before all the free-for-all stuff. So when they're giving this context, realize that Peace Wolf here is speaking closer to the present timeline of 2024 than the timeline of 2019, 2021, when all of this stuff would have been happening.
Is in this awkward culture war of sorts that, you know, is reflected in, you know, outside the fandom too, and it's just kind of polluting the furry fandom. But the whole point of furry was it's supposed to be, you know, like an escape in a fantasies. You can go and have a party and just be a furry character and have a good time, and that's been lost.
As most of you know, our alligator facility was burned down March the 26th, completely to the ground, killing all of our alligators and crocodiles, except for one large female that belonged to Michael Jackson. There's a lady over in Broken Arrow that has a
I told you, Joe Exotic is tied to this shit.
Facility called Safaris, and her name is Lorianne Stein-Scroggins, and she is such a sweetheart.
Safaris. Safaris is the name of the facility. Safaris is actually named something completely different now, and that's what I was trying to. If Jason FX sounds familiar, it's probably because as a furry, he has his own very sordid past, especially with cabs. Jason FX and cabs, to give you a small brief timeline, and again, I don't have facts on this. Jason FX and cabs got together when cabs was considerably younger, and I'm talking about like 19 to 15 as an age range, and ended up having some furry porn created with Cabs Corner's character, had her voice in some pornographic stuff, content, and all that before they got into their relationship, or while they were in a relationship together. I don't know all the details, but he's kind of a gritty, grimy person, in my opinion. Yeah, very smart. Thank you.
There's a lady over in Broken Arrow that has a facility.
I want to go back. I want to give you the full Joe Exotic thing here.
Have a party and just be a furry character and have a good time, and that's been lost.
As most of you know, our alligator facility was burned down March the 26th, completely to the ground, killing all of our alligators and crocodiles, except for one large female that belonged to Michael Jackson. There's a lady over in Broken Arrow that has a facility called Safaris, and her name is Lorianne Stein-Scroggins, and she is such a sweetheart. She donated her only 2 alligators to the GW Zoo in order to put alligators in our brand new facility.
Peace Wolf is a longtime.
So that's all of the all of the tie between Joe Exotic, Michael Jackson, Safaris, and Peace Wolf. So Peace Wolf works for Safaris. Peace Wolf was involved with Safaris actually while this stuff went on. Had some stuff about it. I think he might have done some weird porn like that at Ellington. I was going to skip it, but since you guys kind of have a little bit of interest about Jason FX and cabs, I'm going to let that portion of this video play out for you guys. You will get a very good context, a very quick context of just how grimy, in my opinion, Jason FX is, how grimy cabs is, how they've been accused of various different things. Probably the most infuriating thing you will hear is a call between a individual known as Bleakley, and it's Bleakey, if I remember the spelling correctly. Bleakley, and who is this wealthy individual that Jason FX and cabs come to live with. And they kind of live with this dude at some point for pretty rent-free. And again, you'll hear the whole story. But they treat him pretty freaking audaciously when it's found out that they're living with this dude for free. And this guy comes from like a wealthy lineage. Like he's like he's got like family name wealth. Okay, like he's trust fund kid, not kidding. And they turned around and they're like, well, if these friends are going to be living with you, they need to start paying some rent. And like there's a whole freak out call.
Volunteer at Safari's Wildlife Sanctuary, an animal rescue in the Tulsa area, which takes in exotic pets such as bears, big cats, and wolves, who either escaped or were abandoned by their owners. It was originally known as Safari's Interactive Animal Sanctuary, until the United States Department of Agriculture revoked its license in 2012, citing over half a decade's worth of violations, including an incident where a liger killed a worker. Being a non-profit organization that receives no government assistance, Safari Sanctuary is entirely reliant on donations and volunteers to keep its doors open.
Lori, one more quick.
Okay, so again, that's really all the jokes about tie that we get through all this. But yeah, Peace Wolf worked for B Safaris, and yeah.
Does Safaris need help? Always.
To assist safaris, Peace Wolf founded the Anthro West Open Organization Association.
Okay, the Anthro West Open Organization Association, AWOO Association. So AWOO is actually founded by Peace Wolf and Foxglove. And now I'm going to give you a bit of new information. So let me make sure I give you the right one, and that would be this one. I was given permission to share these from Foxglove. These are messages that he's even kept up to this day. So this is coming from the tail end of the Tales and Tornadoes, no pun intended, 2019. I guess Peace Wolf really liked writing dedicated notes to all the staffers, and including her husband. And she wrote this note to her husband saying, Fox, you have been honestly one of the biggest assets to this team, and I personally cannot thank you enough for everything that you've done. The website, email, file server security, and Discord, all of it. You are amazing. And I'm so glad that I made this journey, or that you made this journey with me. I love you so much. Thank you for all the hard work you do. Peace Wolf. So this is just something that when I was talking with Foxglove, he wanted me to share this because he wanted to show that, like, okay, nothing was always as bad as it seems, especially when you start looking at things later on that Peace Wolf has written, unfortunately, about Foxglove. They were in a very long-term, a very loving relationship. They even adopted, I'm going to use the term adopted. And that is because of there was no temporary status to the child that they fostered. So I would rather call it adopted. They adopted a child together. This child, eventually came to call Peace Wolf mom and Foxglove dad. And that child is eventually involved later on. I've got a little bit more context for that too. Let's get back to the video. So you've got AWOO. You've got Foxglove and Peace Wolf start AWOO together with a small group of people. Let me check here. I can give you, if you want more detailed information. I found it. The episode initially that Peace Wolf was on of the Furry Ramblers was episode 156. Episode 234 that had JSON effects in it, that was obviously almost 80 episodes later. So, and to give you an idea, so he didn't really have any official title with AWOO / Free For All. He was a founding member of AWOO, Foxglove was, and he kind of, when it comes to Free For All, the way to think of Foxglove is he was kind of like the technology lead technology specialist. So, and then Peace Wolf obviously
otherwise known as
more ran the president, like overseer of the whole thing.
The AWOO Association, as a means of raising money for safaris.
In Oklahoma, USA, Peace Wolf is making wonderful fursuits, but did you know that with every fursuit sold, she donates a small percentage of the proceedings to a local...
I will absolutely answer that question, Milk. So I reached out to Foxglove a few months back on Twitter, and we talked a little bit on Twitter for a while, and eventually, I was like, look, I'm interested in doing this story because this video had come out. When did this come out? 2 months ago now. So give you an exact date. This came out February 2024. And I was like, I heard a specific portion that I really hope you guys enjoy when we get to it, because there is some straight anonymous type level hacking that goes on. I don't know. I didn't ask for the full details involved with that. I don't even know if Foxglove knows all the details involved with that. But there's a big leak that comes out that really kind of messes up the storyline that Peace Wolf was trying to construct involving Foxglove later on down the line. And the way he handled that situation, I was like, holy shit, this dude, and I'm like 35. I am 35. He's about 5 years younger than me. And the way he handled this situation, I was like, wow. He handled it with such a level of professionalism, and you could tell that it's something that, even though he was never really a furry per se, that he cared about what he did, and he cared about it because his wife cared about it. And he didn't want to see this thing destroyed because of the void that will come from his relationship. But that's later on, we'll get to that. It's a roller coaster. We haven't, like when you're going on a roller coaster and you get that first little woo, that's all we've done. We haven't even started the hill climb yet. We got a whole ride to go through.
So far, she has donated a total of $760, and that amount will increase with every fursuit sold.
Safaris had a very positive relationship with the local furry community, as both Toes and Tornadoes and Wild Knights had raised money for safaris in the past. Continuing the trend, the AWU Association's first original event would be dedicated to funding safaris.
The new convention was named Free for All, set to take place on May 27th through the 29th of 2022.
Free for All 2022 was announced 2 days before the start of Toes and Tornadoes 2021. Both conventions were slated to take place at the very same hotel, 5 months apart from each other in 2022.
Okay, so this is kind of a controversial aspect of this. So you have Tales and Tornadoes 2022, and now the first Free for All convention that we're going to be at the same location. And again, remember, Tales and Tornadoes was initially Peace Wolf's kind of baby, and they've now divided from that. So there's a little controversy here.
The Marriott Tulsa Hotel at Southern Hills. Ali Caps, writing for the tabloid website We Got This Covered, claimed an anonymous source told them that the AWU Association had failed to get the hotel to sign an exclusivity clause.
The other day, I saw a bag lady keying another bag lady's shopping cart with a chrome dildo.
Okay, now we're introducing one. We've literally just got to the bottom of the first. We're getting the first clicks on the hill climb here. The person you're seeing here is Two Griffin. Two Griffin is going to be a major person involved with Free for All. He is a comedian, and he has some very distinct points of view on woke community, on cancel culture, on Semitism and anti-Semitism, as well as the LGBT community and a couple other different things. So I will let this play out, but just understand that this is going to be an ongoing character that will need to be involved in the story going forward.
That cop comes up and starts beating her down and videotapes himself so he can use it as a Facebook icon. I was thinking, now this is my kind of place. This is the kind of place I can put on my giant bunny suit and go confuse the hell out of recovering drug addicts.
Headlining the event was a comedian known by the stage name Two, the Ranting Griffin. Free for All proudly touted that they were the first anthro convention to feature Two Griffin in over half a decade. Two Griffin was a minor celebrity within the furry fandom, or pop fur, during the early 2000s. He was an unabashed shock jock who refers to his performances as rants. With his increased presence on the internet, he found himself as a magnet for controversy. His website featured a blog where he would post.
And I'm just gonna pause here so you can see kind of his positions. I'm not going to read this out, obviously, for obvious reasons, and some of it's cut off, but you can kind of get the gist, and I'll even go as far as turning off captions. I'll let this ruminate for a second here, but you can kind of see, like, if you go in the third paragraph here, I'm utterly sick to my stomach of being confused of being a racist. Every time I disagree, you are not a race. You can kind of get the gist of his thoughts and feelings. Again, this is back in 2012. So in the timeline, this happened 10 years ago at the point that they're at now.
Post essays, which ranged from glaringly anti-Semitic to Griffin arguing that victims of childhood molestation are attention seekers who use their trauma as the ultimate end.
I'm just going to let you read some of this if you'd like. I'll leave this for a couple seconds, but yeah, he's had some very controversial, to say the least, hot takes, we'll call it, on things.
Be-all get out of jail free card. His stand-up routine was a permanent fixture of the annual Anthrocon until 2017, as it decided his attendance was too low to continue allotting stage time, though rumors had cited Two Griffin's past controversies, such as him claiming those who killed themselves over cyberbullying were wasting air, or a rant he posted mocking the concept of social justice. Despite still being allowed to attend, Two Griffin skipped Anthrocon after 15 years of perfect attendance. Two Griffin.
And now, Anthrocon, just to give you an idea, I do want to pull this up for you, because this has some other story ties. If it is, yep, okay. So Anthrocon is kind of, how do I want to put it? This would be like Comic-Con. Like, when you think of Comic-Con, anybody who thinks of Comic-Con, they think of San Diego Comic-Con because it's the biggest Comic-Con. Like, it's the one where the celebrities go to. It's the mecca of sorts for Comic-Cons. Well, this is the mecca of sorts for furry or anthropomorphics. So it is held in Pennsylvania. This is actually something that Peace Wolf had attended, and it's attended by thousands of people. This is a massive event. It is truly massive. And basically, this event that was attended by Peace Wolf, Peace Wolf saw this, really loved it, and it was actually part of the driving passion behind her wanting to create her own convention.
Took on a new public persona as a free speech martyr, silenced by
Have a good
political
night.
correctness.
I'm
Thanks for
gonna
coming
let
out,
the
Panda. I appreciate it.
SJWs and the haters just hate. They want to hate. They don't want to know the truth. It is an ideology. It's a religion. There are people who would rather be outraged with me than know the truth because they don't want that. They want to be outraged. It's their entertainment.
Afterwards, to the
So think about it. You have this comic that has had a 15-year history with the con that you are trying to maybe model for your con. So of course she wants to have this person involved with the con.
Ranting Griffin was a persona non grata across the furry convention circuit, while he used to be able to easily secure a
Yep. Yeah, Ellington, that was the one that got gassed.
stand-up gig at conventions across the country. Now, he was ostensibly blacklisted. Griffin resorted to falsely claiming he was performing at Eurofurence 2018, only for the Eurofurence Twitter account to confirm he was not. But after a decade out of the spotlight, Griffin was the guest of honor at Free for All, and will post a video manifesto titled, Why I'm Going to Free for All.
We've lost a lot over the past several years. A lot of people out there who are saying, no, you can't say what you want. No, you can't express yourself in the way you... No, you can't have this opinion. No, you can't question this. See those friends you have? Yeah, we're going to call you that name to them and make sure they leave you. You like that job you have? We're going to call them up and accuse you of things to your boss and get you fired.
So this is his comedic style. And I will lightly term it as ranting, and if you want my honest opinion, it's just a lot of bitching.
If we find your family, we'll make sure they disown you, or we'll accuse them of the same thing. We'll make sure you're friendless, homeless, jobless, and stuff.
Yeah, Milk Dog, that was the one that so if I remember right, somebody released mustard gas inside of one of the hotels and it had to be evacuated. One person actually suffered like breathing problems, but like the furry community kind of like actually banded together fairly well, and it was actually, they made a thing out of it. Like somebody went to McDonald's, made sure everybody had food if they wanted food. Like they took care of their own. And I will say that as much as people shit on furries, they take care of themselves very well. Like they're a very inclusive community, but that's where I want to show this very divisive portion of that community.
Starving because you won't feel the way that we tell you to. Well, I'm not going to claim it was the smartest answer ever, but this is the response they got from me. And they don't just accuse you, they make up the reasons too. You know, they'll oh no, he was in this chat room, or he said this thing, or she believes in this. But it's no, I've actually seen them Photoshop tweets from me with racial slurs in them and spread them around like I said them.
Again, this is going to get pretty interesting here. But you're going to see again a trend with the people involved here. So you again have Peace Wolf, who is betrayed by friends, betrayed basically because of a woke community. You have the furry raiders, who are not welcome by the same furry community because they kind of are all inclusive. We'll put it lightly that way. They may have unscrupulous people in the group, but they are an all inclusive group. You have now Griffin, who, while being maybe a couple interesting words like anti-Semitic, anti-LGBT, and kind of that boomer of sorts, is also very against the grain, against the common perspective. So you're starting to see a trend here of the people that are involved in this.
When a user in the Furry Raiders group chat called Lego Freak wrote, Dogpatch is not gay. Anyone can be just as anyone can be it's behavior. Griffin responded, I respect you for knowing the difference. You're totally right.
I can't call myself brave because it's not really a choice that I have. But I will say that if you take the road that I did, it is scary. It's lonely.
Peace Wolf and Griffin both offered something the other needed. Griffin needed a convention to reignite his career, and Peace Wolf needed a recognizable enough pop fur who could draw attention to her burgeoning event. It is likely they knew that they would receive pushback, but did not predict the extent to which the backlash eventually reached.
Deep in the heart of America, one lone dreamer rode his way across the horizon in search of his next adventure. A place where love and freedom ring true above all else. Want to know what it is? Free for all. Welcoming free spirits of all shapes and sizes across the world. Hope to see you there.
Okay, and so now we're getting into Free for All, the first Free for All. So I've got a little more context to add to this. So Free for All was, if you notice, they've labeled themselves an anthrocon, not a furry con. The reason being is they associated the word furry with that left perspective of thought, okay? So they wanted to label themselves an anthrocon in order to be a more inclusive con. Again, they are allowing people to be there from no matter what walk of life you are. You're there basically because, and this is, I'm going to quote some exact words from Foxglove. He wanted to have a furry party, basically. He wanted it to be about being a furry, not politics, not what religious group, what sexual proclivities you have. He wanted it to be about, you're a furry, you're here to have fun. And so that's kind of why they chose some of the wording that they chose. You're going to see a lot of hot stuff come up pretty soon here, as far as we're going to start getting into the Discord. When we get into the Discord, I've got a lot of information to show you guys on that. And then you're also going to see kind of a little more, just interesting stuff. I'll just let it play, and we'll touch on things as they come up here.
After a month of teasing, the Woo Association's Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, and website were transformed to be themed around free for all. The aesthetic of the con was unabashed Americana, stated
There's a great picture of Foxglove on the left and Peace Wolf on the right.
in the convention's subtitle, America's Anthro Convention. Peace Wolf had taken to preferring the nomenclature of anthro to furry, as she believed the term furry had been co-opted by the political left. The convention was boasting how apolitical its intentions were, while paradoxically promoting itself as a political stand against cancel culture. On the website, they promoted 2 Griffin's presence, writing,
Unfortunately, in 2016, his excursion in comedy was considered cancelled after being accused of being a homophobic, transphobic, misogynist, racist Nazi, for the usual sin of publicly declaring a belief and passion for the concept of free speech.
The website also emphasized that 2 Griffin was born into a Christian family, despite 2 Griffin being an atheist. On their Twitter, they noted that retweets were welcomed to raise awareness for the event. It appears Awoo had decided to disable comments on all posts until
Okay, to give you a little more context, I do want to remind everybody that this is taking place in the Bible Belt. This is Tulsa, Oklahoma. We're talking about the heart of Bible country. You're going to have a lot of naturally religious people here. To give you a little perspective, my wife lived in Kansas, in Wichita, Kansas. Now, Wichita, Kansas is just on the very cusp of the Bible Belt, basically. But Kansas in itself is the Bible Belt. So people would actually start conversations with her, and when she was at her job, and they'd be like, oh, well, what church are you going to? And all this stuff. And that's literally how, and her and I are both agnostic, but just to give you an idea, that is an ingrained portion of the culture of this area. So you're going to have some automatic conflicts, in my opinion, because you're talking about a anthropomorphic convention that has people that have already had bridges burnt because of people on the left, that is also being held in a very religious portion of the country. And you can kind of start to see where some of this is going to build.
the convention. As of January 2024, the announcement tweet has received 1,200 retweets and only 300 likes. In the quote tweets, Twitter users preemptively condemned the convention because of Peace Wolf's and 2 Griffin's reputations, dubbing the event an alt-right furry convention. Users began analyzing supposed symbolism in the advertising. Twitter user SuperShip79 wrote, the subtle aesthetic details in this flyer, the police badge-shaped logo, the fashy monochrome flag backdrop, referencing the blue striped police flag, the constant red, white, and blue. My god. It even echoes Trump's lion logo, not to mention that the guest of honor is disgraced furry shithead Deuce Griffin. They really missed the chance to call this FashCon. The police badge-shaped logo was intended to be the shape of the logo for Route 66.
And I did confirm this with Foxglove. So, first off, he wanted to state that, for a note of fact, that police badges, depending on the area, differ. And while this may have generally looked like a police badge to some people, this is truly what it was based off of, is because they wanted to base it off the Americana of sorts. They were going for as broad of a topic, as broad of a unifying statement as they could. So instead of focusing on furry, they focused on anthro. They wanted to focus on America because everybody attending this is most likely going to be from America. So that's where the intentions behind all of this came from. The lion on the left is the mascot persona, so to speak, that they invented for the con. And then on the right, you would have Peace Wolf, the president of the con. And yes, Ellington, Wichita does suck.
A classic piece of Americana, marking the nationwide superhighway, which ran through Tulsa, as the theme of 2022's free-for-all was getting back to our roots. The nickname Fash Con stuck.
An amalgamation of fascist and Dash Con, a legendarily disastrous convention themed around Tumblr, used.
And now I want you to note, like, the only things that they've seen, so when you're looking at this from the opposite perspective of the left, they see the Furry Raiders. They see Two Griffin. They see Peace Wolf, who okayed having a homophobic artist come to as a guest of honor for Tails and Tornadoes. So they're saying that all these people, because of past things, are automatically alt-right. The thing I'm here to tell you is that actually, aside from a couple players that you're going to see in this, Two Griffin, in my opinion, being one of them, these main core beliefs are actually more centralist, more libertarian. Yeah, the ball pit. So they eventually got labeled with this FashCon, so fascist convention. And it was an amalgamation of DashCon, which DashCon is a a well-known deviant art failed convention. You're literally looking at what the whole convention was. This a half-deflated ball pit, a half-deflated bouncy house, and just a whole lot of disaster. That's something that if you guys ever want me to cover, I can definitely look at DashCon. I've already seen the story. It's fantastic. It's crazy. Not as crazy as this one, though.
A shorthand for ill-conceived and poorly managed conventions. Infamously, organizers offered attendees an extra hour in a small deflated ball pit as compensation for attending.
The association with fascism was exacerbated when the Furry Raiders announced their support for the convention.
Even some of the drama about it has been going on TikTok as well. I have a TikTok of my own, and some furry that I used to like on there, it turns out they're an SJW furry, like, and they called it a racist con or something like that because they were talking about the Furry Raiders as well. They didn't say our name of the group, they just said Nazis.
Oh, please. The Furry Raiders, led by Foxglove Nightfire.
Okay. I'm going to try something here. Let me see if I can do this. I'm going to try a poll, okay? I'm going to give you two figures. And this is going to be... Alright, so the question is going to be, how many Furry Raiders attended Free-for-All? And I'm going to give you a figure of greater than 25 or less than 25. And so the first option is greater than, the second option is less than. Here, I'll even do. And let's see here. We'll just start the poll. So I'll let you guys pause this here while I go ahead and vote on that. I'm going to pull up my notes here because this is going to get pretty... Oh, DashCon was Tumblr? I thought it was Deviant. You're probably right on that. I thought it was Deviant. I was an active Tumblr user when they tried DashCon for the first time. Oh, there's another famous convention. I'm trying to remember what it was called. I think it was called like IncelCon. Or something like that. And it was literally a bunch of incels that came out to this and thought that I'm gonna have to cover that. The whole IncelCon is just a crazy arc. But I'm gonna pull up my notes here, and I've got the details on the Furry Raider involvement with Free-for-All. So I'm gonna let this poll run, and we'll see what y'all think. So it looks like right now, greater than 25 is winning. I accidentally mistyped that. It says greater than 225, but that is a typo. Greater than 25 is what I meant. Rainforest was, yeah, another crazy one as well. Rainforest was, that was a clearly defined mismanaged con. You're going to see that one thing with all of this is that these cons that are labeled failures a lot are mismanaged. And I'm going to show you with this that management was the death of this, but mismanagement was not the death of this. So you'll come to see this. Oh, all right. I'll give it maybe a moment more here. I'll wait for it to drop down now. 1 minute left, and I'll end the poll. Right now, greater than 25 is winning. Less than 25 is a losing result. Yeah, DashCon was crazy. That was crazy because the mismanagement and the monetary side of it, like you're talking about, Ellington. Oh, got just about 30 seconds, I'm guessing, left. People get all excited with hosting a con and don't realize how hard it is. Yeah, I actually talked with Foxglove about that because okay, I've never ran a con myself. But I was very big and very passionately involved in the car community. And so I've run car shows. I've run car events and stuff like that. So, okay, I'm going to end the poll. And so it looks like our winner is greater than 25, unless you read my mistype in which you think the greater than 225 furry raiders. But yeah, I ran car events and all stuff like that. So I understand the commitment and the involvement and getting people to come out to these things. It's not easy. It's not as easy as you would think. All right, so drum roll. And the number of furry raiders that attended FurCon is 5. 5 furry raiders attended FurCon, or free for all. So yeah, this was labeled as being supported by the furry raiders and being staffed by the furry raiders, as you will see later on. And in total, and I will show picture evidence that 5 furry raiders are all that attended this. Of those 5, 2 people actually staffed the event. And of those 2, only 1 actually did work. The other was kind of like part-time. And that 1 person, all they did was, you'll see why they had to have a secured facility later on because of all the pushback. But yeah, 5 furry raiders are all that attended this event. We'll actually go to that right now. So we can close out of this because we already got the furry raider thing. I will bring some of these articles back up because I've got them linked. But let me reopen that one. History furry raiders for column. I'll throw that at the end. So that is that one. We want this one. Here is a picture from 2022 free for all on the Furry Raiders org page showing the 5 furries that attended free for all. And of these, only one of these people actually worked the event. But yeah, we're gonna get into this. But yeah, these are the 5 furries. They actually did quite a nice little breakdown of the whole event, and did some very nice coverage of things. So I will show that a bit later. But yeah, I just wanted to show you this crowning picture here for 2022 free for all, that the furry raiders, all 5 furry raiders that showed up to this event.
Here is the premier alt-furry organization, distinguishable through their unmistakable Nazi-styled armbands, where the swastika has been replaced by a paw print. Peace Wolf had previously associated.
Okay, and then I'm going to give you a little more information about the furry raiders. The furry raider armband thing that is associated with the World War II losing team is actually, it comes from a game that Lee Miller, Foxler Nightfire, played. And he said that this band was basically an accessory in the game. I don't remember if it was like a VR chat or something like that. And so he accessorized his persona in the game with this armband. Well, he never associated it directly with that, but it's been associated by everybody else as being directly tied to that. Yeah, the whole association with furry raiders you're going to see is actually, it is a little bit insane. Now, I will say to their favor, the fact of Peace Wolf appearing on the Raider Rambler podcast, the Furry Raider podcast, and speaking about all this stuff probably didn't help with the visibility of aligning them with the Furry Raiders. But in actuality, the amount of people that attended in comparison, because remember, roughly 200 or 250 people attended the first year of this convention.
With the Furry Raiders by appearing on their podcast, and 2 Griffin had been an adamant defender of the Raiders in return for their support of him in the wake of Anthrocon.
When I needed it the most, I was glad that he was there. And I want to do the same for him today, because people become oversensitive. And I know people have become oversensitive about what I wear here. They've treated me the same way they've treated 2 Griffin.
People are still calling them.
Okay, and so again, just to go back to the picture, that's 2 Griffin there. So like I said, this is literally the 5 furry raiders that actually showed up. Foxler is in the middle there. I don't know the personas. I think that Let me see. I may know one of them. I'm gonna look this up. And I will bring this back on screen once I've confirmed. Nope, it is not the person I thought. So I thought the person on the left next to Foxler was Al Capone, but it looks like that is not Al Capone. That is a different person. I'm trying to see if they have anything. Hugh Griffin. I don't see any of the personas listed as who was there, but there is dockets that come out from this. It is insane. Yeah, Foxler's eyes are a bit intense. I'm not gonna lie. But yeah.
Them Nazis, they're still calling them hateful, they're still saying they have hate speech, and I still, for the life of me, cannot get any information about what they've done to anyone. I mean, I'm not asking.
The ideology of alt-furry is hard to define, but the movement proper began in 2016, while similar campaigns such as Gamergate had gained infamy on websites such as 4chan. Foxler credits the astronomical political rise of Donald Trump for giving the alt-furry the inspiration to make their presence known to the public.
Just going back, the article that they were referring to there from Vice that I'll have tagged me with the their article here. It's linked in this article. If you ever want to learn more about the furry raiders, this article right here, boom, boom. It is a fantastic article and goes very, very in depth. But yeah, I just wanted to point that out.
The name alt-furry is a play on the white nationalist movement, the alt-right. Ali Conti of Vice News described Foxler after an interview. According to the high school dropout, his Nazi-esque armband originated as a Second Life accessory, but it's difficult to pin him down on what it
Second Life, that is the game.
Actually represents or what he actually believes. During the course of our conversation, he oscillated between claiming ignorance and irony. When I asked why he won't just take off the armband to end the drama, he unspooled a story about how the character of Foxler was based on his deceased father. When I asked about his politics, he said that they're starting to change in reaction to all the backlash he's received from people offended by his outfit. Before all of this, he used to look exclusively at 4chan, he says, but now he's starting to read about SJWs and safe spaces, and getting more involved in what might be termed slightly more mainstream right-wing modes of thought. The raiders are ostracized from the...
To give you an idea, and I really want to lay this out there so that you get a understanding of Foxler as a person. I watched a stream where Foxler and his boyfriend, yes, Foxler, the Nazi furry, is gay, where Foxler and his boyfriend were on stream. And at one point, they're talking about how something that he did was being viewed as a PSA. Well, I'm sure most people are well aware of what a PSA is, a public service announcement. He had no idea what that meant. And when I say no idea, they actually stopped and his boyfriend turned to him and explained it's a public service announcement. Basically, a public service announcement is a statement saying, just making people aware of things. And he then turned around to his boyfriend and said, well, he's not the public. Why is he making a PSA on me? I just want to give you that for context. And mind you, I still consider Foxler a very brilliant individual. As far as I know, they are a computer engineer, I believe is their background. They're massively brilliant, massively successful as far as like technology, understanding computer architecture and things like that. But when it comes to these smaller, simpler concepts, they struggle with them.
The mainstream fandom, their presence at a convention is often enough to trigger calls for a boycott. In the case of Rocky Mountain FurCon 2016, the furry raiders booking 25% of all rooms at the hotel caused a chain reaction, which, to quote the Daily Beast, led to death threats, allegations of tax evasion, intrigue around a suspected sovereign citizen, and the discovery of a sex offender on the FurCon board. The controversy
that they're talking about right now is Rocky Mountain FurCon. I'll pop the captions off so you can read this if you want to read any about the Rocky Mountain FurCon. This is something that I'm going to eventually cover at another time, but basically there was a big controversy because this is another furry convention that took place in Colorado. Well, the furry raiders, for most part, are based in Colorado, and so they really wanted to make a strong attendance at this con. Well, when rooms became available, they rented or reserved about 25% of the rooms. This caused such an uproar and controversy that it led to like investigations of the board members and everything else, kind of like what you saw with Tails and Tornadoes, just because they had a guest that the community on the left did not agree with. So these people are seriously so much against this group that they will burn things to the ground just to make sure that these people do not attend. Mind you, to give the furry raiders a little bit of platitudes, they found out that, oh, because we reserved this, it meant that other people can't attend. They made sure and re-verified with their group who is physically going to be there, and then released a bunch of rooms back so that they could be reserved by other people. And I think roughly 10 people ended up going. He could work in DTC. Yeah, no, I think he is a little bit autistic and not as a dig either. And yeah, he's the best concept that I can apply to him is he's extremely book smart. And another thing that you're going to see with when I spoke with Foxglove, there's going to be some information later that you guys are going to love. I can't wait till we get to that part, but basically there's a whole portion of this where Foxglove is made to look like a legit sociopath. And it's not necessarily the case, but he is another person that I would say views the world very much black and white, very much. He's an IT background, IT professionalism himself, and he is very analytical, but he is also very open. There's other things that I'll point out when we get to him going through Free for All and all that I think would surprise people to know.
Actually led to the complete dissolution of Rocky Mountain FurCon. Then, in 2017, a neo-Nazi terrorist murdered Heather Hayers.
Oh, we've reached terrorism. Okay. All right. You're going to now see a couple of people that are involved with both the Furry Raiders and or the Discord group that is tied to Free for All. This Discord group is an unofficial Discord group. So when Free for All was created, unlike Tales and Tornadoes, where previously they had an official Discord for people to attend, that could talk about things going on, they would update with events and all that stuff. In this instance, just because of everything going on, they didn't have time to do that. An unofficial one is created. From that, some very unscrupulous characters get brought into this story, and this is literally going to be this is literally going to be maybe the first loop on the roller coaster. So we've reached the peak of the hill. We've gone down the hill. We're starting into Free for All 2022.
And injured 35 other people at the Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville, Virginia. Amidst the shock and outrage following the attack, the alt-furries reveled in and idolized the attack. This was compounded by the revelation that neo-Nazi Nathan Gate, a figurehead in the alt-furry community, was an active participant in the rally, and even boasted about how he watched a group of white supremacists viciously assault DeAndre Harris, a black man. Gate's girlfriend, KK Cutie, a former furry turned neo-Nazi, told Newsweek, "I think alt-furry ends up being a kind of exodus for many furries, as they are dragged further right. They grow out of the whole furry thing and leave it behind for real political activism. I've experienced this firsthand, as well as witnessing several of my friends do the same." Foxler Nightfire would continue to serve as the public face of the alt-furry movement, as the subculture of a subculture garnered attention from mainstream news outlets. Even as Foxler began to face a litany of allegations regarding sexual misconduct with underage girls, which resulted in legal action against several furry raiders. Most furry conventions would refuse to associate with the raiders. On July 17th, 2022, the Furry Raiders announced that they were providing support, staffing, and attendance at Free for All.
Okay, so basically, first of all, that bout of terrorism and racism was just to show you the kind of associations that are given with the alt-right furry community. Those people did not directly attend, but like I said, there's going to be some unscrupulous characters that are going to come up in Discord associated later on. Just to give you some interesting background, the person on the right is known as the Confederate fursuiter, did actually attend Free for All. He is known Magnus, and I don't remember his last name, but he's a very interesting person as well.
The revelation that 20% of Free for All's entire operating budget was provided by a single furry raider, A. Vera Nova, made it impossible for Free for All to disassociate from the raiders. During the convention proper, Foxglove would personally present a Vera with an award during opening ceremonies for his contribution.
I hope you'll join me in thanking this man for leading the way with irrational generosity. Mr. Aviera, would you please come up here for a moment?
Awesome convention, guys. Yes.
Some accusations toward the convention were far-fetched, such as Twitter user TwitchToWolf attempting to connect Free for All's mascot.
Oh, yes. We need to go back to this. So, God, I'm trying to think of where we're at in the timeline. So this is another crazy connection that is made. And I'm going to wait for this to pop back up.
Some
And
accusations.
okay. So this gets run with. Let me tell you about some insane implications here. So this is a tweet that is then copied by another group later on. But basically, they are trying literally anything to associate a woo or free for all with alt-right groups. And so there's this tweet made, and I'm going to read it here. It says, "Don't want to give that convention any more free publicity. But the logo on their association is from the Grey Wolves, a violent white supremacy group, amongst other things." And they link this Wikipedia article. Well, actually, the Grey Wolves are tied to Turkey, the country, not the deli meat. And they are... There is no way to tie this. It is literally some schizo posting, if you ask me.
Accusations toward the convention were far-fetched, such as Twitter user Twitch the Wolf attempting to connect Free For All's mascot, a Grey Wolf, to the violent Turkish Islamo-nationalist group, the Grey Wolves, with only a Wikipedia screenshot of an article they clearly didn't read. Despite the logical leap required to believe this, the purported connection was still widely spread around, and even featured in the We Got This Covered article by Ali Caps. Caps had been advising users to bombard the venue's phone number and
This is something I strongly disagree with, but this is a commonplace tactic that you will see. I'm going to say commonplace tactic that you will see within the furry community. I'm not going to try and label this as specifically alt or specifically left or right, but this is a common tactic that if they do not agree with something, or if they find the furry raiders are involved with something, they will dox the whole freaking thing and put it out there and say, look, you guys need to flood this this hotel and call them, make sure that they are not allowed to have their their convention there.
voiced their disdain for the event. Caps wrote, "People need to make it clear that they want Free For All destroyed." Caps received word from the general manager of the Marriott, who noted the venue had received numerous calls regarding the convention. Conservative furry Twitter was unhappy at the level of vitriol the convention attracted. One user named Dingolf wrote, "The amount of absolute seething that this con exists. So far, all I've seen is baseless accusations of it being a con for Nazis and pedos. People spurging to Griffin as the guest of honor. I've yet to see any real criticism or anything substantial." Krieg Blackpaw responded, "They are angry because the people they have ostracized decided to have fun without their AIDS-ridden cesspools. I'm looking forward to all of them not going." Further down in the thread, Dingolf replied with a screenshot in tow. "It's always the left that's quick to make threats of violence. Joking or not, because they'd take it deadly serious when on the receiving end." The screenshot was of a leftist group chat discussing
This is a little bit wild, and I wasn't able to really get much more about this. But I want to go back just a couple frames here. And I want you guys to see the tweet here. So basically, this is a alt-left group, let's just say, that this person's a little deranged, maybe, and they are making joking tweets about blowing things up at this con. And this is kind of stuff that basically this person is pointing out that, like, if anybody on the right position had said something like this, all hell would break loose, but they are allowed to say it jokingly because they are the majority, so to speak.
was of a leftist group chat discussing Free For All, during which a participant named Vel wrote, "Only so I can bomb it." Another user named Safi responded to Vel, "Let's not say stupid things in a public channel." The day after announcement, Peace Wolf took to Discord to celebrate the fact that Free For All's Twitter had reached 1 million impressions and 66,000 engagements. While Awu was aware that Free For All had attracted a fair amount of haters, they believed the initial support they received would balance it out. Rumors began to circulate of a supposedly severe, violent threat made against the hotel, but whether this was a legitimate concern, or rumor mongering from internet users, is ambiguous. The campaign against Free For All worked, and Awu was forced to change the location and push the date of the convention back 2 months. Awu posted to its socials,
Free For All is proud to provide an event from all walks of life. It's disappointing how many humans today cannot tolerate different people, especially when they want to have a big fluffy event together. The dark side of the Anthro fandom is showing its face, and some have even gone as far as to target and harass members of our association and our business partners. After enduring this for some time, our hotel has asked us to relocate for fear of the civil unrest threatened by those who want to see this event canceled. We are not deterred, and we will be holding America's Anthro Convention regardless of the obstacles anyone throws our way. We are so thankful for the overwhelming support we have received from...
I just want to pause there. So just to give more context, our venue was not prepared to deal with this harassment, but a Woo Association is. Changing our venues is not a big deal, and we aren't the first convention to have to do so. they still hope that people enjoy it and make it happen. And the other blurred out section here is, we are so thankful for the overwhelming support we have received from everywhere in the world, except Twitter. And we can't wait to see all the best of America at America's Anthro Convention, Free for All 2022. Please keep being kind to everyone, and being bright and bring our bright light in the world. We appreciate, or we will announce a new location soon.
Everywhere in the world except Twitter and our business
Whoa.
partners. After enduring this for some time, our hotel has asked us to relocate for fear of the civil unrest threatened by those who want to see this event canceled. We are not deterred, and we will be holding America's Anthro Convention regardless of the obstacles anyone throws our way. We are so thankful for the overwhelming support we have received from everywhere in the world except Twitter. We want all our supporters to know we have your backs. Free for All and its staff aren't going anywhere. Free for All is proudly #uncancelable.
The supposed violent
Yeah, you're kind of speaking my language there, Ellington.
threats convinced Free for All to operate on badge-only status and have police officers positioned at each entrance.
Okay, so understand it. I feel like that's something that gets glossed over a little bit, but so they had to not only cancel and move out because the location was bullied by this group of people into canceling and no longer allowing them to have their convention. They then went and found a new location that was secured, and they actually had to have police presence posted at it because people were so fanatical about them still continuing to even have this convention. So we've reached a little bit of crazy here. So you have to have a fully secured building because of how crazed people are getting just at this convention existing.
20 days after the announcement, Peace Wolf took a sabbatical from Twitter, writing,
Don't know how long, but I think it's high time for a disconnect. This platform makes me sick, mentally and physically.
Free for All found its new home at the Glenpool Conference Center in Glenpool, Oklahoma. Those who were opposed to the convention had largely lost interest, and this new location received little to no pushback. The convention was delayed a month, pushed to July. To satirize those who labeled the convention FashCon, Free for All purchased a custom-branded red, white, and blue ball pit, attempting to reclaim the ball pit as a badge of honor. To refute the idea that Free for All was catering to conservatives, AWU would begin to emphasize Free for All as a non-partisan event.
Friendly reminder that Free for All is America's Anthro Convention, not Republican or Democon or anything else. We don't ban people based on beliefs and affiliations.
But this fell on deaf ears. Detractors were quick to rebuke professional claims of political neutrality.
Okay, and this is something that I disagree with how things were held here, and you're going to see a little bit about Foxglove here that, you know what, I'm going to allow you people to make your own decision on what you believe about Foxglove and his positions, but I will tell you from speaking with Foxglove in direct communication about this event and the following year, that regardless of his political and ideological and theological beliefs, he wanted to make sure that everybody was welcome here. He just wanted to have a place where people could come, chill, have fun, be a furry, maybe attend a couple, events throughout the con, and just have fun. In his terms, he actually said, I just wanted people to come play Smash Brothers. So this kind of stuff being aligned with him, although he is a founder and I can understand the direct correlation, I do not believe his beliefs were in any way reflected in the event. Neither was Peace Wolf's beliefs. They really truly did want an all-inclusive event.
And instead point to the organizers' personal social media profiles. For instance, Peace Wolf's husband, Foxglove, is a member of Free for All's board, and is active on the far-right social media site Gab, and crypto-themed social media site Minds.
Okay, so I want to dispute a couple things here. So he is active on the social media site Gab. Gab is actually, I wouldn't say far right. It, as far as the site goes, I will pull it up. So Gab Social is a free speech and kind of community. They're not, it's not like Truth Social. This is more like one of the things, like I think Mammoth and a couple other different like social media alternatives that exist where people kind of can have a open opinion, let's put it that way. And then as far as linking him to having this crypto community, on his Gab social media page, he has the link to it, but from when I was looking at things, this guy has not been posting on there in almost a year now. So to say that he's involved in that site, I think is a fallacy, even on this portion of the documentary, because he hadn't been active since like last April.
On Minds, he has made a litany of homophobic posts, has referred to abortion as child sacrifice, and has reposted anti-vax and COVID denialist figures. Foxglove is persistently transphobic, dedicating an inordinate amount of his feed to his prejudice, to the point his Gab bio is dedicated to mocking the transgender community. The most vocal supporters tended to be individuals who were banned from attending other conventions.
You're right, Gigi. The people who were against this FurCon definitely were very looking for details in everything. So they were not the all-inclusive group that they also represent themselves to be. And in talking with Foxglove, he said that this is actually kind of very prevalent. There's a lot of small sects, so to speak, within the furry community, sub-communities, so to speak, that evolve around even these conventions like ArthroCon that we looked at, and Tails and Tornadoes, and there's Rocky Mountain FurCon. There's cons all over the place, and they develop these own little subgroups. And then you have larger subgroups like the Furry Raiders that have their beliefs, but there's also other like furry groups for the other side of the the political spectrum that exists as well. And these groups just kind of war and point and bat with each other, and it's an ongoing battle. A lot of small skirmishes going on. This is the Middle East. The furry community is the Middle East.
For one reason or another, Free for All had declined to provide an official place for their community to congregate, such as a subreddit or group chat.
Okay, now we're getting into it. I'm going to let this play in, and I'm going to pause it shortly.
To satiate demand, K9 Lupin had founded the Free for All 2022 unofficial chat.
Okay, so this Kenai Lupin guy is going to be a very, very, very interesting person here very, 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 very quickly. But they found as you can see, it literally says unofficial, okay? I'm going to go back because this one doesn't have the date. Basically, there is the announcement made by Free for All that they do not have an official social media page, okay? And that is made September 7th, I believe the date was. I'm trying to look at my notes here, but that's the sexting. That's the board call. Here we go. The Free for All Discord chat that you're seeing on screen now was founded September 6th, 2021, and it was denounced by the Free for All actual organization about a week later on September 14th, 2021. So everything you're going to see that takes place here is taking place kind of so detached, maybe would be the best way to explain it, from the Free for All community.
Free for All had declined to provide an official place for their community to congregate, such as a subreddit or group chat. To satiate demand, K9 Lupin had found...
Wouldn't the subcommunities be considered as a subspecies? Oh, don't even get me involved, because there's so many. There's scalies that we haven't even gotten into, which, you know, Jasonifex is technically a scalies, not technically a furry. Scalies would be furries, so to speak, that are of the lizard sect.
Founded the Free for All 2022 unofficial chat.
But yeah, we're going to get into Lupin here. So just give you a little bit of context. Canine Lupin is a person that will be arrested for making terroristic threats on July, or in and around July of 2022. Let me pull that article. So this is the man that is Canine Lupin. And as you can see, a man arrested in West Virginia after making terroristic threats over abortion laws. This person was arrested over, what was it? He made threats against the governor, I believe. Recipients of the threats include West Virginia legislature and law enforcement officials that advocate for enforced abortion bans. He was actually found out by Homeland Security and arrested by Homeland Security. The Twitter posts allegedly include intimidating language aimed at the governor, the attorney general, Patrick Morrissey, and the vice president of the United States, Kamala Harris. The Department of Homeland Security and the governor's office said they further appreciate our federal partners, including Charleston resident office of the FBI. But yeah, this guy was basically arrested by Homeland Security for making terroristic threats on abortion, and this would have been right in around this date, so July 27, 2022. So just before all of this stuff goes down. So let me get back to the video.
Lupin himself was already infamous for advocating trans genocide, alongside a history of racist and violent rhetoric. Within days of
Oh, you guys gotta read some of these. So I'm not gonna read these out loud for obvious reasons. I'll turn captions off so you can read everything in full, but these are Lupin's idealisms. Let's see. They are mentally deranged, shoving their delusion into children and laws. You can kind of see the kind of stuff that this person says. A little bit unwell.
already infamous for advocating trans genocide, alongside a history of
And here's the other stuff. Yeah, I'm not even going to attempt to read any of this right here, but you can see. Let's see. Yeah, you can kind of see the language that may have gotten this person arrested.
racist and violent rhetoric. Within days of the founding, the participants were divided. As it became clear, Lupin intended for the chat to become an alt-right echo chamber, alienating those who only wanted to discuss the convention.
This is kind of interesting. So there's a bunch of people that end up joining this group thinking that it is directly associated with Free for All, but then quickly leave once they realize that the people involved here are actually yeah, he's not sugarcoating it at all. No. This gets wild quicker. They join and then they actually see all this craziness going on, and you'll see the craziness. I'll pause so you guys can read it, and I'll read what I can.
This caused roughly a third of the chat, at the time, to abandon ship. Those who remained constituted a veritable furry legion of doom. The group chat became...
So this actually, you're going to hear about how this became a national leak. This group chat that is for this furry convention gets leaked on national news because of the things that are said in here that then involve in a completely different story, which is going to be this story. So I'm going to move this one about Mr. Lupin over. We will get to the other story, but I'll pause this so you guys can read it at points.
became a prime target for leftist Twitter users to infiltrate, and then quickly mass screenshot.
Let's see. Can't really read any of that. You can kind of see the language used in this chat.
Before they were detected and banned, a notable exchange began with a supposedly leftist troll calling...
And again, you can see that it says unofficial. Like they're not tied. Please be patient as it tries for the word.
the participants Nazis and a slur. Further down in the thread, a user named Rabies replied, LMAO, define Nazi. In 2021, Nazi means good person, because anti-fascists are all... and degenerates. Kill yourself, leftist. Another user named Aloysius Grumble replied, I mean, Nazis thought they were doing the world a favor, but we all know how that ended for them. Rabies replied, yeah, and that's what the leftists are doing, so we should kill all the lefties like we did the Nazis. And I mean the real Nazis, not the insult by pedophile Antifa. At its peak, the group chat only contained 25 members. Normally an obscure group chat like this would not warrant attention, but the severity of extremism was unprecedented for the furry community. Lupin's excitement for the convention had faded in the interim, but he would never get a chance to attend. In July 2022, Kenai Lupin was arrested by West Virginia's Department of Homeland Security for alleged terroristic threats Lupin had made on Twitter towards West Virginia's governor and the Vice President of the United States. The unofficial chat received national news attention when an active participant, known as Polybun, real name Benjamin Smith, was arrested following a mass shooting in February.
All right, so now we get to go to this article. So actually, I remember this happening. So this was Benjamin Smith. Benjamin Smith is a person that is directly involved in this group chat, not directly involved in Free for All, but wanted to attend. Well, I'll let you read some of the article here, but Oregon man was accused of killing one person and injuring 5 after opening fire on demonstrators in Portland. They were charged with murder and other crimes. Let's see. The statement said, Smith allegedly confronted a group of people engaged in demonstrating protests the death of Amir Luck, a black Minneapolis man who was fatally shot by tactical officers for a no-knock warrant. This guy, if I wish I could find a good picture of him. His fursuit, he there's some video out there even, I know because I've seen it, of him saying some very crazed things before shooting this elderly woman, Brandy Knightley, apologies. Brandy Knightley was the person that was killed by Ben here. this was all resulting in around the BLM protests and everything that happened there. People in the neighborhood. I'm trying to see if they have angry at the mask mandates. Talked about wanting to go and that commies and Antifa. Yeah, he's kind of a crazy individual, but not necessarily a person that you would associate with being a furry, which is, again, kind of interesting, but we'll file that for now. We'll go back to the video.
Of 2022, Smith opened fired on a group protesting police brutality, murdering June Knightley, and injuring 4 others. In the unofficial chat, Smith was flagrantly anti-Semitic and anti-black.
All right, Polly Bun is Smith. So just to give you an idea here, because these go a little bit quick, but they're talking about Kyle. When they talk about Kyle here, they are talking about Kyle Rittenhouse, company owned, and you can see again some of the perspectives here.
He often talked about his guns, denouncing Free for All's refusal to allow him to bring firearms.
So literally, because guns were not allowed or not permitted at Free for All, this this guy is that
into
unhinged.
the convention. Smith salivated over the idea of killing someone, seeking
Fiery but mostly peaceful furries. Oh shit. Yeah.
to emulate the actions of his hero Kyle Rittenhouse. Smith's writings were so extreme, even others in the chat were taken back by him.
Here we go. I'm not gonna read any of
would
these.
admit, the convention doesn't actually want to have any chats out of fear they will end up like this one. Within 8 days of the unofficial chat's founding, Free for All would indirectly denounce it. Free for All official posted,
"Those who impersonate AWU or our free-for-all staff and pretend to do evil in our name will not deter us either. We will continue to be a bright ray of kindness in a dark world and make a place for everyone to come together. If you have questions about AWU or free-for-all and wish to have them answered legitimately, please use our official social media."
Peace Wolf used.
Okay, so just to let you know, so that, again, it happened in all the unofficial chat. So this is not something moderated by Free for All, but again, it's tied directly to Free for All because these are attendees. So you now have people that are, you have a convicted, I believe at this point, a convicted murderer. You have somebody who was charged with making terroristic threats. I believe they also got convicted of that. You have some very extremist ideals, including Foxglove Nightfire, who has some sketchy, let's put it that way, legal matters concerning him and minors. You have just a plethora of people who are anti-woke. And you can kind of see how this convention is slowly morphing into everything that they didn't want it to be. But still, when the convention happens, I think you're going to be surprised at the outcome.
Free for All's COVID policy as an advertisement for the convention.
Tired of going to furry conventions that still make you mask up, get the jab, or take a COVID test? You might want to check out the con that AWU Association is hosting.
This was par for the course with Peace Wolf's libertarianism, but Free for All's attendance policy was comparatively strict. It required that all attendees be 18 years or older, without exception, while also prohibiting
no public.
I kind of wanted to pause on this because just some of their policies that they point out here are kind of funny. You can just kind of see it's a lot of generic stuff, but this first one is kind of interesting that they had to include.
Displays of affection more extreme than hugging, back scratching, or similar.
And dictating that
wearing sexual paraphernalia or fetish gear is prohibited in public areas.
Even with the magnitude of controversy across social media, Free for All had become one of the most anticipated furry conventions of 2022, both ironically and unironically. Finally, July arrived, and at its conclusion was Free for All.
We have reached the convention. We've gone through murder. We've gone through terroristic threats, anti-Semitism, anti-woke, anti-LGBT, all these crazy perspectives, all these crazed individuals. This is primed to be the craziest furry convention. Yeah. The funny part is when you see some of them wearing the mask over their fursuit.
Attendees were as expected, mainly consisting of conservative furries.
Oh, I want to turn captions back on.
Fursuit tour at Free for All 2022.
This gentleman is going to be another character that is involved with both Free for All 2022, and he will also attend Free for All 2023. He is a brony. So technically not within the furry community, but this guy actually has met and sat down with Foxglove, and they've actually had multiple conversations. And even though they are not on the same political ideals and spectrums, they have had great conversation together.
Dragon husky, a wolf, a rabbit, a raccoon.
An anomaly in the crowd was YouTuber and brony, Stallion Slaughter. Unlike the rest of the attendees, Stallion Slaughter was a self-professed Democrat who only attended because it's 10 minutes from my house, legit right down the street, and I was told there would be drama. Stallion Slaughter comprehensively documented his experience on Twitter before his suspension, and was the main source through which the internet understood the convention. Free for All opened to the public on Friday, July 29th, 2022. A rough headcount noted 83 people at opening ceremonies.
Now, this is about the only figure you get for attendance, but I will let you know that according to Foxglove, that they had roughly 200 people attend in total. And based on their research, they found that roughly a successful first event is roughly 250 people. So by far and by large, they basically met the standards for having it be a successful event. And 2023 is going to have an even greater buildup, but there's just going to be some funny stuff that is going to happen throughout this that I'll pause and just show you. Wait till we get to the variety show.
This is going to be an amazing con. The way that Peace Wolf put it, she told me, you're the guest of honor, but I want everyone, all the members, to be treated like guests of honor. I've never heard a staff member say that before. So it's going to be a good party, guys.
The event lineup began at 10 p.m., with opening ceremonies at 12 p.m., followed by an aviation furs panel, Jackbox games, and a Nerf battle. Other events included the Awoo Associate Meetup, Lion King Trivia, and Disney Karaoke.
Hey Teddy, how you doing?
Day concluded with Magic
Teddy,
the Gathering
you
101 and a dance rave.
What is with you, man? You miss all the good stuff. You've missed the Nazis, the anti-Semitism, the anti-LGBT, the terroristic threats, the guy that was arrested for a murder. You missed all of this. You're now just coming in at the Furry Con, man. You've missed all the crazy. This guy's a brony that's in attendance at a furry convention that has been labeled probably the most controversial furry convention ever. And it's all tied to a meme. Whatever happened to just joining a Rotary Club?
Throughout the week, Safari Sanctuary was present in the exhibitors hall.
Oh, yes. By the way, Teddy, you missed. So we have Safari Sanctuary tied in here. Safari Sanctuary is actually tied directly to Joe Exotic. That is Tiger King Joe Exotic. And he he actually ended up taking in a couple alligators from the sanctuary, from safaris, and it's all tied together. This is tied in all the way up to Michael Jackson. There's our 7 degrees of separation here is down to like 4.
Allowing guests the opportunity to interact with a tortoise, lizards, and snakes to advertise their charity. One
Daddy. It's more like TJV without the hair. He does look like TJV.
Very large snake ended up in the ball pit. Saturday the 30th began with a furry history lecture by Two Griffin.
I just want to go back so you can get some of the context here. I did talk over a little. Nope.
Need to interact with a tortoise, lizards, and snakes to advertise their charity. One very large snake ended up in the ball pit. Saturday the 30th began with a furry history lecture by Two Griffin.
I mean, I know there's a lot of new dudes and they come to the fandom, and one of the first things they see, and I hate the fact that they see this, is you see a bunch of activists. And you're like, oh, this is kind of a political sort of act. It wasn't. It didn't start out that way. That's not what we wanted.
At 12.
By the way, ladies and gentlemen, I do want to let you know, I do actually have the playlist, and if you wanted to, we can look at this actual video from Free for All 2022 with Vergriffin, the anti-Semite dude, talking about furry history. Here, I'll jump ahead a little bit. Give us.
Furry chat is still there. It's still live. Now, getting to it is a little different because you kind of have to know old internet to actually be able to get on this thing because it's yeah. But at first, I don't know about you, but I remember when you'd sign on the weekends in the furry line, and it would say.
Well, that's a whole nother story. Yeah, the gay Nazi Foxglove and diddling small child girls. It's a roller coaster. He's technically bi. He doesn't. Okay, I will let you know this much about Foxglove. All right, Foxler in his in his explaining of his relationship, and I'm quoting this, paraphrasing. We'll go paraphrase. I'm paraphrasing this directly from his words. Foxler is not aroused by men. He is only able to fuck his boyfriend when they are both dressed up as furries, because he's willing, his fantasy and all that is played out as a furry. He can fuck his boyfriend in the ass, but if they are just normal, he is not able to gain successful full mast in order to complete any acts.
Sorry, too many connections. Can't have. You couldn't get in because there were so many people there, right? And the first time I stepped in there and I found my people, I think I was on there for like 13 hours straight. I just didn't leave at all. Met a lot of people. Met a lot of... Stand up for a second. Floor parking garage. You could have just... But no, he's...
I just wanted to... So I mean, this event actually had pretty good attendance.
Or is that a political convention? Yeah. Right? So these guys are tired of it. I'm tired of it. You guys know that. That's why, they're like, hey, come to our convention. You could be assassinated, killed, and beaten up. And I'm like, okay, fine, I'll do it. I mean, that's...
So that's the kind of stuff to expect. I did want to go on later. I'm going to show you a couple different clips from all this. But yeah, we do have the opening ceremonies if you want to watch. The comedy, which is so cringe. The stand-up improv is a little bit funnier. Ow. Oh, Teddy. But yeah, that was a direct paraphrase from Foxler actually explaining kind of his life story. So yeah, he is in a gay relationship, but he will only fuck his boyfriend when they are dressed as a fox.
12 p.m. was the requisite fursuit
Or their
parade.
fursuit.
Later events included a Bitcoin panel, a Super Smash Bros. Tournament, whose winner is undocumented, and a snake appreciation panel, also by 2 Griffin. A group...
Oh, we'll get there. We've got to go through the fascist collages that get made of this.
Photo of the fursuit parade was methodically dissected by left-wing detractors, who created call-out collages for as many fursuiters as they could
These
identify,
are funny.
including...
Okay. So basically, they took video of the parade and like them in their fursuits and did these call-out
A
collages,
Viranova,
which basically gives you here. I want to turn off comments. All of their history and everything else for each of the people in this photograph. Tell me this is not insane. Oh, we'll get to the bad comedy, Teddy.
Crusader Cat.
Crusader Cat is a very interesting individual. Nope, we don't want to go that far. Blah, 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 blah. There we go. Let me go back just a bit. Here's Foxler. Here, I'm going to go back, and we are going to... Oh, accidentally DPI'd my mouse. We are going to drop this down 3/4.
They could identify, including a Viranova, Crusader...
Oh, okay. Crusader Cat. This is... Crusader Cat is a Christian furry who crusades for abstinence, is against homosexuality. Meanwhile, he posts confessionals to the net about his foot fetish and actually having sex with his cat. So yeah, these are the people that are there. This was famous shirt that was featured in the parade.
Your cat. Diesel Raccoon.
Diesel Raccoon, another person that was associated with some race. I gotta speed this up. Just hearing this on 3/4 speed is weird.
Foxler Night.
Foxler.
Fire. Jason Effects and
Jason Effects, which is the person on the right here. This is his persona. Jason Effects is going to be deeply involved, and Cabs, who is on the left here, is the person that, yeah, basically they were 15 to 16 years old, and Jason Effects was in his mid or early 20s when they met, and he did furry porn, furry smut, whatever you want to call it, of them.
his wife, Cab's Corner. Magnus Deridian, also known as the Confederate Fursuiter.
Magnus is a very interesting person. I believe he was the one that was connected to potentially being the antagonist for the mustard gas at Anthrocon. Gotta look at how to spell his last name. Magnus. Where's Magnus's name? Nothing on here. Where did my thing go? Where'd it go? New tab. There we are. Magnus. And this is how I end up on FBI watch lists. Yeah. Midwest Fur Fest. Okay, so he was involved in the Midwest Fur Fest. Which do we want to go? We'll go with this. This is a furry furry article of sorts. News outlet, let's put it that way. That mixes up two. Oh, they actually called them Nazifers. A Coyote, Magnus Duridian, and this is a full-blown article going over, Christ, this guy's like complete full story, and how he may or may not be involved in a bombing at Midwest Fur Fest. I will include this. I'm not going to cover it right now, though, but just give you an idea.
And sheep. Crusader Cat, in particular, became a source of mockery for wearing a Nazi furries don't exist shirt.
Okay. I'm going to speed this back up so we can go back to our normal playback speed of 1.5.
In close proximity to Foxglove.
Oh god, he's wearing the t-shirt.
No. So that was JSON effects, cabs. There's the cat dude with the, and then they're saying he was basically in close proximity to Foxglove, which there's Foxglove. So literally, there's like 5 people in between him, and they just said, "Oh, he was in close proximity too."
Then there was a talent show called the Furriety Show.
Oh, we, ladies and gentlemen, the Furriety Show has arrived. I'm going to play this at normal speed just to allow you to take in and enjoy what you're about to see. Go back 5 seconds.
Then there was a talent show called the Furriety Show.
This blew my mind that this existed. Okay, I'm going to explain what I know and what I understand of what you are seeing on the screen. So they have a variety show. These people are allowed to present anything they want, whether it be comedy, interpretive dance, you'll see poetry, cringe lyrics, songs, and all that sort of stuff. This person, if you look on the right side of your screen, they actually have like a closed off area where people who do not want to be identified because they may not be known or have not been demasked outside of their fursona are allowed to then present things. And this person decided to present a water documentary. I don't know how you have a documentary on water other than it exists and it's been here before us. But I saw this and died because there is a person behind a curtain a la Wizard of Oz style telling us about the documentary of water. I want to see if I can get some. There.
It's way back to, holy cow, back in the 20s, maybe earlier when they started that project. Friends would call me up on a Friday.
I'll turn the captions back off. So this is one of the stand-ups. I again, we can go and we can watch some of the video from these improv stand-ups and stuff. But no dice Doom guy. This is actually going to be someone that is a player later on in the story. He is involved with the board of directors for Free for All. This guy is going to be kind of an interesting cat. Unintended.
Friends would call me up on a Friday night and be like, "Oh, yeah, let's go to the strip club." And I'd be like, "Yeah, let's go to the strip club." I'd get in there and just be like, "Boobies, boobies, I see boobies, I like boobies, I like boobies." Yeah.
For those of you who may not know, I actually got
got my start in the furry fandom as an artist and an animator. Then I discovered this little freeware application to the DSi back in. Anyone ever heard of an application called Flipnote Studio? A couple of you. Okay. A lot of you. Okay. Awesome. Wonderful. I did that for a couple of years and I was okay at it. A lot of people thought I was really good at it apparently, but I'm an artist and we're our own worst critics, always. Today I'd like to share some of what I feel are something more better one day.
Saturday concluded with a panel titled No More.
Oh, let's peruse. Since I have the ability to peruse, we will peruse.
Hello, everybody. Welcome. We're looking for 2 Griffin. He's not here yet, but we are going to get started with a little bit of a pre-show for the very special guest. It's going to be an improv pre-show that a good friend of mine that I've known for about 4 or 5 years now. His name is Drucifer. 2 Griffin actually wanted him to open for him personally, so I hope you all enjoy what he has to offer today. It's going to run plus.
You're already too kind. No, really, like, I have no fucking idea what I'm doing. First time, for real. But the good thing is, it's improv, right? So we're just gonna do some stuff. So I was just telling Peace when she was trying to tell me all the BS she was gonna sell me on to make it sound like I know what I'm doing. I said, Peace, improv? They're supposed to be involved. There's always participation in improv. So what the hell am I supposed to? I was like, ooh, wait a minute. I was like, I've got some stories we could tell. And you know, sometimes if you're gonna tell a story, you need props. You need something visual. And I thought, ooh, people puppets. That could be a lot of fun for me. See, Nicole has unfortunately had to work for me for a while, and we work in IT, and IT is a pretty dramatic place, and a lot of weird stuff happens there. Weird stuff you wouldn't think happens in an IT group. I mean, some people may have seen the IT crowd, show of hands, or yells, anything. Yeah, so a few guys have seen it, you know that we're pretty bent, but you know, it's a little bit worse sometimes. So what I would really like if I could get it is 2 volunteers. I need somebody that's kind of tall, and somebody that's kind of small. You know, I need a David and a Goliath.
I'm David.
You're the David? All right.
I can be the Goliath depending on who else comes up here, but my name is David.
That works. His actual name is David. It's kind of cheating, but we'll go with it. Do we have a Goliath? Sir, we have a Goliath.
Oh, you are the best Goliath!
Oh, wow. See, this is great.
Because he can chaperone. And you! Oh, this is going to be...
All right. One rule before we begin. No actual hitting him when I start telling the story.
Okay.
Make it real good, please, because I don't want him hurt. But this is the story of me and my best friend, John. Now, I am not that tall. As I stand next to who our David is, you'll notice that we're probably, what do you call us, 5'8", 5'10"?
5'8", 5'7".
Yeah, we're definitely not hitting the 6. And my buddy John. John, well, you know, he's little John. And he's a tough guy. He's always like, you know, I'm kind of ill pissed off today. Somebody better.
Oh my god.
Right side of the face. He's standing there, cocked still, like, oh yeah, totally. Yes, it was kind of like the Will Smith thing, but it was mostly.
What is going on?
And she used to boss me around. She was my team lead. She used to tell me what to do. This is our Maria, and over here we have her best friend.
This is so cringe.
What? I know, you gotta sound Cuban, too. That's bullshit.
Let's keep it sound like.
What move you? You gotta have like some accent. Roll some R's, you know, get some A's.
Instructions is still not clear.
Can you have instructions?
It took you long enough.
It does say
I don't even
Oh my god. This is like the AV club hanging out.
But so there I am, 4 years old, and I run out into the living room. You know, is that all you need for forgiveness, or just keeps you forget? Okay, whatever. Anyways, my little monsters are very
Is it
dangerous
just this
because
guy? I thought this was like gonna show some of the other stuff. Hold on, let me see if I can get furry history, opening ceremonies, closing ceremonies. That's the fur griffin thing. So I guess this is not the show. This is just this dude doing awful comedy. Oh my god. All right, let's go back to the video.
More politics than a guest of honor dinner for
I'm thoroughly confused too, Teddy. I think this guy heard comedy and thought that his stories were funny, and I'm going to make people reenact my story, and then I'm going to tell it terribly. But yeah, let's just keep watching.
VIP attendees,
We'll pretend like that.
Slaughter Pony
10 minutes didn't
estimated
happen.
consisted of about 1/4 of all attendees. There was a stand-up routine that was entirely improvised.
Oh, that's this. Hey, look, we just saw that. I really wish they had the variety show. I really wanted to see more of that. I really wanted to see the water documentary. I'm not gonna lie.
So I got divorced, It's one of those things that happens sometimes, you know, life throws you some curveballs. Kind of fucking happens when you're not happy together and you get apart, you're happier. So I kept it on the DL for a long time because, a little secret, folks, if you're gonna go through a divorce, don't let anyone else get involved.
Next was a panel titled Let Freedom Ring, a game of werewolf, and finally, To the Ranting Griffin stand-up show.
Okay, so this is their guest of honor. This is their man of the moment, To Griffin, doing his thing, his comedy, right? Let's see how it goes.
Oh, where was I? Now I'm trying to think of what I was doing. Okay. Oh, right. I think. I like it when that light comes on. It lights up my notes. Yeah, so, we got the... Hang on. No, I'm sorry, I forget my stuff. I didn't practice it enough. That happens sometimes, too. Sometimes you get your show down, and then you go on stage, and you're like, wait, what was I talking about? You forget about it. I was talking about how we don't age well. That's true. And I talked about that. Oh, canceled. Right, because I am canceled. So, I remember where I was. Sorry about that. See, that's another thing when you get old and canceled and you're a comic on stage, because when you're young, you're going to try to skip over it and tell a couple little stupid jokes to fill up the time, but when you're old, you're like, what the hell was I talking about? No, I mean, I could talk about getting fat. That's what it was. I could talk about music. I love music. I like old music. Well, the older music I miss. I miss it.
This is their premier guest, and he forgot his comedy routine while on stage twice. Like in quick succession, he forgot his routine. He didn't practice enough to even care to remember for this con. He was just there to rant and rave. And again, that's all his comedy is just ranting about bullshit and anti-Semitism this and woke that and cancel culture this and all that, blah, blah, blah. And the Jews. Like, that's all this guy does. And he forgot that act? Christ, I could pull that shit out of my ass real quick. And this man is like desperately looking at himself and, man. And he talks about that a little bit. He's like, oh yeah, younger guys would have just tried pulling it out of their ass and all that. Yeah, to keep the show moving, because old man reading phone on stage is not funny. I didn't think it was funny. Just pick some cringe animal and go for it. Yeah. Nobody really thinks about the whole furry side of being these grown adults. Everybody associates it with kids. It could be good comedy, Teddy. You're right. You absolutely could. He was so cringe at even forgetting his comedy act.
This was followed by a panel on inflatables, and finally, another rave.
By the way, the panel on inflatables. Hold on.
Music I miss.
We'll go back through this.
This was followed.
So this is a panel that they held in this room on different inflatables that were available that you could do. And they obviously didn't plan for a lot of attendance on this one, but I just think it's funny that inflatables are also like another subset of the furry community, the greater furry community.
Followed by a panel on inflatables, and finally, another rave.
Tell me that rave doesn't look like something you want to attend. Okay, so this I actually did watch. I'm not going to put you guys through it, but I would actually recommend it. Foxglove is very proud of this, and I can see why. He did a fantastic job on this. Basically, so what we're talking about right here is this video, which, as you can see, I watched. It's a little better color-wise on this. They applied some filters in the video, but this is Foxglove basically talking about cancel culture, and as a whole, he's trying to literally pull out the left and right aspect of it. He's looking at it and does a great examination of cancel culture from all perspectives and what it consists of, where the terminology came from, and everything else. And it's a really deep dive into it. I enjoyed the video. I really did. It gets a little mocked in this video, though.
Monday the 31st began with the Canceling Cancel Culture panel by Foxglove.
Don't just do your own research. Care less. Here's the thing. How many things that Twitter says about people are true? What makes you think this one is any more likely to be true? Peaceful no.
I mean, technically, yeah. Yes, Ellington, that is a part of this. But yeah, you know what? I wouldn't be surprised if there's some anthropomorphic clowns based on everything else that I've seen.
You know, just as an example, you have no idea how many people still come up to her and say, so, are you really a racist? That hurts.
Other events included an Overcoming Addiction panel by 2 Griffin, another Nerf War, and a Safari Sanctuary charity panel, followed up by a charity auction where contestants bid on who could shove cream pie into Griffin and Peace Wolf's face.
3, 2, 1!
Then a Travel Horror Stories panel, followed by Story Hour with 2 Griffin for VIP attendees, another game of werewolf, and the final Dead Dog Dance to close out the convention. During closing ceremonies, they would announce the guest of honor for 2023.
They're going to try. The collective rectum of the internet is going to try to explain to you.
And now we get into the meme. Okay, so we are going to now go into a little bit of a tangent coming up here, but the guest of honor for 2023 is JSONFX. They announced it right here that JSONFX is going to be the guest of honor. This causes a direct controversy with the meme that I showed you guys where I'm so sorry I liked it. But Foxler, or not Foxler, oh god, JSONFX. JSONFX is going to be announced as guest honor. You're going to now see, and I'm going to play this through because you guys actually had a lot of interest in JSONFX and just how fucked up this dude is. You guys have got to see this, especially when we get to the Bleakley call. Holy shit, the way they fucking gaslight and treat this poor fucking dude is, it's crazy. And I've tried looking for the uncut call. I couldn't find it. I applied some effort to it. I applied effort. I can't say it was best effort, but we'll get into that.
You be any channel that they can get you to listen to exactly why it's scientifically and mathematically impossible that you had any fun this weekend. And you guys had the audacity to ignore what the internet says is impossible, and you had fun anyways.
So, who's our 2023 guest of honor going to be? You want to know something cool? They're here in this building right now. A lot of you have probably met them or have known them for some time. I don't know if you've noticed, but they're extremely talented. Together they make an incredible team. They've done amazing artwork and animation. They even made their own video games. How many people can say that, right? And it's with great honor and pleasure that I would like to welcome to the stage your free-for-all 2023 guests of honor, Cabs and JSONFX.
All right, so that's the official announcement of Cabs and JSONFX being the guest of honor for 2023. This small announcement will lead to the downfall of the entire this marriage, this con. We still got pedophilia coming up. The sex game smut stuff, furry smut. We're still getting into it. We're going through the second loop here coming up.
I'll tell you one thing, I've been to a lot of different conventions.
All right, so the gentleman that you see on stage, that is JSONFX.
Almost up to a decade now. And I definitely have to say,
And Cabs.
this free-for-all has been one of the best weekends I've ever had in the community. I love everyone I've met this weekend. I love...
A lot can be said about this small pause right here. So this guy and this woman will lead to the dissolution of Foxglove's marriage and the involvement of Peace Wolf into a throuple. We have a throuple on the horizon.
States, I love America. I'm Australian myself. One thing I've always wanted to do before I wrapped up my career in the community is to give back, to show what I've accomplished, to share that back with you guys, to hang out with you guys, have fun, have a great time, have a great weekend. Hope to do it again next year. It's going to be great.
The official summary noted that the convention had 207 registrants.
This is kind of interesting. So yeah, 207 people. So by far, it was actually a very successful con. Couple notes here. Again, going back to my interview with Foxglove. They said at some point he said, let me see. This is getting into the call. Chat members of note. Board call is coming up. I didn't have much on JSONFX. I'm looking for my stats. I think they're all the way at the top. Actually, we have the stats here. Let me pull them up on screen.
From 40 different...
So, where is my page from the Furry Nazis here? Furry Nazis actually lay it out very well. So they lay out the entire event very well on their page. All the way down to, when we get to the bottom here, this is the stats that are being quoted. So there was 207 attendees, $8,008.50 were raised for charity. Their initial goal was $3,000, so they almost 3 times met their goal. There was 40 fursuiters present at the event, roughly about 20% of the total attendees. That's a big deal because fursuiters are not common, okay? I just want to put this out there. Fursuits are expensive as fuck. They range from $5,000 up to $10,000, depending on the maker, depending on the stuff involved, depending on the fur and everything else, and the characteristics and everything. So complete fursuiters, to have that many there is a big deal in an aspect. The furry raiders also went on to note that there was 0 arrests, 0 hospitalizations, 0 sexual assaults, 0 animal abuse, 0 violence, 0 drug problems, 0 diapers, 0 property damage, and 0 SJWs. Back to the video.
Different states raised $8,000 for charity out of a goal of $3,000 and had around 40 fursuiters in attendance. The Furry Raiders also bragged that it had 0 arrests, 0 hospitalizations, 0 sexual assaults, 0 animal abuse, 0 violence, 0 drug problems, 0 diapers, 0 property damage, and 0 SJWs. For comparison, Peace Wolf's previous FurCon, Toes and Tornadoes, had 507 attendees in
which is like a blowout success.
its first year and raised $7,000 for charity. Stallion Slaughter up.
Okay. So, I wonder, it's only 29 seconds. Never mind. What was I going to say? Coming out of this event, talking with Foxglove, he had mentioned that they had a lot of re-registrants on top of new registrations for 2023. They had a rough estimate of almost 600 people that wanted to attend 2023 because of how successful this event was in the face of all the shit that you saw leading up to this.
Uploaded a video detailing his time at Free for All.
I think it's funny that he used the song Bangarang because the theme of the convention was back to our roots. They are imagining a state of the furry fandom from that era. It's exactly like Make America Great Again, you know, where they have this imagined history of the United States that existed in the 50s when it just that never existed. There was no overwhelmingly apolitical furry fandom because we're adults. And so we talk politics sometimes. And it's just goofy. There was a surprising number of people unwilling to defend the Raiders. Whether or not they want to readily admit it, the armbands are a political statement. And the convention really actually did try to stay as apolitical as possible. That's really a thing that they actually did. I don't know if it will grow because from what I understand, there were some people that were like legitimately upset to find out that the Raiders were there with their dumb fuck little armbands. And that Griffin getting on stage and saying that you guys are now all canceled and you guys are now banned from all the other conventions and we're the only ones you have. It was like saying the quiet part out loud. It seemed to be, because that seems to be what they want. They seem to want to lock people in and be like, we're all you have. And that is goofy to me. There were quite a few locals there. There was quite a few locals there that seemed to be entirely oblivious. They saw the American flags and stuff like that, and they thought, "Oh, cool!"
The convention caught the attention.
Okay, so I just want to make sure that we cover all of this stuff. This is in relation to 2023, I believe. Nope, this was end of August 2022. So this is referring to some of the stuff that came out afterwards about Free for All 2022 and how it was related to a DashCon and all that stuff. Sad looking ball pit, blah, blah, blah. Holy shit, y'all were right. Do you see this shit on my screen right now? Do you see this shit? Never mind, that's just a joke. I'm kidding. Anyway. Yeah, basically they downplayed how successful the con was, but it was actually fairly successful. So I'm going to post this article if you guys want to read it. This is kind of the same stuff that's going to be covered in the video in a second here. So we'll throw that at the end. Did we already cover this? I will also throw this, and this gives a little more in-depth look into the alt-right furry stuff. So I will throw that in as well on the description. We already went over this. The guy that was charged, he did actually end up receiving a life sentence for killing that woman. This was Ben Smith, the guy that was in the Discord, unofficial Discord group chat, the one that had all those unhinged posts. Yeah, so this is the guy getting convicted. Some of the people that he injured in the mass shooting event. And it is very, very sad because this person was a very outspoken and like involved activist. I will also include that. I just want to make sure that I'm getting all the stuff that's all 2024. We already covered that. This is where I can bring this in. This is another thing that Foxglove wanted me to share with everybody. This is post 2022. So this is a note that Peace Wolf had written to Foxglove, and Peace Wolf wrote all these notes It was just a joke one, GG, but it's just basically a bunch of clowns, and they're saying this is how for Free for All 2022 looks, that they're all clowns, even though that was successful by the minimum standards that they looked up for fur cons, and it was even more successful when you consider the fact that there was roughly 600 people that wanted to attend the next year. But reading through this note, it says, Fox, I could write you a whole page or 3 thanking you for everything you've done to help. You really are the reason AWOO and Free for All exist in the first place. When I wanted to give up and hide, you wouldn't let me. You always had my back, and when I needed you, you're always there to hear me out, keep me grounded, and help me make the best decisions. I truly could not have done this without you. You are strong, stable, smart, and a critical asset to this team. I am beyond lucky to have you as a teammate, a friend. Thank you for everything. And signed, Peace Wolf from the AWOO Association. This is a note, again, that Foxglove received post the 2022, even though you're going to hear a bunch of stuff about how this is not a great con.
Wendy Suarez, a news anchor for Oklahoma's local Fox station, Suarez voiced her concern regarding the controversial and possibly criminal histories of several attendees, and wondered if the city of Glenpool would allow the event to return. Despite being condemned by outsiders, plenty of attendees were willing to praise the convention.
Well, howdy, boys. I just want to say, I'll be a great time at FFA.
There's a lot of reviews of Free For All out there, and honestly, a lot of it is plain bullcrap. I'm going to tell you what it was really like.
Okay, we don't need all this. I want to get into JSON effects. All right, so this is our preview for Free for All 2023, aka the downfall of the marriage, the disillusion, the throuple, the cheating, the cuckies, and everything else, all the memeing. So they were keeping in with the concept of having like an American themed, and they kind of just wanted to go, and you'll see with Free for All 2024, because it is coming, and I'm very interested to see how this year plays out after watching all of this. So that was their promo for 2023.
2022, Peace Wolf tweeted,
My life changed this weekend thanks to 2 very special friends.
This is interesting. Okay, so now we are getting into turmoil within the marriage. Let me pull up my notes, and I want to make sure that I am on the right area for the notes. That is the call. We already got through that. Let me see where we are. We are getting into the development of different narratives that are going to be established here. So going into this, there is why the fuck are they making Furry Top Gun? Yeah, wait till you guys see 2024. You're gonna be as excited as I am. But okay, so we are getting into a situation here. There's going to be, it's kind of difficult to articulate without really getting too in depth. There is a narrative that is going to be built by Peace Wolf that you're going to see developed. Unironically/ironically, I don't know what the best word is for it, but basically her narrative gets destroyed because of things that get leaked and come out, including a very, very well drawn whiteboard presentation that is left for poor Foxglove to find, illustrating literally the cheating. But you're going to start to see a narrative develop here by Peace Wolf. So Peace Wolf is basically starting to say that, hey, things are rocky, things are not good. And I had some very, very good friends that helped me out. And the friends that the Peace Wolf is referring to here is Cabs and JSON Effects.
It's hard to describe just how touched and overflowing with gratitude my heart is right now. Life is good. God is good.
Around the same time, Foxglove was removed from Free for All leadership.
Okay, remember, No Dice Doom Guy. He was actually one of the people that you saw up on stage. This is part of a timeline that is going to come back and play again. Yeah, I do reactions. But basically, this is going to all come back again. There is going to be a leaked chat, so to speak, a leaked call with within the management for within the management for a Woo and Free for All, and it's going to come back to play. But just know that Legion Bunny, No Dice Doom Guy are part of the management, so to speak. And this No Dice Doom Guy is kind of a overflowing with something. I don't think it was love. Yep. This No Dice Doom Guy is going to play a bigger role later on. Just remember his name. Remember what you're seeing now. It's kind of going to be interesting.
Staffers who questioned the removal were not provided, and around the same time, Foxglove was removed from free-for-all leadership. Staffers who questioned the removal were not provided answers. This policy was enforced by the board member No Dice Doom Guy.
Okay, I want to drop the captions off here so you guys can read this. Basically says that they removed Foxglove from the board. He did a big time no. We are going to get into that, but let me just state right now that there is also a big time no, aka something potentially illegal that this board commits without letting all the board members know, aka Foxglove. Basically says that they removed him, big time no. Legion Bunny says, and if I'm going to be get an accurate idea of what's going on, it's harder for a colorful narrative to be painted. They're asking what was the reason that this person was removed. I mean, if you guys want to completely change the board's upper staff without any transparency, fine. But it makes a 2-year con look really unstable and like a bad idea, a bad purchase. No Dice Doom Guy replies that it wasn't a simple matter of you can't sit at the lunch table with us because we're not friends. There was sensitive information involved. That sensitive information again is going to get leaked. Hold on just a moment. It says, you say us removing him makes us look unstable. The irony of that statement is that the decision to remove Fox was a
transparency. No Dice Doom Guy justified it with the vague rationale that the decision
to remove Fox was done to ensure the stability of the con. Anything or advise you to approach such claims with suspicion. Legion Bunny then says, so your answer is, I can't tell you, but trust me, bro. I know Dice Guy replies that, are you trying to blackmail me for information or something? Which is kind of a weird statement when I saw all this to begin with. Legion Bunny then says that there's a lack of transparency that makes it look unstable. They've not threatened blackmail, and they just want to know what's going on as a board member. And the No Dice Doom Guy's reply here really kind of irked me when I saw everything. And I want you to know that you're being told. Yeah, I think the Twitch cat can actually see across. I think with Restream, with the program that I use, you guys should be able to see across back and forth. So yeah. And I can use the Restream chat to kind of reply broadly to everybody.
To remove Fox was done to ensure the stability of this con, and that it was necessary to protect the innocent. Doom Guy accused Legion Bunny of blackmail for questioning the board, and subsequently banned them. In November 2022, it became widely known that Peace Wolf had left Foxglove and boarded a plane to Canada to enter into a polyamorous relationship with JSonafX in Cab's corner. Peace Wolf described her reasoning.
3 days before free-for-all, I received...
Okay, this is getting into the meme. This is part of the a fox and his lily. That is what I'm going to bring up now. Just because I don't want to bring this up. So this is all part of, not going on your meme. Let's go to images. And we want this. Can I not see the image? Come on. Oh, this actually goes through the whole document here, but in this is a page that is being shown, which is how it fell apart. There's a lot of context left out here that I'm going to leave for you guys to read. I'm not going to read all of this, but basically, this is the narrative that Peace Wolf was trying to establish, basically saying that Foxglove is a terrible person. He's abusive. He's mean. He's this. He's that. Again, may I note, where's my note? Hold on. I want to note my note. Where's my note? Nope, this one. So she's establishing this narrative that Foxglove was not only emotionally abusive, a narcissist, just gaslit her, all sorts of different stuff. She's trying to establish this narrative to make everyone against Foxglove. Meanwhile, again, this is the note that she left just after the con to Foxglove, and then goes on to state this stuff here. So there's something that happened, and I believe that it involves a penis and a little bit of backroom sex, but we're going to get into that.
Received multiple leaked screenshots anonymously from concerned staff that Fox was fooling around and planned to have sex with another.
Oh, the sexting. We are on the sexting. Notes. Where's my sexting notes? All right. Sexting. So there was a sexting, kind of scandal that, I don't even want to call it scandal. So there was an encounter that Foxglove has admitted to. He was basically sexting someone. They never met in person. It was all just fantasy role play type stuff. At one point, Foxglove just decides that, hey, this is not healthy for my marriage. I really do genuinely love Peace Wolf. So about 2 months prior to the convention, so this would have been back in April, roughly, May, April, he stops talking to this person that he was sexting, and he actually let Peace Wolf know. They actually kind of worked together to try and resolve this, and according to him, at least, their marriage actually got stronger because of this. They were actually, you know, their sex life improved greatly, their communication between each other improved greatly, and everything else. So it's kind of a real shock to the system when Foxglove found out that this was the narrative being laid behind the scenes, because remember, this actually comes out after the 2023 event.
Female member of the staff, who was one of
But
my
this
close
is the
friends,
narrative
who
that
also
she was
happened
trying
be
to
a roommate that year
establish.
for the hotel. This sexting dated back for months, including explicit photos and detailed descriptions of what they planned to get up to at the convention, with the thrill of doing it all behind my back while I was running it. I briefly asked Fox if he was doing anything I should know about with other women, and he said no.
Yeah, everyone involved on the sexting side of it was adults. They were all of age, roughly the same age from what I understand. It's not anything illegal, anything that would be cut out there for a second. I apologize. I'm just trying to get a better position. But yeah, there's not anything of concern. The sexting was consensual adults. I mean, and again, Peace Wolf announced it and made it known. Yeah, and he admits openly that he fucked up here. Like, Foxglove is totally on board with saying, like, hey, look, what I did was wrong. I did shit that was wrong. I deceived my wife. I fucked around, did this extramarital texting, sexting behind a fantasy role play, whatever you want to call it. But again, he admitted to this, came clean about it, set up standards and guidelines so that he would not have any issues with this going forward. Again, was very open about it. In his mind, actually fortified the marriage. Age of human. Oh man.
No, not knowing I had been sent the receipts.
Either way, they were of legal age, regardless of dog years, fox years, human years, whatever.
Then I showed him the evidence, and only at that point did he confess to what he had done. I requested that he not be in the hotel room alone with this woman at any point during the convention, to which he promised he wouldn't. I ended up catching them in the room together by themselves at least once during the convention. It triggered a full-on panic attack.
This is a little bit of a false narrative. Like I said, there was no IRL meetup. This is just something that goes with the construction of the narrative that Peace Wolf was trying to build. I want to keep this timeline very separate. We're going to have 3 timelines here.
I could hardly breathe. I resolved to shove my feelings down as far as humanly possible for the sake of being able to run free for all, and that's what I did. I didn't tell a single soul about what was going on and tried to put on a front of stability, all while crumbling on the inside. Only a couple of attendees had the relationship experience to see I was in serious pain, primarily JSONFX and Cap's Corner. I'd not had the opportunity to spend any time with them during the convention as they were busy, but I did get to see them during the after party, and they were very supportive, friendly, and helped pack up the con despite not being on staff. I really needed friends I could trust to talk to, so I invited them to stay in town one more day where I can find all this news to them. J&K helped me formulate a plan for the next month, helping both me and Fox read books like 7 Levels of Intimacy, taking courses like the Big 5 Personality Test to generate a couples report to find the point of friction, and talking to both of us every day to check in and see if things are getting better, and professional couples counseling. Fox scored a 0% in empathy.
Hold on. Okay, just didn't want to cough in the mic, but we have reached the 0% in empathy, which is right here on the screen. Hopefully you can see it just above. So basically, there was this Big 5 personality test that both Peace Wolf and Foxglove took. And in it, he did actually confirm to me, yep, I scored a 0% in empathy. He's like, but at the same time, had I known that my entire marriage hinged on me passing this test, I may have tried a little bit harder. And there is also a narrative here of like Jason Effects and Cab's Corner kind of counseling them. That is more or less a false narrative in that they were married couples that were friends. That's literally all it was. They were friendly with each other. They were a married couple in the same community. While they had their they had similarities, they also had their differences. And this is just a couple that they hung out with because there wasn't very many couples going on, let alone people around their age. And so it wasn't really a counseling. Just like fortified the election. Oh man. But yeah, so this is just, keep in mind, this is just a narrative that Peace Wolf is building. And then at the same time, we have, I keep going to the wrong note. I'm going to move this note. This note that they wrote. So see the difference in opinions between reality as far as Foxglove knows, which is this, what's on screen, and then the narrative that Peace Wolf is building that you will see later becomes visible with this pamphlet. Let's call it a pamphlet.
Meaning he had no interest to understand or feel what another person is experiencing, and thus my needs were never validated. J&K encouraged me to take a weekend away from the hostile home environment I was in and visit them in Canada. Despite my efforts, my relationship with Fox continued to deteriorate over the next few months.
The day Peace Wolf left, Foxglove posted to Discord, "It doesn't make any sense anyways. She changed Null so much when she started being around them. I think the drugs they have her on might have contributed to it. There was no warning, she never expressed that she wanted to leave, just left some art for me to find when I got home to an empty house," bragging about how they were fucking while I was away.
Okay, we're about to get into the drawing, which is a very, very, very funny part of this. But right here, what Foxglove is talking about, where he's like, I think the drugs that they have her on might have contributed to her change in personality and sense and well-being or whatever, is actually LSD. This is acid. That we're going to hear a lot about them taking acid and having sex.
On a whiteboard in Foxglove's home, Cab's Corner left 2 drawings for him to find. The first depicted Peace Wolf snuggled between Jasonifex and Cab's Corner, with 10 tally marks, noting the amount of times they had sex together, behind Foxglove's back. The second showed a white wolf, back turned to the viewer, walking off into the distance, with a Canadian flag fluttering in the background. A screenshot of the Discord chat was eventually released on Twitter, making waves through the furry community. Several details, previously kept private, were divulged, such as the fact that Peace Wolf and Foxglove had decided to shelter a teenage foster daughter while
I want to try and get to that point. Let me go back a little bit here. Okay, so I want you to look at the dates on this. Again, this is November of 2022. So this would have been roughly August, September, October, November, 4 months after the con had ended. This is when supposedly this whole fucking story broke and everything else. In talking with Foxglove, the messages that you just saw, all of this down below, being leaked, he regretted this and thought it looked awful and it made him look like a little fucking cuck and everything else, and that these people were screwing his wife behind his back. Well, in hindsight, I will say that Foxglove actually appreciates this being released, because what happened was, again, remember, Peace Wolf is trying to establish a narrative. This is now part of a new narrative, aka reality, in where they show that he was not the gaslighting person. He was not the narcissist that they laid him out to be. And that not only were they fucking around behind his back, but they were openly like gaslighting and abusing this guy outright. He's really got some mental trauma from all of this. But one thing I did want to note is, in hindsight, he is happy that this whiteboard and this whole chat got leaked, because what it did was it ruined the narrative where Peace Wolf wanted to establish, making him look like such a bad guy that it would have been tarnished on his relationship, or not his relationship, his persona, his online presence, his profile within the world. And she wanted to sully that permanently, just because, fuck him.
Previously kept private were divulged, such as the fact that Peace Wolf and Foxglove had decided to shelter a teenage foster daughter while attempting to reconcile their relationship with the...
I wanted to pause on that because that's something else I want y'all to read. Okay, so now some of the Foxglove supporters are claiming that he said Cab and Jason fed Peace Wolf LSD in front of their teen. This is something that I have confirmed. Again, they say foster teen here, but it's more like adopted daughter. This adopted person had no family that they could ever go back to. So as far as they were concerned, they adopted this person. They called them mom and dad. They treated her just as a daughter, and you're going to see some pretty fucked up shit from Peace Wolf here pretty soon. I can't find any screenshots, so I don't know if this is just a telephone game going on. It sounded like some of the Reefer Madness stuff. But yeah, we're going to get into this.
But the community was mainly focused on Peace Wolf's liberators. And Jason.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the the story for Jason Effects. This story is spiraling deep into insanity, and I love it. Oh, wait till we get to it. Okay, disclaimer: you are going to see some. I'm just going to say it outright. You're going to see some pedophilic type tendencies. You're going to see furry smut. You're going to see a porn game. You're going to see a lot of role play shit. It's going to get pretty grimy for this next part. You're going to see a lot of the personality that is Cabs, the personality that is Jason Effects, how they treat people, and exactly the kind of manipulative scumbag pieces of shit that they are.
Jason Effects is an Australian artist known in the furry community as a prolific furry pornographer. His resume includes pornographic animations, comics, and video games, spanning a wide variety of fetishes and sexualities.
So just kind of like a multimedia guy is the best way to describe it. A relentlessly stubborn, never-ending, industrious, multimedia guy causing havoc in the furry scene because they never stop working.
He is co-founder of Team Amorous, alongside his wife, Canadian artist Cabs Corner. The partnership works off the Marvel method, wherein Cabs Corner does all of the art, and then Jason adds rudimentary animation with After Effects Jitter Tool, then publishes it on his profile. The two met online circa 2012. Jason Effects described their introduction, quote, "She was a fan of my work here on Fur Affinity, and commissioned me. I found her motivation for saving money and going over expectation for her online boyfriend very sentimental. She nuked her account shortly after it was posted, and was essentially offline from the internet for 3 to 4 months. I eventually found her username on Steam, and discovered her BF catfished her at the airport, and was doing the same thing to multiple impressionable girls online. I invited her to games, collabs, and chats to repair her damaged view of the furry community. Things blossomed over time from there. By November 10th, 2012, the two were in a pseudo-relationship. Jason Effects was 21, Cabs Corner was 15. The age of consent in both Canada and Australia is 16 years old. Before they made their relationship official, Cabs Corner drew Jason Effects' Virgins the Raptor persona, having sex with Cabs' Lion King persona, Kate. But Jason Effects went a step further in September of 2012, when he had Cabs Corner provide moaning and other voice work for his pornographic animation, Take It Hard. This was 3 months before Cabs Corner's 16th birthday. On June 3rd, 2013, Jason Effects and Cabs Corner's relationship became official. In a question and answer, when a commenter named Gunstinger mentioned the age disparity, Jason Effects replied, "Pot meat kettle, you are from the Netherlands, in which the age of consent is 16, the same age of consent as Australia and Canada. My own parents have an age gap of 10. If you're gonna try for clout, aim at something real." Gunstinger refuted with, just to be a nitpick, "Pot meat kettle is used when someone is guilty of that which they are accusing someone else of. I don't go around grooming 15-year-olds. Cabs Corner replied to Gunstinger, strongly denying the idea that she had been groomed. "Hey there, groom victim here. I wasn't groomed, surprise surprise. Let's just ignore the fact that I'm a fully developed adult now, while we're at it. Don't ever think you can speak on behalf of me." Jason Effects dismissed the allegations as virtue signaling, and blamed them on Cabs Corner's conservative politics, such as supporting Trump and biology. After Cabs Corner turned 16, Jason moved out to Canada on a work visa to live with Cabs Corner and her family. However, following a divorce in Cabs Corner's family, Jason took Cabs Corner and moved to a rundown house owned by her father, before being evicted and forced to move into a rental home he claimed had no heating, no bathroom beyond a toilet, no kitchen, no outlets, and no internet.
Oh, this is just an example of how scummy these people are. So you've already got a little bit of pedophilic grooming shit going on with Jason Effects. You can kind of see the kind of gritty, scummy, smutty, pornographic fiend that he is, and involving a minor, like a legit minor. Like, this is some fucked up shit in pornographic material. So in turn, technically kind of making CP, although it's anthropomorphic, so it doesn't fall under any of the CP laws. And then also showing other smut of his persona, scale sona, his scale sona fucking her persona Fursona. Good Lord. Jesus Christ. You know how fucking hard some of these words are? Like, this reminds me of the fucking little lunchbox with all her CL words with the, oh, I can't even remember. I literally erased that shit from my brain. But yeah, that's what this shit reminds me of. It gets a little tongue twisty here, so I apologize. But yeah, this is just going to give you an example of how scummy these people are. So they post this stuff basically saying, hey, we're living in squalor right now. We have no bathroom, no kitchen, no walls, no heat, no internet, no nothing. We are basically living in a small shack. And we need money in order to make this shack livable. And so they put out a GoFundMe.
The couple started a $3,000 GoFundMe to finance repairs. A month later, the couple bought a designer Shiba Inu, which averages around the $2,000 range. Jason believed that he had liberated Cav's Corner from an abusive home life. He described
So they took that fucking money from the goddamn GoFundMe, and instead of fixing up this shack, they bought a $2,000 designer dog that they will also incorporate into the smut pornographic material that they make later on. Yes, the dog is incorporated, drawn, thank fucking God, into the fucking porn.
Cav's family as having a history of mental illness and alcoholism, referring to her mom as emotionally unstable and her dad as bipolar and violent. In 2017, the couple moved in with another furry named Bleakley.
All right, this is Bleakley. This call is kind of rough to listen to. I will give you that warning. They abused the living fuck out of this guy. They intended to smear and roast this guy just as bad as Foxglove. So just to give you a little perspective on the stuff and narratives that they come up with and how they like to smear people, please pay attention to what happens in this call with Bleakley, because this, for all intents and purposes, is exactly what they intended to do with Foxglove.
Bleakley came from a wealthy family, and his parents had given him permission to live in a 3-story house while he attended art school. Having no one to live with, Bleakley invited Jason Effects and Cav's Corner to stay at the apartment. Within 2 months, the situation had deteriorated.
Okay, I'm going to drop this down to normal speed so you guys can hear this, because I want tone and inflection here. Just saying, no way they didn't. yeah, I mean, it's sketchy, especially with a lot of the sketchy pornographic material that Jason Effects already creates. I feel bad for the $2,000 sex toy that they bought. We have no internet, no electricity. So here's a GoFundMe created on electronic advice brought to you by the internet. Oh, all right. We're at normal. Okay, so this is a call that was recorded by Bleakley that shows a big confrontation between Jason Effects, Cav's Corner, and Bleakley. Again, they were living with Bleakley. Bleakley comes from a wealthy lineage, let's put it that way. And so Bleakley had this basically like large house, and he was living there alone. So he invited Jason Effects and Cabs to live there. Well, after a little while, his family found out that these two people are freeloading, living there. And they're like, well, we're not going to stand for these people to just freeload and sit there and mooch off of us. They have to pay some rent. So then Bleakley goes and confronts them and says, hey, talking with my family, you know, you guys need to pay rent. Otherwise, I'm going to have to remove you from the house. And so that's where this call comes in. Again, it gets really gaslighty, really fucked up.
Within 2 months, the situation had deteriorated.
You brought the fucking most empathetic, peacemaking fucking son of a bitch that lives in this fucking area and turned him into your uncle. You did. I'm not normally like this. Ever.
According to Jason Effects, after a heated confrontation...
I want you to read this because it's not given. I'll actually read this out loud. I'm going to turn off this and we'll just read it. So the instigation. Kate emotions are on nice edge after a alleged sexual assault. Bleakley is given an ultimatum to call his father and start telling the truth. They're basically holding him saying, look, you need to call your dad and admit to the fact that you essayed Cab's Corner. Wait till you hear the essay stuff here that happens. It was actually permissed, and they are all adults. Particularly that he's pretending to go to college to live rent-free under their holiday home. Basically, they were going to out him as, you know, not attending college, which is what he is supposed to be doing while living at this residence. Bleakley texts me from upstairs that after the phone call, his father does want rent from us. saying he never told his father we were even living there for 2 months. I tell Kate we should start looking for properties immediately. Kate knows something is up and storms upstairs to have a verbal confrontation with Bleakley, having enough of his lies. This is actually from Jason Effects. This is actually on Kiwi Farms. So he went on Kiwi Farms to throw this all out there. Unfortunately, I did find the thread. The call is gone. The document that and stuff that was attached has mysteriously been deleted. Okay, now we get into it.
Cab's Corner told Bleakley to call his father and tell him that he was not going to art school. Following the call, Bleakley texted Jason Effects that his father did not want rent from Bleakley, but from Jason Effects and Cab's Corner, as Bleakley's father was unaware the two had been living in the house. In response to the news that they would have to start paying rent, Cab's Corner barged upstairs and confronted Bleakley. It is unknown how long the confrontation lasted, but partway through, Bleakley began to record the encounter. The couple spends the entirety of the 55-minute recording at a fever pitch.
Okay, again, we don't have the full recording here. That's kind of like a highlight section of it. Again, you're gonna see this will light up depending on who's speaking. Far left you have Bleakley, center you have Jason Effects, right you have Cab's Corner. Cabs and Jason Effects are a couple, and they are living at Bleakley's family holiday home rent-free up to this point. They're now going to address some allegations against Bleakley and try and make this really look bad for this dude.
While Bleakley remains calm the entire time.
You deserve to feel like shit because you treat everybody else around you like shit.
No more victim card.
Yeah, no more victim card.
During the recording, Jason Effects and Cab's Corner threatened to make Bleakley's family a victim.
The gravy train ends here. You fucked with the wrong people.
Attempt and failed to gaslight Bleakley into believing his family was not abusive.
Yeah, just stop.
There's some...
Oh no, poor Bleakley. Oh, life is so hard living in a mansion in the
Doing
richest
nothing,
part of... Yeah.
pretending to go out to college when he's actually going to his friend's house.
Because
It's
he's
a real
so much of a
hard
fucking pussy.
When none of the former tactics have any effect, they resort to threatening to tank Bleakley's reputation by branding him as a rapist.
If you're recording shit, how about you say the creepy shit he's done to you?
Oh, he crawled in bed behind me while my pants were off, groped my boobs, and asked me while Jay was in the shower if he could fuck me. And you can deny that all you want. But I know, and he knows, he is it's the truth. You can say all the bullshit lies you want.
No, can I explain?
Go for it.
Okay, so to answer your question there, Gigi, so their holiday home, this is basically a mansion that they're living in. So after they had the fake GoFundMe account where they bought the designer dog and all that, they eventually ended up after that moving in with Jason Effects or with Bleakley. So this is actually taking place in a relatively large home, aka a mansion, mini mansion, something like that. Like from what I understand, his family is very affluent.
For it. Do you think you have any right
Can
to
I-
touch a woman that's in a relationship?
No, of course not. And you said it made you uncomfortable, and I immediately stopped.
You shouldn't get to that
It
point.
shouldn't get to the point where you're doing that in the first place. Like, are you within?
You should have told me just...
It shouldn't be something you need to ask.
Can you please let me explain?
Explain your bullshit story.
No, it's not bullshit. This is what happened. It was this one night, you brought me to the living room with the sofas, and we had a talk, and Jason's like, why don't you touch Kate's boobs? I'm like, okay.
Okay, that was a completely different time.
But-
you were in the bed, feeling all sad for yourself.
No,
You said,
I
oh,
wasn't.
I never had a girlfriend, blah, blah, blah.
No,
We're all in the bed watching a movie.
No,
And said,
no.
if you really
Guys,
want the
guys.
touch of a female, you can try touching a boob once, just so you can say that you've done it. That was the whole thing. It was an invitation
And
to
then-
fucking grope my girlfriend.
Now I realize, like, that was really messed up, but at the time, I
We
did-
felt terrible for you because you're a fucking virgin that has never had the touch of a female in their life. So it's like, hey, do you want to at least feel the sensation of what a tit feels like? You poor sack of shit?
And then it got to a point where it was just kind of like I said, this was wrong, and I admit that, but at the time...
Let me guess, you're gonna edit this out of your recording,
No.
aren't you?
Please.
Who are you gonna show this recording to?
Please
your therapist?
let me explain.
Because your therapist
Let me explain,
isn't gonna
please.
believe anything that you say.
Let me explain.
You know what your therapist is probably going to say? Oh, this guy's
Guys.
26.
Guys, shut
And
up.
No.
No!
Let
He's
me-
probably
No!
going to say That this
No!
is 26.
You're not letting me explain.
No, you don't get to!
See?
Because you treat us like shit!
How is this fair? When I...
Fair?
Because
You think this is unfair?
Guys.
You abused us!
Police were
Okay, so I wanted to let that play kind of entirely to give you an idea of their personalities, how they treat Bleakley, but there's also some very notable power dynamic shit that happens in there that I think actually happened to Foxglove. I think, and this is theory, that Jason Effects and Cabs literally get off on having a power dynamic over people and mistreating them, for lack of a better way to say it, cucking them, calling it, they're calling Bleakley a virgin for groping his girlfriend after giving him permission to grope the girlfriend, which is just odd in its own. The girlfriend is a legal adult in this situation, by the way. And just, they get off on the fact of like humiliation of this guy. And I noticed that the same humiliation that they did to Bleakley also applies to what they tried to do to Foxglove. A la the board that you saw, and then the whole pamphlet that comes out. There's even more shit that these guys have the audacity to do just to try and make fun of, exploit, and provoke Foxglove, and further make him look like a like a cuck. I mean, honestly, and I really think they get off on that power dynamic. Mental illness on all sides. That's what I'm hearing. Yeah, I will say of the people, the reason why I wanted to speak with Foxglove is he is definitely the most stable and most centered person that I could think of to talk to on this, and gave the most fair criticisms of himself, what happened, his ex, and everything else.
Called on Bleakley, who Jason referred to as a sociopathic predator, and claimed him and Cabs would try to get a restraining order. The police took Cabs' Corner's statement, but no charges were ever pressed. And
these fucking names, like, just to give you an idea of how degenerate Cabs and fucking Jason Effects is. Look at the fucking name they use on Twitter.
The couple moved out, despite spending 55 plus minutes threatening to destroy Bleakley's life. Their threats proved entirely empty.
Okay, I'm gonna go back to bumped up speed.
Around this time, Jason Effects and Cabs' Corner got married, but their reputations were in a tailspin. While Jason Effects' willingness to push boundaries had garnered him popularity, it would also cause his fall from grace. For example, their comic, Man's Best Friend with Benefits, centered around a furry having sex with a feral Shiba Inu, became so infamous in the community that Cabs' Corner eventually removed it from her fur affinity. In 2019,
And yeah, that's what I'm saying. They drew fucking furry porn of the goddamn dog that they got GoFundMe money to get.
Jason Effects said on the topic of zoophilia, "If the animal consents, then I don't care." Jason Effects also frequently produces cub porn, furry slang for pornographic art depicting anthropomorphic animals with the
By the way, 10 out of 10, the fucking, the quotes on stuff here that Frogs gives. Yeah. I just want you to read these quotes as they pop up. It's funny.
Anatomy of human children. Jason believes there's nothing morally wrong with this type of image, but has been highly cautious of the legality. But there were some taboos Jason Effects was not interested in exploring. In 2020, Jason stated he was not interested in group sex, saying, "It doesn't seem worth the potential clout/drama associated. I'd rather just fuck my wife." Jason Effects was gathering a reputation as the furry equivalent of yandere dev, as his willingness to make offensive statements continued to plunge him into controversy, such as him generalizing transgender people as mentally
you could read this. I just wanted to pause this so you could read. There's some slurs.
Ill. Leaked screenshots of him dropping the hard R 5 times.
What are they talking about here? Saying, too casually, Muhammad, oh, and this is involving Bleakley, too.
Times, and a vitriolic public feud between...
Oh, wait a minute. Let's go back. That might prove that Bleakley is maybe not the most innocent person ever. Let's turn these off. Yeah, look at little Bleakley here sitting there saying that. Okay, can I say the N-word in now? I think they're just being edgy here. Captain's back on.
Times, and a vitriolic public feud between him and furry esports personality Sonic Fox, during which Cabs' Corner used racist and homophobic slurs against Sonic Fox.
I can't read this, but holy fuck, man.
Who is black and queer.
Maybe I'll be racist.
I'm already racist.
What about a zoophile?
I'm already a zoophile.
I'll be abusive.
I'm abusive.
I'm right to sexist.
I'm already sexist.
Guess I'll be a transphobe.
I'm already a transphobe.
I have an idea.
What's your idea?
You should leave.
I'm gonna say the N-word.
The increased backlash coincided with Jasonifex politically drifting from a moderate to red-pilled, heavily influenced by his idol, Jordan Peterson. In 2019, Cab's Corner announced she was leaving the furry fandom because of left-wing politics. Cab's Corner would later post an open letter to the furry community, apologizing for acting like an immature, toxic, and self-destructive butthole, but made it clear she would not re-identify as a furry. She attributed her behavior to unchecked mental health issues and abuse of both prescription and non-prescription drugs. Now outcast from the mainstream fandom, the couple made their way to Free For All 2022.
Oh, that's a picture of Nope there, by the way. So there you go. There's your thruple in a picture, your furry thruple. You have Peace Wolf, Cabs, and Jasonifex from left to right. What the fuck was that?
On November 29th, 2022, Peace Wolf posted a drawing of herself crying in bed as she is consoled by Jasonifex in Cab's Corner, captioned,
"When you're cheated on by your best friend and your worst nightmare comes to life, you don't know who you can trust anymore. You're left broken, confused, terrified. In my case, I found solace in two very kind,
I'm gonna
very
pause.
understanding individuals."
However, following the leaked white...
Oh, it doesn't show the date on that. But this is, again, all November 2022. Remember, go back to the note that was left and how Fox understood things. And then you have this narrative. This is going back to the narrative trying to be built by Jasonifex, Cabs, and Peace Wolf, showing that he is such an awful person. And Jasonifex and Peace Wolf were the knights in shining armor, so to speak.
board drawings, a large number of Peace Wolf's followers had stopped supporting her, disgusted by Peace Wolf's supposed infidelity. A user named Aaron Casey wrote, "That does not give you the excuse to abandon everything you stand for to be poly with pedozoophils. Seriously, think about what you're doing. Read the word, spend time in prayer, seek the Lord." A user named Gray wrote, "This whole situation sucks," including Peace Wolf turning into a... The only reason I supported them last year was because they didn't require shots or masks. I regret spending hours on a poster for them. I knew back when I won second place and Jasonifex won first automatically, there was something going on. Another user named Buddy the Wolf denounced Free-for-All, writing, "No one will come to your silly club ever again." Two Griffin engaged in a conversation with Buddy the Wolf, during which Buddy called Griffin a supporter. Griffin responded, "Free-for-all is a... Well, I did pay to be there, and it gave me a great time all weekend. Free-for-all is the best forever." Defending Peace Wolf, the Furry Raiders tweeted, "We're still committed to support, staff, attend FFA next year, and con-chair Peace Wolf's personal choice to explore new paths to happiness in life. We believe in freedom of personal choice. For every furry in this fandom, expression without limits." Buddy the Wolf responded, "You aren't real National Socialist. LARPers." Another follower named Gabe Curtis attempted to cancel their...
By the way, I think that's hilarious. They got called out for not being real Nazis. In the middle of all this, they get called out for being fake Nazis.
Registration for 2023. However, like many who had cancelled their trip, Curtis found themselves denied a refund. This was troubling, as pricing ranged from the basic $40 admission to the $450 Maverick tier. This included a private party with Cabs, Jasonifex, and the chairman, collector's drinking glass, custom engraved dog tag, a themed patch, and a personalized award. The Maverick tier managed to sell all 15 available tickets. One Maverick tier member was Orion Stardragon, who wrote, "I am one of those 15? Yeah, and I know I lost that money and won't get it back. That's the last I'll ever give to them." Orion had served as Director of Operations through Free-for-All's entire lifetime. Orion had served as Director of Operations, but stepped down after the regime change, made them feel that their concerns were no longer being considered. Outrage was not limited to Peace Wolf's immediate following. The news shot out across the furry fandom, and even began to bleed into the mainstream internet. Jasonifex was quick to defend Peace Wolf from increased scrutiny. When Twitter user SkullNot wrote, "Hope you feel good about wrecking a family," Jasonifex replied, "Things need to deteriorate for a long time for a husband to decide cheating is a good idea. Helping her leave an abusive relationship felt great." The CEO of Christian Furries inquired, "Abusive how?" Jasonifex replied, "Infidelity, gaslighting, full-blown narcissism."
Again, see the narrative they're trying to establish here against Foxwolf and just being this awful fucking person.
The CEO of Christian Furries followed up, "Oh, is that so? So Foxglove cheated on her. With who exactly? And how does screwing her yourself fix the situation?"
Meanwhile, at this point, Foxglove, Peace Wolf, Jasonifex, and Cabs had hooked up, according to the whiteboard, 10 times, which kind of fucks their whole narrative that they're trying to establish here. That's why that leak was very important and very helpful to Foxglove in the timeline, because basically this whole narrative gets destroyed when you see that, oh yeah, they were fucking around behind this dude's back during this time where they're claiming, oh, Foxglove is so terrible, he's awful, he's gaslighting, he's infidelity. The infidelity was already talked about well before the con even happened. The gaslighting is false from everything that I can see. And the full-blown narcissism is just a thing that they were trying to do for the manipulation tactic of what they were trying to establish for the timeline.
JSoneFX replied, yes, he got caught cheating with full chat log receipts. Before we met, like many other convenient details left out to garner sympathy. On November 27th, Peace Wolf tweeted,
sometimes relationships don't turn out to be everything we've hoped for. In my case, I was young, naive, and didn't recognize narcissism. I was a caged wolf, only loved out in the open. Behind closed doors was a different story.
Peace Wolf will debut her new catchphrase,
break those chains that bind you.
On December 8th, 2022, Peace Wolf officially filed for divorce from Foxglove. Moving into 2023, and following the dissolution of his marriage, Foxglove continued to shelter his foster daughter, who had stopped communicating with Peace Wolf entirely.
Oh, I want to go back to that. Because this gets important. For her birthday, I and some friends of mine put together a fund to help our daughter get her first vehicle. I wanted to give her a note with the dollar amount on it, but I'm holding the funds in my bank account. The certificate I gave her is what I call parental reservation note. I mean, this is just showing that Foxglove was still trying to raise this kid on his own. Okay, at this point, fucking Peace Wolf saw fucking these other two fucking people drawing this fucking other art, and this guy is sitting there and he's standing up, being a stand-up fucking dude, taking care of this kid, and this woman's just off screwing people in Canada, Canadians out of all things. He's fucking Canadian furries, or she's fucking Canadian furries.
In turn, Peace Wolf had left her job to live with Jason in cabs.
Let's see. That's validation. You have no obligation to talk to him if he hurt you. Sometimes you just have to cut toxic people out of your life. That is referring to her eliminating her family. I had to cut ties with my parents off recently because they were being too helicopter-y. I'm 26. They're treating me like I'm 12. I blocked them. We don't talk anymore.
And had stopped talking to her parents.
Sometimes you just have to cut toxic people out of your life, even if they're blood. I had to cut my parents off recently because they were being too helicopter-y. I'm 26 and they're treating me like I'm 12. I have them blocked on everything. We don't talk. They crossed.
And from what I note, just to put it out there, I'm going to say this in the most polite way I can. Peace Wolf is emotionally unstable and is actually medicated for it. They've displayed attributes to show how mentally unstable they are to Foxglove. I'm not here to like really throw people in the weeds, but we'll keep going.
The line, and they get to face the consequences of that.
Peace Wolf has her mother blocked on almost every platform, except for Twitter, where her mother regularly tries to communicate with Peace Wolf and JSoneFX to no avail. In one reply to JSoneFX, her mother wrote, what Peace Wolf did was wrong. She learned from JSoneFX how to be a shit person. Prior to Peace Wolf knowing JNK, she was a good person with a big heart, but now she is just cold-hearted. Like you! In another thread, Peace Wolf's mother stated, her family will never turn on her. When this blows up, we will be there for her. We are just not going to accept this relationship like we did the last one. We gave into the relationship with Fox because she was determined to marry him. We tried to talk her out of it. Foxglove, meanwhile, was reinventing his social media presence to focus on inspirational Christian messages and how fulfilling he found fatherhood. Still, he would regularly air his grievances on Twitter. JSoneFX, you came into a woo and the free-for-all...
I feel for this guy. I mean, like, also, let's pay attention to the dates on the tweets and stuff here, because you're looking at April 2023. This would have been just before a Woo 2023 happened. You know, he's kind of going through stuff because things have been going on since November, so we're 6 months into it. You dress up as a wolf. Yeah, I can see why they would treat you like that, on top of the fact that you are less stable in the Middle East.
Community like a wrecking ball and blew a giant crater in it, then started twerking all over its shattered remains. You are demonstrating that you intend to rule free for all, or see it burnt to the ashes around you. Please, if there's any good and worthiness in you, show it by giving it into the hands of a good shepherd who will love and care for it.
Oh, we're
America's Anthro Convention will never be ruled by a couple of home-wrecking, abusive, narcissistics Canadian. But Foxglove also noted, those with similar mindsets to me might be surprised to know that those bleeding heart libs have been just as, if not more concerned for my family's well-being as those family value conservative types. Around 9 p.m. on April 16th, 2023, a mass...
Okay, so this is getting into some anonymous, anon, whatever, type stuff. This is going to be a big leak. So this goes back to August, I believe, July or August of 2022 is when all of this is taking place that you're going to hear. But this email came out for letting people know prior to Free for All 2023. This came out on April 16th. So roughly 8 months after the call happened. So just understand that the call you're about to hear happened 8 months prior.
Email was sent to everyone on Free for All's mailing list, though not by the AWOO Association. This is an important message about your registration for Free for All. Our name is Blackjack. To those on the staff, and to all attendees of Free for All, past and present, we regret to inform you that many on the board of directors have not been honest with you. Thanks to the efforts of many anonymous brave staffers, and the board member who grew a conscience, we have been able to gather enough evidence to prove the underhanded and criminal activity that took place. This has forced our hand, and we now present you with the evidence. This is the infamous board meeting from October of last year that Peace Wolf and company have kept from you and attempted to hide for months, and even fire many staffers to keep secret. Please, have a look. Included was a link to a Rumble upload of the meeting, which, in its entirety...
Bear with me here, because there is some notes that I have on this meeting that I want to read. Raiders, here we are. Okay.
Last an hour and 17 minutes.
On the 21st, it was brought to the attention of the board of directors that both are...
Okay, so the person that is on the right is No Dice Doom Guy. You'll hear him referred to as Mike. This is the call that made me want to reach out to Foxglove. Please, please, please pay attention to how Foxglove handles this shit. I think he handles it like a pro. Foxglove obviously being the persona on the left. Primarily, this call involves the two of them. Again, remind you, this came out April 2023, just before for Free For All 2023, but it actually happened at the end of Free For All 2022.
Directors that both are guests of honor mysteriously vanished out of our Discord server. They were removed. It's something that we need to get rectified pretty quickly.
Actually, I'd like to take this opportunity to yield the floor to Fox to state his rebuttal to these allegations and give him an opportunity to speak on his own behalf.
You guys been talking ahead of time, right? I assume
Yes, we
was the one
have.
that brought stuff to you. Did you?
I want you to hear this actually at normal speed. So let's drop this back down. Because this is really the best defense of Foxglove and what happened. All right, I'm going to play it for you.
Opportunity to yield the floor to Fox to state his rebuttal to these allegations and give him an opportunity to speak on his own behalf.
You guys been talking ahead of time, right? I assume
Yes,
Peace was
we
the one
have.
that brought stuff to you. Did she also tell you why it happened? So you're right. I should have brought it to the attention of the board that I removed them as an emergency moderation measure. I was very preoccupied with other things, as I'm sure you guys are aware. The reason that they were removed is because, as you guys know, the AWU Association has no age restriction on its members. That means that members who, people who are associates have to be safe around people of all ages. Kate and Jason have recently been in our house, as you guys are aware. My wife is involved in an extramarital affair with them. My daughter had to witness those two people having sex with her mother. I did neglect to inform the rest of the moderation team of that action, and I apologize for doing that.
Okay.
All right, so I'm going to take the statement by statement and give you the context on things as they happen here. So basically, there's a couple things that have happened. There is a sexual encounter with Cab's Corner, Jason Effects, and Peace Wolf that occurred while while Foxglove was away, and during all of this uproar and everything when they're trying to establish their narrative that they're going to put out in 2023. In this, they take LSD and are having sex in very close proximity / in front of in some cases, a 17-year-old girl that is Peace Wolf's daughter. So this is not a child. This is someone that's very aware and very knowing of what's going on here and is listening to and seeing her mother getting fucked by these guys while they're fucking high off their ass. And in turn of this, basically, the daughter kind of runs away is kind of a broad sense. She calls friends just to escape this situation because of how bad it is. And so Foxglove is basically saying, look, because they did this stuff and they did it so willingly in front of a minor, I think it's just enough for me to remove them from the Discord group, regardless of the fact that they are guests of honor. I don't feel like they're safe around kids.
Hey, Peace. I know this is a difficult discussion, but shit. I know this is a little bit of a sensitive topic with both of you guys, but
I confirm that yes, I was doing things in the bedroom across from my daughter with Kate and Jason. We were being quiet about it. We did attempt to take into consideration. I know it was distasteful to do so. I don't recall running away in the middle of the night.
Of course you don't, because you were too busy doing drugs and getting fucked to realize our daughter was in danger.
guys, I'm gonna say this once and only once.
She basically gave up custody of this kid. And she abandoned the kid more or less, and so custody was fully in Foxglove's care, which is the greatest thing ever. Foxglove. I do have some updates a little bit on that, so I'll get to it once we get to that point.
Once, if this meeting devolves into a he said, she said,
Yeah, I got you, Mike. It's okay.
We're here to determine the nature of these allegations as they relate to Anther West Open Organization. The details of your marriage and its current state can be dealt with in private.
I understand. In fact, I have a solution.
Okay, I'm gonna go back a little bit. This is what sold me on this guy. This is someone who obviously cares about what they've created. This is someone who is willing to put aside all the personal things happening in their life in order to make sure that something that they created still is going to live on. And how they basically treat this is absurd to me. So basically the Rev Darcy broadsword situation. Yep. Yeah. And can hear it yelling. Yeah. And there's a little LSD involved in this one.
To this that I would like to propose for you guys that will be in the best interest of the organization. It was a way to reprimand what has happened. We are in the process of separation, it would seem. It's not my wish. I love my wife more than anything else, but that appears to be the case. And it appears to be a very hostile separation. It is, both of us are compromised. I have done a couple things that were not technically appropriate, not out of malice, but they were not proper. And I confess, and I do apologize for that. You're right. And likewise, Nicole is compromised because she's in an affair with our guest of honor. And
so basically, he's admitting to something that we haven't covered yet, but it's going to be a misappropriation of funds. But there's a reason behind it. But before we get to that, just understand that he's like, look, my marriage is fucking over. There's a lot of shit going on. Our guest of honor is fucking my wife, who is also on the board. And I don't think any of this is appropriate.
Has stated in front of multiple witnesses that anyone who is against Kate and Jason is against her. And so she is not acting in the best interest of the organization either. Neither of us are. This conflict is going to tear our community apart. I don't want that to happen. It's been made very clear that it's going to come down to one or other of us. If that happens, it's going to start a civil war within the organization. That can't be allowed to happen. The only solution is until this conflict is resolved, both Nicole and I need to immediately resign as members of the board and staff members for Free For All.
Okay. So basically what he's proposing is, hey, look, my marriage disillusion is really fucking shit up for all of this. And I don't want to see a woo or Free For All be thrown into a civil war because one person was removed, but the others were allowed to stay. I think that the best way to handle this would be, look, I take ownership for my actions. I apologize for my actions, but neither one of us are operating in the interest of a woo. So we should remove ourselves completely, both of us. So that way a woo can continue on, Free For All can continue on while we work to resolve this behind the scenes. Here's the answer.
May I remind you, Fox, that the determination to remove board members is up to the entirety of the board. Not if you guys want to step down of your own volition, that's on you. But as we stated previously, Fox, with all due respect, you are in some very hot water right now. And that's what we're here to address. I strongly advise you to take these allegations seriously. And if you don't want to jeopardize your status with this organization, then with all due respect, stop wasting my time with conjecture.
That was their fucking response. And I think that is such a bullshit response to someone who's trying to apply a logical, reasonable way to handle the situation. And they sit there, they call it fucking conjecture, first of all. They act like he's not taking anything that's going on seriously, where clearly he is. And like Jim said, it feels like everything he supposedly did, she did 1,000 times worse. And yeah, it's insane. It is insane. And what happened here, and there's not a whole lot of proof to say this, but you'll see later on in this conversation, there was a narrative that same narrative that you see established by Peace Wolf with the meme, that meme pamphlet. that was established already behind the scenes without Foxglove present. You'll find out that J and K both met with the board and gave their story on what happened. That Peace Wolf gave her story on what happened. And then they bring Fox in to kind of dress him down. Meanwhile, these three have already established a narrative that this guy's bad. He's doing stuff that's illegal and everything else. This dude sounds like an even more special ed Lio. He is. Wait till you see his handling of things. And mind you, there's also going to be some other things that come up here. I'm going to go back a little bit, just because I want you to hear the full context of what people say.
With conjecture.
The second point against Foxglove was that he had misappropriated funds from the Awu Association bank account, close to $200, for personal use. Fox states that he was shopping for groceries and other supplies for himself and his foster daughter. When he reached checkout, he noticed that his debit card was disabled, as Peace Wolf had withdrawn a large sum of money from their bank account, so he used his Awu Association credit card to pay for his groceries, later refunding the money in excess through PayPal.
Okay. So the amount that was borrowed, I want to give you some specific amounts and things here. So he borrowed $170 to pay for groceries because she fucking locked the card. She basically cut him off financially, and he's financially stranded with a daughter. And his only option was either I don't get this stuff and we struggle to live because I don't have funding because my ex is a piece of shit. Or I use this Awu Association stuff, wait till I get home, and I can figure out a way to transfer funds. And not only does he transfer the $170 back, he actually gives back like $200. And so he gives an extra $30 back. Now, what he did is wrong. He admits what he did is wrong, but it was a situation of necessity, in my opinion. And the things that they're going to try to attribute to him here are total fallacies, okay? They're not even close. And then the things that they're going to admit to are even fucking crazier.
This action put the Awu Association at risk of recourse from the IRS.
And it's not like we don't understand what you're getting at, Fox, but again, doing so could jeopardize the whole organization.
Yeah,
well, technically a felony, so...
No,
it's not a felony.
It's not. It's not embezzlement because the funds were returned.
Yeah, it is. You need to understand how serious I'm taking this right now.
You can take it as serious as you want, but it's not embezzlement. It's a misappropriation of funds. I forget the wording that Foxglove gave me, but there is an actual term to explain what he did. But embezzlement, no. This is the kindest embezzlement I've ever heard of. But yeah, it doesn't actually qualify as embezzlement, because when you look at the law regarding embezzlement, it means to take the funds and hold them for a period of time. That period of time is never lapsed. He literally takes it, pays for stuff, goes home, transfers the funds. So a misappropriation of funds, again, there's another legal term that I don't recall, but that actually fits the narrative of what happened here. Let's also, criticize the BPD first gang who literally had no problem with fucking over her daughter. Yeah, that's the wild shit here. But yeah, the way they treat him here and some of the stuff you're going to find out here is insane. And you'll see the reasoning alone. You've already seen portion of it. Why I wanted to reach out to Foxglove, because I knew there was more to this story that was not being told. You can tell how serious I'm taking this right now. I'm taking the side of a lying whore fox. Exactly. Wait till you see some of the doublespeak that I pointed out, and I mentioned it when I had my conversation with Foxglove. That I was like, ooh, they did not plan this. They misspoke. Especially Lakota is going to misspeak, and then Mike, aka No Dice Doom guy, is going to try and correct it, and it just looks fucking awful.
I love this community. I've put my fucking heart and soul into this community, and I'm not going to let a marital feud destroy it.
I am 100% with you, Mike. If this is such a grave concern that funds have been misplaced, can I ask, is there any concern over where the rest of the funds for the organization and the convention's property is right now?
Okay, so I want to address this because dollar amounts and figures are not addressed here, but roughly there was tens of thousands of dollars is how it was placed to me of assets and funds that were held and in possession of Peace Wolf solely. And anything that happens with these funds, the board would have to have a meeting to address and notify everyone of, hey, this is what our plan is. We got to do this to do this. And everyone has to vote on, yep, we approve that plan, or no, we don't. This is something that has to happen on a board meeting, meaning Foxglove, as a board member, would have to be there, as well as Peace Wolf. And then they would decide on where this money goes. Watch what actually fucking happened here.
Now,
We've handled that already.
we have.
can-
I have not been informed. As far as I know, the entirety of all funds and all into an undy of one person without informing the board.
Actually, Fox, as somebody who helped move all of those items, I know exactly where they are. The board has discussed this.
The board did not discuss this. You discussed
this.
Did you guys have a private meeting without me to discuss it? Is that what you're referring to?
We have discussed, yes, we have discussed this, and as a majority, we agreed that that was fine.
So you called a meeting without including all the board members?
There was no meeting, it was a discussion.
It was
They're really fucking up bad here. If you guys don't understand, this is a bad fuck up. They're basically admitting to theft. And like, I'm not kidding. Like the stuff that they're trying to label Foxglove with, when calling it embezzlement and everything else, when it's really just a misappropriation of funds, compared to them taking tens of thousands of dollars in assets and money and everything and moving it. And it was a discussion that was made by a majority, meaning it was a board meeting without being a board meeting because not all the board members were there, so they couldn't vote on this plan. Regardless, Foxglove is still a board member. Regardless of how they feel, he needs to be included in that discussion. Anything that they do outside of that is illegal.
a discussion that was brought up, and we went around.
It sounds to me like you guys have already stripped me of being a board member at this point. Is that the case?
Not officially, no.
I took
Well-
$170 worth of things for just a moment before returning the funds immediately in excess. As far as I can tell, it does appear that the entirety of all funds and all property were seized without notifying the board. I feel rather ambushed here, like you guys are trying to treat me as if I've done something horrible when, by comparison, that's not anything.
You've put us in a pretty tight spot for one.
And you did something illegal for two. Going through reading chat here. That's not how it works. You can't just make a decision and say, oh yeah, majority was okay. No, everyone's got to be involved. Someone needs to replace that Doom Guy's profile pic with Doom Guy profile pic. Could you imagine a tipster face? By the way, Lakota is a familiar name, and I'm wondering if that's not related to also some ACC stuff.
Specifically with the misuse of funds, but let's circle back around to the your claim that they were fornicating out in the open in front of a minor, which Nicole has testified that that is not true, that they took lengths to ensure that she was unaware of what was going on or did her due diligence in doing so.
Well, I know they attempted to.
Spent a lot of my teenage years listening to my parents fucking, but they never did it in my bedroom. What I've got right now is two conflicting stories, and I don't know who. At this point, I don't even know who's telling the truth.
If you'd like, I can get a statement from our daughter who witnessed it.
That's up to the board as to whether or not we want to hear him out. Or her out. My apologies. Might I mention, we had the opportunity last week to meet with them directly, and they went into extensive detail as to everything that happened. Nicole confirmed that their statement was correct. So...
Again, this is admitting to some stuff. This is admitting to some stuff that's basically they had a let's call it a deposition. That's probably the best way to call this. They had a deposition where Jasonifex told their story, Caps told their story, and Nicole told her story. Nicole being Peace Wolf, apologies. This is Nicole get on screen. And the board listened to this. But again, Fox Wolf was not involved. This was all stuff that was done by Peace Wolf to establish a very negative narrative of Foxglove and contort things. Basically, what you're going to hear from Foxglove, as far as I know, and he was even willing to bring the daughter in to testify or give a deposition, that they all took LSD. They were blasted out of their mind with a 17-year-old kid in the house, and they're fucking right next to the kid. I believe it was in a shared room, so it was one of those situations where the kid was not directly there, but you're talking about a bunch of fucking high adults fucking around having group sex in the room right next to you with doors. We don't know if doors are open or closed, so we don't know what the kid saw, but apparently the kid saw stuff. And I say kid here because they are under 18, but they are 17 years old at this point, so fully understanding what's going on. Skank was drugs. She did a great job of yeah. You're gonna hear some wild stuff, and I don't understand how a board of executives, so to speak, for an organization can be okay with the statements that they're about to say in an official matter.
Wait, what? You met with who and confirmed what was correct?
I'm all for myself, Lakota, Orion, and Anthony and Nicole met with Jason and Kate. Like I said, they gave an extensive account of everything that took place from directly after Free for All back in July. I can say with 100% confidence that I don't believe that they were a threat to the safety and security to anybody at that convention.
Mind you, they just said that about a person who's drawn and animated pornographic games, pornographic movies involving kids voice acting, involving cub porn and bestiality, all sorts of fucked up shit. The rational guy is being told, no, you're being irrational by a group of people that have been twisted and contorted by this fucking person to believe that he's the bad guy. This is insane. Do you understand how fucked up this is, what they're doing to this guy?
Their use of psychedelic drugs is very heavily regimented and is strictly for therapeutic uses. Again,
I need to make that a clip.
What they use it for is none of my business. I just care about them doing it around my kid. I'm just saying that you guys went around and discussed this with everybody except for me ahead of time. And I'm walking into a clearly prepared ambush here.
yes, we acknowledge that we left you out of the discussion, not because of any personal vendetta, but for the sake of security. We needed to have a game plan put in place because, I mean, quite frankly, you've gone rogue on us.
The board breaks to discuss, leaving Fox alone for 10 minutes. When they return, Doom Guy puts it up to a vote to remove Fox, even though Fox had already tried to resign 3 times by this point.
Fox Reno, you are hereby dismissed from the board of directors.
You guys have known me for years. Other than when my life was in crisis, you know I always have, and I put more effort into this organization than anything else in my life other than my marriage. I understand how you guys feel. I'm a little disappointed that your faith in me is shaken so easily, but I understand. It's okay.
May I speak candidly, Fox?
Sure.
Over the last 2 weeks or so, what I've seen is somebody in a downward spiral.
Oh, you're not wrong. I am quite literally traumatized.
I didn't want to have to do this.
I understand. There is no good solution to this. I completely recognize that.
If it was just simply you guys arguing on the forum, we would have taken a much less drastic action with this. But
oh, I know.
You have to understand
it's very, very severe. I get it. I have a partner who is sabotaging me and my bank account and my daughter. I get it.
I believe that you can be a much better person than one you've shown us over the last 2 weeks, and I want to give you the opportunity to prove that. And
Can I
if
ask
you
what
do,
else I've shown you other than those 2 things?
your conduct in this meeting, for example.
Okay. Can I ask,
And-
you say that I can prove it over the next year. How is next year going to be different when it's been stated directly to me that anyone who is against Kate and Jason is against the chairman of the board? It seems as if that's not going to change anytime soon. It will always be me or peace.
I have no choice but to dismiss it as irrelevant.
It's relevant
Kate?
because it means that the person who made that statement is not acting in the interest of the Wu Association, even if it would be in the interest of the Wu Association to bring me back to the board.
Kate and Jason are in good standing with Anchor West Open Organization. They have done nothing and said nothing that has jeopardized their standing with us. In the context of that statement, I'm inclined to agree with Nicole's fervence that anybody who stands against Jason and Kate stands against her.
So they just made a clear statement at the end there that Foxglove is never going to be welcome back because he's against Kate and Jason, Cabs and Jason. And that because Nicole is still going to be standing as the president of the board, that he is basically no longer ever going to be welcome in this situation. Oh yes, board of directors. I'm glad you decided to forsake business obligations to do your mighty, well done police work that none of you are qualified to do. You've gone rogue, dude. You sound like a LARPing freak. Very true. Pretty sure Doom Guy's at least as drunk as me. I'm a little bit jealous of you, Ellington. He needs to be a better person. Are we once again forgetting that the bitch that decided to have group sex while on drugs in front of their whole underage daughter? That's okay though. Yeah, and add into the context of that, these people are the people that are drawing the cub porn, having minors incorporated in pornographic material and all that. Like, this is fucking insane that this board is aligning themselves with this person because of whatever narrative was established by Peace Wolf. I just want to see if there's anything else. At this point, Peace Wolf had already pre-decided that they were going to be in a relationship with J and K. They were on the warpath basically to label him as a thief, an abuser, and cover up the affair. Again, he admits that it was not an optimal decision and that what he did was wrong, but it does not fall under the established context of a embezzlement. Let's see. Even the other woman. I just want to read through this. Okay, so the situation involving the LSD, Foxglove was told that situation by Peace Wolf, and the 17-year-old daughter could at least hear what's going on, potentially see what's going on. And that yeah, they were on LSD having sex. Just to give you a little extra context, because I kind of wanted to know based on all the stuff that I'd seen of Foxglove up to this point, that he, oh geez, I just lost my notes. All right. I asked him, do you keep in contact with with your adopted daughter? And he said it was not a temporary arrangement, that it was more adoption than it ever was a foster situation. There was no family for this person to turn back to. They actually stayed in contact with Foxglove and even lived with them up and beyond 18 years old. Eventually they got their own place, moved out. Contact has kind of waned, but he's like, it's kind of just typical, like they're out on their own. They're being an adult for the first time. So contact has been a little sporadic. But I kind of wanted to give that a little bit more context for you guys.
On June 13th, Peace Wolf and Foxglove were granted divorce by the state of Oklahoma after reaching a settlement. On June...
Okay. So we're getting into where the Fox and Lily document is going to be released. I do have a little bit more information on this as well. So I apologize that I had to like pause and stuff so much, but hopefully my added context really kind of helps to understand this situation here. He needs to be a better person. Are we once again forgetting that the bitch that decided to leave and have group sex? Okay, I already had that. My money is on Peace Wolf giving Doom Guy some dome on the side for this. I mean, at this point, anything's on the table.
June 15th, Foxglove would celebrate his 29th birthday. The next day, June 16th, 2023, Peace Wolf would post a comic to her Twitter and now...
This is fucked. When you understand that context. Okay, so the guy just turned 29. The day after his birthday is when she decides to drop this whole fucking thing, basically laying out her wannabe timeline of how bad Foxglove is and how he's a neckbeard and a simp and has all these weird fantasies, and he gaslit her and abused her verbally and was narcissistic, and he got a 0 on the empathy and everything. He's the worst person ever. That's the document that they drop after all this bullshit. The bullshit you saw at the fucking board call, all this shit.
Announcing that she was legally divorced from Foxglove. The comic was titled A Fox and His Lily.
Oh, okay. Getting into a Fox and His Lily. There is a lot of context here that I'm going to let play out. I'm going to let this section with the Fox and His Lily play out. If there's anything that really gets into it, let's see. We've already covered the marriage counseling portion of this. The empathy. He did wish for a retest with the empathy. He would have tried harder. This one's going to be important. So when we get to the Cuckies picture, I'm going to pause and I got some additional information to add there.
Essentially a modern-day Reynolds pamphlet in furry comic form, the intention was clear from the first drawing, depicting Peace Wolf as a slender, conventionally attractive anthropomorphic wolf disgusted by the stereotypical, overweight, fedora-wearing neckbeard Foxglove.
I feel that the time has come for me to share my side of the story, to allow myself a voice and be heard after almost a year.
I feel like that's a fair assessment, Ellington. He might be a bit of a neckbeard by normal standards, but yeah, he's not the person that they're painting him to be. Part of the thing that I'm getting ahead of myself a little bit here, but part of the big questions that I asked him later is, looking back on this situation, what does he wish people knew, and does he have anything that he wants to make as far as a statement on this whole matter? And I really want you to understand that point when I get to it, but he has some really impactful thoughts and feelings on this all.
Year of gossip and rumors why our relationship soured and ultimately failed. I found myself in my very first online relationship at the age of 17. I had no identity to call my own and did not feel fulfilled in regards to the love and attention I was getting from my parents growing up. I rushed into a relationship with the first person that gave me the attention I craved. After 3 years of mostly online dating, I married in 2017.
It was not mostly online dating. So they met in 2013. 2014, they had already met in real life, and they had met several times. In fact, there was a little bit of a story, just to give you some context on this. So when Foxglove flew out to meet Peace Wolf, he had this plan. It was around 4th of July. And he's like, if everything goes well in all this, I plan on asking her to be my girlfriend. And what had happened was Peace Wolf actually made the steps and reached out and said, I want you to be my boyfriend, before he ever mentioned anything. So this whole narrative of him and him alone being this person is false.
I learned that Fox had a mold for the perfect wife, planned out before we met, and did everything in his power to groom me into it. He had a fictional relationship of an illustrated woman named Lily, who is always pregnant, birthing children for him, does not work, is subordinate and unquestioning.
Okay, this is a little bit false. So basically, he had a couple different illustrations. Again, Foxglove did not initially consider himself a furry. He drew anthropomorphic art, though. He was an artist. And he drew this art, and it was one of the pictures that he drew where he was had a kid with him that actually drew in Peace Wolf. And they kind of met and had this, how do I want to say this? They had this, they aligned very well on personality. And that's what led them to being interested in each other, just like any other normal, healthy relationship.
Lily became my new pet name, and deviations from the fiction were quickly scolded. I realized that I was not loved for who I was, but was conditional based on the role I could play in a fantasy. Anytime I would engage in interest for myself instead of the things his Lily would be doing, he would get upset and complain. If I spent time with friends that did not play into his fiction, he would complain.
And this is all a lie, because, again, she wanted to establish these arthrocons, and she established Tails and Tornadoes, and that was something that she wanted to do. And to be honest, when talking with Foxglove, she was so involved and willing to do this and had friends over and was doing all this stuff. And he's like, I wanted to be more involved in this just to be around my wife. That's literally why he got involved in any of this shit, is he just wanted to be able to spend time with his wife and enjoy a hobby with her. And here she's painting it as like, oh, I was not allowed to do anything. Bitch, you fucking got to set up 2 goddamn cons, and this guy helped you with all the IT side of this shit.
There were whispers from concerned friends and family over the years, people telling me that Fox was not good for me. I was too naive to ever listen. Despite the loving front he would put on in public, behind closed doors, I was nothing more than a groomed trophy wife.
Peace Wolf details Foxglove's supposed fetishes, and describes their sex life as unsatisfying.
Let's see here. I'm just trying to read through to see if there's anything. Okay. This last section here. Our sex life ultimately settled on pegging him with a strap on once a month to help him disassociate. The woman he decided to cheat on was married and had children of her own, satisfying his fetishes more than I could. Okay. Because of this, I just want to point something out, okay? Because of this narrative that Peace Wolf decided to lay out against Foxwolf, like just demoralizing the dude at this point, okay? He's then kind of played the edgy joke side of it and has actually incorporated this whole philosophy of, oh, he gets pegged and all this stuff into his into like his gab and everything, just to show you. I'll show you so you have context. Gab. All right. So what we're looking at is right here in the about section. He's a single dad, IT guy, Tulsa, Oklahoma. Family means everything to him. And the wife abandoned him. This was obviously updated post all of what happened. Passionate about mentoring, teaching, system design, using computers to further lives and cause of the free world. Born in 1993, human race, English pronouns, assume my gender. None of your damn business if I like dicks. That's the portion that I'm talking about. He's tried to like make this into like an edgy kind of joke in order to brush it off. And that's where a lot of this stuff comes from. I believe he's honestly doing this as an edgy joke more so as a retaliation against the things that are said right here.
She asserts that the start of her sexual relationship with Jason Effects in Cab's Corner was when she engaged in cuckolding roleplay for a considerable...
Hey, I have no problem with whatever anybody wants to do in their bedroom. See this whole thing here. This is kind of funny. That they were helping them out. They really weren't counseling them. Again, they were just a friend group that, as far as Fox knew, he was talking with, and that she wanted to hang out with them. And so he was kind of in this weird position. I can't explain this very well, but I will say that I went through a similar position where you're kind of over giving benefit of the doubt to your spouse because of trust. You're trying to show them, I trust you, I respect you. So you're kind of walking on eggshells, and you keep going like, oh, is this okay? Or how do you feel about this and everything else? That's what Foxglove is actively fucking doing at this point. And meanwhile, she's like, oh, I just want to go spend time with my friends. And fucking around literally behind this guy's back under the guise of she just wants to spend time with her friends. And this poor guy's like trying to bend over backwards just to make her happy because he feels bad because A, he broke her trust with the cheating, and he feels regret. He feels guilt and everything else for that. And he feels like he's tried to do his best to make amends for that. But given that she's so unhappy at this point, he's trying to do literally anything to make her happy. Yeah, this is all stuff that was done to try and hide the narrative. We're getting close to the
with
picture.
Foxglove's knowing consent.
Everything went as planned without drama or hostility, everyone seemingly having a great time. However, Fox grew jealous of the attention I was receiving and started showing his true colors in the second week, as his efforts to flirt with Cat's Corner were rejected. He altered...
This is a little bit of bullshit as well. So he doesn't understand that how the whole him being mistaken as flirting happened. I'll just let it continue.
Of crying on the floor to
we're
baking
almost
cookies
there.
and delivering them to the guest room door while myself, Jason, and Kate were engaging intimately.
Okay, I want to play that back because that's important. Because now we're getting into the cookies, and I have more information on the cookies.
On the floor to baking cookies and delivering them to the guest room door while myself, Jason, and Kate were engaging intimately. After witnessing domestic verbal abuse, Jason confronted Fox in the living room and put him in his place, while Cabs consoled me in the closet of my bedroom.
Okay, so I know we faded a little. I want to bring this back up to light so you guys can see it. Okay, so here's the infamous cookies. This is the thing that was memed on. Like I said, this was memed on, and ultimately kind of the biggest association to come out of this whole drama. So when I was talking with Foxglove, I reached out to him and I asked, hey man, is there any truth to this picture? And he said, yeah, there's some truth to it. So there's the whole narrative that you see that's trying to be established by Peace Wolf in order to make this guy look truly awful. And he's going through stuff where he's like, all right, he understands that his partner is unhappy and he's trying to do anything to be the perfect husband for Peace Wolf. So ultimately, he's trying to just make sure that her needs are met, and they're kind of doing that, like, is this okay? Is this okay? Kind of thing, like I said. And she kept using the excuses of, hey, I want to hang out with my friends. I want to be with these two. I want my friends. I need my friends, blah, blah, blah. And slowly but surely, I mean, any aware individual would notice what's going on here. And so Foxglove is like seeing this interaction and flirting and shit going on, and it's registering in his brain that like, hey, this is not right. But at the same time, he loves his partner. He's willing to do anything to try and keep this partnership established. And she's already well beyond it. So in all of this, the cookies that he made was real. He really did make cookies and all that, just as trying to be a peace offering. In this situation, there's a very clear misunderstanding on what's happening in this picture. So yes, he did bring cookies. He did bring them to the door. They were engaging intimately. But as far as Foxglove knew, up to this moment, they were just in the room talking and chatting, and he was giving her advice and consoling them and everything else. So they gaslit the fuck out of this poor dude.
Sold me in the closet of my bedroom.
Foxglove refuted this claim. She promised she wasn't doing anything inappropriate. She was upset with me and wanted comfort from her friends. I was having a mental breakdown, trying to trust her but panicking of losing her. They gaslit the fuck out of me, saying I was the problem and needed to give them space. And I believed it all because my beloved said so. Well, it turns out they were just lying to fuck behind my back. So I panicked and tried to do whatever I thought would please her. I was absolutely broken and desperate and yes, also cringe. Peace Wolf then shares personal details about Foxglove, such as Foxglove's father being absent from his childhood. She also states Foxglove legally changed his first name to Fox, to match his persona, and to distance himself from his family. Following a 10-day visit from JSonafX in Cab's Corner, Peace Wolf decided to leave.
Fox had been rapidly sending text messages to my friends and family that I was running away and being drugged and sex trafficked, that he was suicidal and was in serious danger of hurting himself and others.
Peace Wolf dismisses Foxglove's testimony as
a narrative of hysteria.
Okay, I'm going to pause here while we got a black screen. I need to open up another tab because there is another portion of this story that I have the notes on my messages and I'm going to read them. There it is. Okay, so, all right, right here. Okay, I can continue.
And
a grand conspiracy to steamroll any attempt to take my ring off.
She also attempts to invalidate Foxglove's Christian faith, claiming
Foxglove had little to no interest in religious beliefs prior to divorce. Fox would send a plethora of letters and phone calls that gradually transitioned from denial to threats, all of which I kept for safekeeping. Some of these threats detailed how he would never stop, would pursue me until death, and that if I leave, I would pay dearly and he would ensure suffering would come my way. He would then tweet how he loved me seconds later on social media. Fox took over my Peace Wolf fan Discord, hacked into my Twitch account during live streams, harassed my friends, and turned the convention domain into ransomware, among other attacks on my reputation.
Notice how much they're really trying to make this dude look awful.
This escalated to hopping the security fence at my apartment complex and stealing my car on my birthday, going as far to break the wheel lock I had left on it despite already having a vehicle of his own. Fox
okay.
then promptly drove the car out of state to harass another board member. Fortunately, a third party was able to record the confrontation, getting Fox's face and accomplice on camera, as well as photos of the stolen car and a restraining order. Fox did not appear in court, settled digitally, and did not sit in the same room for mediation. He tried to offer nothing. That offer quickly caved in the presence of lawyers, and he settled for almost all of my requests.
Okay. So let's talk about car theft. I want to go back here just to have this little image on screen. So there is this image floating around of Foxwolf manhandling and ripping like a club type device off the steering wheel in his bare hands, just out of anger after hopping a security fence and breaking into this car just to steal it, just to piss her off. Well, okay, let's actually back up and I'll give you the truth of the situation. So what had happened was Foxglove did have a vehicle. That vehicle was having some sort of problems. And he reached out and said, hey, I know there's this shared vehicle that belongs to both of us. And it's not being used right now. Can I use it? He got no answer. He tried again. He got no answer. He tried again and he got no answer. So he knew the vehicle was just sitting there unused. So he walked up and instead of hulking through everything like it shows in the image here, he just unlocked the vehicle because he had a key and it was in both of their names and he needed the vehicle. At this point, Peace Wolf was at a country in Canada fucking around. And the whole thought that he stole this on her birthday is such a misguidance of the actual situation. He actually had the vehicle for almost a month prior to her birthday and had sat there. So I talked with Foxglove. This was prior to our call. And he said, the car one is funny. You know the answer. Did I steal the car? How would you be able to tell? And I was like, honestly, I don't care. I'm not really going to look into this as far as like investigating you. I'm just trying to figure out what happened. He's like, well, if there was a stolen car, wouldn't there be a police report? There's no police reports. This is public record that you could look up. Why do you think nobody has ever found that? Because he didn't steal the car. They're making it up just to make him look bad. So He goes on to further elaborate. Well, there are no police reports because no car was stolen. It wasn't her car, it was our car. I didn't freaking steal the car. And I love how apparently Hulk smashed the steering wheel lock clean in two. And I'm happy people actually think I snapped steel with my bare hands. We had the car shared between us. I had let her use it for a few months, but I needed it for a while after that. I tried to call her several times to arrange a plan to share the vehicle, but she wouldn't answer or return the calls or voicemails. He even tried texting, I believe. So when she was out of the country and not using it at the time, so after waiting a couple weeks with no response, I just walked up and drove off with it. She didn't even know that I had taken it for a month because she wasn't even in the United States when I was driving it. So yeah, the idea that I stole my own car sitting out in an open parking lot with nobody using it, not exactly a thrilling story, but it's funny how different that is from the story presented in Fox and His Lily. He thought it was funny. He got a good laugh out of it. So I just wanted to add that additional context. Yeah, it's a shared vehicle. They're both of their names are on the vehicle. We weren't quite that far yet. We're here.
That's just how much space J&K gave me after I moved into my own apartment. They encouraged me to do the things I used to love doing as a child. They bought me a drawing tablet, told me to chase my dreams of becoming an artist. They polished my Twitch stream, and they did 100% of this with zero strings attached. They saved my life. I really wasn't living. They set me free to figure out who I really was. I hope Foxglove can find happiness and find the Lily he is searching for, and that he can move on from harassing myself, the charity, and my friends.
The comments under the initial publication ranged from shock to disgust to skepticism to support to morbid fascination, but the quote tweets were decisively negative.
Like I said, this got to be a hopping meme.
JSonafX resumed his role as Peace Wolf's defender when faced with criticisms that a Fox and his Lily made multiple serious accusations and only provided irrelevant screen caps instead of evidence. JSonafX claimed, "There is a mountain of receipts, friend. 10 phone calls, 5 letters, police reports, pages and pages of text, emails, video recordings, 9 months of divorce proceedings, recording on stream, theft, etc." In response to a Twitter thread expressing sympathy for Foxglove, Jason replied in a Petersonian sense, "You have alpha and beta males. Most alphas are good. That's how they climb a dominance hierarchy and attract. Dangerous men are betas, who refuse to improve, become desperate, and resort to deceit like a snake." JSonafX was ratioed by a reply reading, "So by your definition, you are a beta." While Foxglove's exiling had fractured free for all loyal followers, a Fox and His Lily was the final straw for those who were undecided, as disgruntled loyalists took to social media to air their displeasure with the situation.
I will not become.
So this just goes to point out that there was a lot of fucking support for this dude when all of this shit happened. And I'm honestly a little bit proud of the furry community for what they did here. I want to just fast forward past this because not totally necessary.
Marriage, and with this person who's kind of pushy and coercive, and so she did all these things that
these
really
are just
wasn't ready
people
for, like
speaking out
adopting
against
someone.
Peace Wolf
I
and
can,
what
I can
happened
believe
and
all
how
of
the
that,
board
but
handled it.
there's just one problem with that, whole narrative to be
Condensing of so many taboo subjects into a single 5-page comic was inherently sensationalist, and internet users latched on to the comic, remixing it into various memes, enough to garner a Know Your Meme page, and coverage from some notable YouTubers.
Now this is the point where I would do some kind of one-liner or some kind of Breaking Bad reference, but
we don't need to see Pyro. We don't need the...
To Foxglove holding cookies as he is being cuckolded. Foxglove was blindsided by the comic. Quote, "Double take, triple take, eye bleach. Nothing will ever exceed furries for the ability to be both the weirdest and most dramatic thing in any room. Furry drama is freaking wild. Move over, Tiger King." In Foxglove's own circle, he received mixed but mostly positive support. Foxglove himself enjoyed the widespread memification of the Fox and his Lily. Responding to a user editing Neckbeard Foxglove into Tim Buckley's Lost comic, he wrote, "I am become meme, the bringer of eternal cringe. I'm really enjoying these memes, guys."
Can I say, just for all the bullshit that this guy was put through, the fact that he still was able to find humor in shit gives you an idea of his personality. And again, look, you're talking about June 2023. So this is right around the time that FurCon 2023 would happen. And this was such a shit show compared to 2022. Because of all this, literally everything that this guy said in that fucking meeting happened. Shit got fractured, people no longer wanted to attend, and everything was just blown the fuck up. Like, nobody wanted to deal with this. because it's such bullshit.
Neckbeard Foxglove looks so sweet and nice. In all seriousness, thanks for helping find some good humor in the midst of this devastating situation. You gave me a smile in the midst of my loss. Despite the strong front Foxglove put forth, he was clearly hurt by a fox and his lily. He would refer to the comic as an attempt to kill him. He was particularly incensed by Peace Wolf referring to him as a groomer. Do you
Okay, and this is something that, again, talking with Foxglove, I've got a little more context.
know what it means when a lying woman says you groomed her? It means you made her happy. It means you made her so happy, she attached herself to you gladly and willingly. Then for whatever reason, she changed, and found herself having to choose between her new desires and her wedding vows. And rather than take responsibility for her decision, she blames you! Because you made her so happy she married you. I didn't change, she changed. If anything, she tried to change me. She got me into all this furry shit. I found it weird and gross before. She said herself she attached herself to the first boy who gave her attention. She thought she could turn me into the perfect lovemaker, and when she failed, she left me. After the divorce, a donation.
Okay, so to give a little additional context here. So one of the things that Foxglove stressed to me and wanted to kind of put out there into the world is understanding the impact of these types of things just existing, regardless of the fact that it's a false fucking narrative. Now when this guy, you know, he's now single, right? He's divorced. She's happy fucking her throuple, okay? This guy now, if he ever wants to try and find somebody, they're going to sit there, if they're reasonable and logical, they're going to try and Google him. And what do you think they're going to find? I don't know. Let's look up, let's say they find Foxglove and they just search for like Foxglove Twitter. What's going to come up? I mean, it's just, this document is inevitably going to come up. If they find his persona, his name is actually legit changed to Fox. So it's not going to be hard to find this guy. And that's one thing that he's like very upset about. And he wished that he doesn't wish ill on Peace Wolf. He doesn't. He just wishes that she would delete this shit because it's a true lie and it's really fucked him over. And now this guy is forever tagged with a lot of shit that she made up for this fucking narrative. And while, you know what, he could find humor in certain things, he's just tagged with this for the rest of his life. It's not a cancel as much as it's like, how do you prove it? What do you prove? Unless you're trusting enough to talk to the guy and have a logical conversation like I did. There's no way to understand his perspective on this. And if you're just some girl on the internet dating him and you find this information out, are you really going to stick around a guy that sounds like he's the worst fucking man in the world? 0% on empathy, gaslighting, abusing, has this weird fantasy, wants all these weird things by cultural standards and stuff? No. And a lot of people, unfortunately, are not going to give him the time of day to understand that the truth of the situation.
Donation page was set up by an associate of Foxglove on the Christian crowdfunding website Give Send Go. The campaign's description stated, "As many of you know, Fox has been going through the ringer. Between the drawn-out legal ordeal with his now ex-wife, this mere campaign that she and her seducers have been spreading online, and a series of surprise expenses, Fox is in dire need of our help. In no uncertain terms, Fox's family was absolutely decimated by his adulterous ex-wife and her seducers. The truth was on Fox's side, and by God's grace, many people began to see through the facade that they were perpetuating. Other efforts to support Foxglove's finances came from eBay."
This is kind of funny. So you're gonna find out there's a little bit of a story here. I have no problems with believing she would reach out to whoever he dated and try and drive a wedge into it. Oh yeah. I mean, she, for whatever reason, states that she's not interested in anything to do, but you've seen how malicious she, meaning Peace Wolf, how malicious Peace Wolf is, how malicious Jasonifex is, how malicious Cabs is. Look at the call with Bleakly. I mean, these people are vicious, and they've converted, more or less, for a lack of a way to say it, Peace Wolf into this assimilation of them. They're Borgs.
Where Fox's associate Black Jack was auctioning off what they claimed to be the one-of-a-kind Cabs Corner original marriage-killing whiteboard drawing. Not only has it resulted in the destruction of a family, it has also, for better or worse, caused the likely demise of the infamous Free-for-All Furry convention that the duo were running together. Now you could be the proud owner of a piece of internet history. Some users claim to see irregularities between the Discord screenshot and the eBay listing.
Okay, and what we're talking about here is like the shoulder pitch where the drawing is, you know, slight dissimilarities in the middle of the drawing. The eyes not being as dark. So this is literally something that someone recreated this fucking drawing just to sell it. Yeah, he did score 100 on being dead. Like, this dude is, I'm so glad people are seeing him for how I saw this guy.
Believing the auction item was a counterfeit, this theory was supported by Cav's Corner, who said, imagine painstakingly recreating the original cuckboard image, line by line, clear coding it to have it immortalized, and trying to pawn it off for money. But he's not a compulsive liar, guys. 29 bids in, the whiteboard was attracting $130. 72 bids in, and 3 days later, the whiteboard was fetching $405, though it is unknown if it sold. Now well into her new relationship, Peace Wolf became the center of pornographic art by Cab's Corner.
The piece with Cab's Corner is reflective of our first time being intimate as a duo, which was scary at first considering neither of us had made love to another woman before, but the end result was bliss. True intimacy is terrifying.
Welcome to furry porn.
Because it's vulnerability. Most people mask who they really are to fit in. We've been conditioned that this is the way to survive. But the reality is, we need to be real with people or we go insane. I am very blessed to have these two in my life.
Through their viral stardom, the polycule was still hard at work, preparing for Free for All 2023.
Oh, brother. All right, we got one last big animation that's going to be coming up that Jasonifex and Cabs do, and I think this was just a final fucking jab in the side with a knife. Just for no reason, other than to be mean and be assholes on the fucking internet. But they incorporated this jab into their fucking, their media package and everything involved with Free for All 2023, and wait till you see how bad this shit is.
Which would serve as the ultimate test of where the fallout from Peace Wolf's divorce left her reputation.
So we are now at Free for All 2023.
In March, Crusader Cat found himself being escorted out of the Furthermore Furry convention, having garnered a reputation as a neo-Nazi. For most of his time as a furry, Crusader Cat was a minor figure in the fandom, until his appearance at Free for All thrust him into internet infamy for wearing the Nazi Furries Don't Exist t-shirt. Now, Free for All was the only convention left that would accept him, and he was refusing to attend.
You know it's bad when even the Nazis won't attend your con.
May, Free for All sent out an emo to those on their mailing list.
We at the AWU Association have been working tirelessly to bring you a better convention experience after the massive success of Free for All in 2022. We're excited to announce some big news and big changes. In collaboration with this year's guest of honor, Team Amherst, Jasonifex, and Cab's Corner, the AWU Association will officially be merging with Team Amherst Incorporated on May 1st of 2023. This has been in the works for some time.
As we've witnessed how passionate and invested Jason and Cab's Corner have been in the future prospects of the organization, they will be working closely with our chairwoman, Peak Wolf, who has given her personal seal of approval in their involvement.
How fucked is that? Okay, I believe that they've truly gaslit this fucking Peace Wolf chick through a good dicking and a lot of drugs into signing over this charitable foundation and incorporating it with their foundation so that the funds were more available. That tens of thousands of dollars instantly became available to them. Because now the boards merged and now the foundation's merged and they are now in control of everything. Tell me this doesn't just reek of like, I don't even know, like just, it's dirty. Like I can't even think of the correct word at this point.
Because of the merger, AWU was no longer a non-profit, which is the model that almost all furry and non-furry conventions run under. Team Amherst rationalized the decision by saying, we were never married to the idea of following trends. Moving forward, we'll abandon the chains of what defines a traditional furry convention, and trailblaze a new path forward, with Jason and Cabs leading the charge. The next update on the convention came in June, when AWU would blame their money troubles on a bad faith actor. While never named directly, it was clear AWU was referring to Foxglove, who was accused of running a targeted harassment campaign. It also claimed to be taking legal action against him for alleged fraud, extortion, doxing, and theft. At the end,
how awful is that? Not only that, they're having money troubles now. Tens of thousands of dollars evaporated. This con nobody wants to fucking attend, and they're blaming all of this on Foxglove, who they've just smeared as the worst person in the world, even though all these leaks came out and it proved that, hey, guess what? They're lying. They've been fucking around and doing all this shit well before Foxglove knew, and he was not the guy that they painted him out to be.
End of the message, AWU confirmed too the Ranting Griffin would not be returning because of a family matter. Twitter user Blackjack, who had been leaking information from the AWU staff Discord, alleged on Twitter that the con was having staffing problems. AWU/Free-for-All had another staff meeting tonight. They have nothing to say, except how their staff are quitting and they can't get more. I guess nobody wants to put their hard work into a cause where the thanks they get is Jasonifex turning their significant other into his personal fuck toy. Every meeting since the con, they have had to announce that they lost staff. That doesn't even count the people they killed off for their big cover-up. Oh, and they had to switch email and registration systems. And they definitely had a data breach that they...
Hold on. Even Mr. Jason had nothing to say. That was about to start the promo video. He said he was going to start a very first staff meeting Oh, so he's sitting there saying, "Oh, I'm working on stuff, and
Won't
not
tell us
actually doing it."
out. It appears that free for
Damn it! The cuts are so fucking hard on me. Go back. All right, and let's turn captions off so we could read this. Oh, and they had to switch email registration systems. They definitely had a data breach that they won't tell us about. They're having to switch to their web domain from org to net. That's why nobody's getting emails back. Oh man, they lost control. Oh god, how bad is that?
It appears that Free for All
let me turn caps back on.
was either unwilling or could not get artists outside of the organizers themselves to provide art for 2023. Well,
So not even anybody wants to draw promotional stuff for them, aside from the people running this. That's how bad now they've been casted out. Like, this is the con that nobody wants to attend because of the bullshit fucking narratives they pulled, these awful fucking people in charge, the merging of shit, changing of domains, work not getting done, awful people involved that are groomers, pedophiles, have all this other fucking bestiality shit going on, steal money, have an active history of doing that, and all this. And meanwhile, they're trying to paint the other guy as the bad guy.
Cab's Corner covered the key art. The lion's share of promotional images were AI generated, with the images consisting of just crowds of horrifically deformed furries. In at least one case, they had used AI to directly plagiarize from furry artist Kale Tiger without their permission.
So they're stealing art because they have no one wants to draw for them.
By June, Peace Wolf was officially participating in the Furry Raiders group chat, and she was seemingly closer with the Raiders than ever, as the Woo Association and Furry Raiders had already partnered for 2023 and a possible new convention they were workshopping. Furry Raider Avira Nova was once again providing a large portion of funding. This time, to recognize his donation, they created a 2D cardboard cutout of his persona to be placed at the entrance, alongside cutouts of the guest of honors, Jason Effects and Cab's Corner. Jason Effects was working on his own promotions for the convention.
So this is the promotional video that you just saw mentioned in the other tweet. Can you tell this is targeted in any sort of way? Please watch.
Even creating an anti-cancel culture animation called The Absolute State of Furry Conventions.
We would love to have you attend. One registration, please. Feel free to invite all of your friends. Everyone is welcome here.
Allow me to politely inform you, milady, that many of your guests have been canceled by yours truly, and thus have been banned from having fun forever. Clearly, this means I should be in charge of this convention. My first act will be banning all attendees ever disagreed with.
Free for All's following had diminished.
Tell me that's not fucked and targeted. Like, they're still trying to smear this guy. Over a half a year later, almost a year later. This is like 9 to 10 months after all this shit came out.
With Foxglove in the divorce. With support decreasing, rumors began circulating that the convention was only expecting 115 attendees, half of the...
Which is awful. Remember, when I told you with the numbers that they had coming out of 2022, they had roughly 600 people were interested. Now they've got, 20% of that? They're down to 25 staff from 36. They've got 115 people registered, but 17 of them are not even going to show up. So they're down to 100 people. Like, this is so fucking bad, but it gets worse.
The previous year's attendance, and that the staff had been reduced to only 25 people. Attempting to raise the numbers, Jason Effects would go on the Furry Raiders podcast to ask for volunteers.
If you want to impress Big Daddy Green Boy,
Hello?
register early and possibly reach out to be staff.
Free for All 20...
Hold on a second. Furry artists are the absolute sluts for money, and you can't find them to draw something. No, they've literally burned every bridge so bad that nobody wants to associate, especially with Jason Effects and Cabs, just because all the fucking horrific shit they're involved in. Let me turn captions back on.
2023 began on July 28th, once again hosted at the Glenpool Conference Center. For the full 3-day event, all but 3 panels were hosted by either Free for All staff, such as Peace Wolf, Jason Effects, and Cab's Corner, or a Furry Raider. The remaining 3 panels were promotions for Safari Sanctuary. Stallion Slaughter returned to document the event, starting with the 2nd annual Furriety show.
Oh, okay, we'll play this at normal so you guys get the full effect of awfulness and cringe.
One of the performers was a magician who was largely suspected to have been hired to perform because they were too talented.
They didn't have enough people to participate in a fucking variety show.
There is photographic evidence of another unrecorded act. And finally, 2 separate performances by Magnus Deridian.
Die, Magnus. You don't belong at this con. It was not by my hand that I am once again giving registration. I was called here by furries who wish to pay me tribute.
Another notable event was 80s karaoke, but from the minimal video recording, it appears they were fine with anachronisms.
I never opened myself this way.
How cringe is this shit?
That's right. Just the three of us building castles in the sky. Just the four of us, 'cause others invited you and I.
The Furriety show was followed by the requisite Furry Parade, which
Yeah, look at how small the furry parade is compared to the previous years. Like I said, there's even Nazi furs and stuff that like we're like, no, I'm not gonna participate in this shit. This is just absolutely fucking insane. I know we just watched exactly how you beef it that bad, but for real, how do you beef it that bad? It's the combination of all the terribleness that you've seen.
culminated with a group photo, demonstrating that there was less than half as many fursuiters attending Free for All 2023, and 50% of those in attendance were furry raiders. Unlike 2022, Stallion Slaughter was not the only ironic attendee. He met a person clad in trans pride flags.
This guy is interesting.
With pronouns proudly on display, who was cosplaying Killa from the video game Escape from Tarkov.
When I first got to the con, I got out of my hotel room and I took a lift all the way to the con. But the thing is, I'd like to mention this real quick. On my way to the con, I recorded a little video of like these people having a little cookout, right? Gotta say, there was more people at a fucking family cookout than there was the people at FFA.
What happened when people saw you? Like,
they were definitely uncomfortable. Let me just say that. As much as they wanted to pretend they weren't, they were.
They were
very
uncomfortable.
With me being transgender, and with the guy in the blue fursuit, you might have seen him. He didn't like the fact that I was wearing the transgender stuff. I was like, what the fuck? And I got on my phone, started recording. I asked him what I did that was wrong. Wait, did I do something wrong?
Yeah, we don't share those ideals. I personally don't.
Oh, okay. Well, you know, I thought it was just express yourself.
Remember, this was supposed to be the con that welcomed everyone, and now the ideals are slowly changing.
That's why. I think this is when it struck him that he realized that this is when they realized that they're not getting any more attendees, so they fucking decided like give like lenience towards me because what was it called, the blue guy. He walked up to me and said like, I think you're wearing this against anti-trans people, which makes no fucking sense. Like, why the fuck would I wear that and be anti-trans? Like, that makes no fucking sense. But anyways.
Are you for or against?
For trans rights?
Okay. I thought because you had the word killer on it that you were advocating against trans rights.
No, I'm with trans rights.
By the way, the little voice modulator that he's holding up is because the mask, you can't hear and speak very well, so it amplifies his natural voice so that they have a conversation while dressed in this fucking fursuit.
I thought you didn't like trans people, that's why.
No.
Oh, okay.
I do. I'm a part of that community.
Oh, okay. Oh, well, I've been told that you guys are not trans activists.
I don't do activism for anything.
Oh, okay. No, I heard that this place hates trans people, that's why. And anything that's minority, apparently.
While Stallion Slaughter followed the prime direct.
Okay, I'll get you that information because we can just skip out and go back. Because we can get his name right in here.
Raiders. Unlike 2022, Stallion Slaughter was not the only ironic attendee. He met a person clad in trans pride flags, with pronouns proudly on display, who was
It's Killa something. I'm trying to read their name tag.
a person clad in trans pride flags, with pronouns proudly on display.
Okay. Oh god, give me just like a couple frames. I'm gonna try and oh, too much. That did not do what I was hoping it would do. Well, my name is it Click? K-I-L-I-K? Or Killa? I don't know if it's Killa or Click. But there you go. That might be a way to find them. You could investigate that. I'm going to try and zoom out to a normal zoom now. Default. I'm gonna. That look normal. That looks normal.
Who was cosplaying Killa from the video game Escape from Tarkov.
Oh, we don't need to watch this whole thing. Oh, so he was cosplaying as Killa.
All right here, cabs.
Yeah, this is
Yeah, hi.
Oh, okay.
I like the vibe that you're doing with your animation.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I just have to make sure people know that trans rights exist.
Yeah, I mean, hey, that helps diversify the pick, right? It's like,
Wait. Here, Churro the Panda. That might be where you can find out stuff. Here, I'll turn the captions off. I bet you if you search this, Killa Goes to Free for All 2023 by Thruho Panda, you probably can get it.
Oh, we hate these people, but fuck, he's got this going.
Yeah, exactly.
During Peace Wolf's Twitch Streaming 101
When I look at Jason Effects' design, he looks like literal Sly Cooper villain. Yeah, agreed. Oh man. Is it really wise to confront that one person? I mean, going after the one person, you're getting rid of 20% of your attendees. Yeah. Oh, fuck. He may not have an online presence, but I bet you that True Panda is probably a good way to try and find him. If you're hearing about attendee at this convention on the future as a cosplay, the Shockmaster, it's me. It's not me, I swear.
panel, Killa got the opportunity to ask a question.
I could be wrong about this, but have you gotten inspiration from one of the streamers, Dr. Disrespect, or somebody else?
Look at how empty.
Have you gotten inspiration from Dr. Disrespect or some other streamer?
Have I gotten inspiration from other people?
Yeah, or Dr. Disrespect. I could be wrong about the first one.
I've heard of him.
Oh, okay. But after I said that, she tried to play it off like, oh yeah, I heard of him and all that kind of stuff. But Jason, he was offended. He knew exactly what situation I was talking about when it came to the Mr. Doc. Because we all know that Dr. Disrespect cheated on his wife. So I'm like, this is a perfect opportunity to fucking make the comparison.
2023's event had experienced an influx of trolling across the board. YouTuber and former supporter Panda the Man attended the event in disguise. At night, an anonymous attendee slid cards under the hotel room doors to promote the whiteboard auction. At the nightly rave, Stallion Slaughter wrote, "People were being weird at the rave, TBH."
Here, this rave is so fucking awkward. I don't know if you've ever heard of the Shockmaster, but he's... Oh, no, I hadn't.
No one really dancing except Cabs, Jason, and Peace Wolf. Attendees are just like following them three around and watching/taking pictures. He added, "The remaining attendees of Free For All 2023 seem to regard these three as major celebrities. I would describe the actions in the video as analogous to witnessing the first dance at a wedding reception, where everyone clears
Look at how awkwardly empty this fucking floor is. Hold
the
on.
floor and they just watch."
This is the rave. Notice it's only those three plus one person over here dancing. Look at all the people following him with cameras and everything. Isn't this fucking weird? It's got like high school dance vibes.
Foxler was in attendance again, as was his boyfriend, Cody Wolf, who was hosting.
Yeah, this is the guy he fucks in the ass. Only while dressed as a wolf. Otherwise, he doesn't go full mass.
The Watering Hole game show. Slaughter Pony commented, "Watering Hole."
Like I said, that was taken from his words. Paraphrasing.
Game show. 4 participants tried to guess flavors of
That's a funeral procession. You're right.
soda. Neat idea, but the audience was just like, meh. They once again held a charity auction raising money for Safari Sanctuary, and giving the top bidder a chance to slam a cream pie onto the guest of honor's face. Jason Effects received $1,000, Peace Wolf $700, and Cab's Corner received $350. They ended up reaching their charity goal of $4,000.
Mr. TM Drake over there, congratulations on your award, and thank you for your charitable donation of $666.13. That is fucking metal.
For comparison, Tales and Tornadoes 2023 had 1,317 attendees and raised $10,000 for the Animal Rescue Foundation.
That is an insane con. Okay, like I said, to give you an idea, we'll look at what is it? Arthro I'm spelling like shit right now. Good lord. Attendance. Like I said, Arthrocon's like the big motherfucker. But to have 10% of that's insane. And then these guys can't even break fucking 1% of that. That's how bad this was.
Well, do you want to know what the actual attendees ended up being?
I actually do.
Okay. Supposedly, and I don't
raves at card meets. True.
A second, but supposedly it was 77 people, which is literally half of what was
fucking cap. That is fucking no. That's a
77 people. Only about 20 for pursuiters. One did not participate in
I was there. What the fuck?
the group. What does it say? In the group photo. That is pathetic.
That's bullshit.
77
The most
people.
attention 2023's convention garnered from outsiders were memes made to mock its poor attendance. The Furry Raiders considered the event a success, and even made a music video, directed by Cody Wolf. It was soon noticed that Free For All had not reserved a spot at the Glenpool Conference Center for 2024, as the only event scheduled for that July are quinceañeras. Foxglove's foster daughter moved out on July 19th. Afterwards, Foxglove was open about his desire to start a family again, hoping to find a wife who was Christian, kid-loving, affectionate, mature female best friend for life. But he had self-doubts, believing, what quality person wants to marry a divorced guy? Yeah, I didn't go through a normal divorce, but nobody knows that, and I hate explaining it. I think of myself more like a widower.
I've talked to, again, Foxglove since then. I feel like his position on this has changed slightly. He doesn't see himself necessarily as a doomed guy like he is here, but I will say that he is concerned about how his online presence is going to be perceived as somebody ever looks into him.
But it would be dishonest to say that. On June 28th, Peace Wolf was permanently banned from Fur Affinity, who told her that she was not a good match for its community. Peace Wolf had only been a member for 4 months. But this was unsurprising, as Jason Effects and Cab's Corner had lost their accounts earlier in the year, receiving the same generic message. Peace Wolf responded to the ban with,
They're basically being excommunicated from the furry community. How bad does it have to be that you get excommunicated from the fucking furry community because you're such pieces of shit?
Get woke, go broke. This is how businesses and by extension communities die. Cowards.
Free For All has been quiet on the social media front since August 2023, after announcing that 2024's convention would be cyberpunk themed. As of January 20.
And I got that. That's going to be my last little video here. Here's their promotional video. So this is their 2024 promotional video. Tell me this doesn't get you going. You really want to attend this furry con. Man, doesn't that really like get it for you?
2024, Peace Wolf's Twitter bio notes that she is a retired con chair, leaving the future of the convention to the imagination. Attempting to fill the void left by Free For All, Foxglove founded the furry campout, Camp Uncancelable. Its first annual event was held at a state.
Okay, so I'm going to now give a little bit more context on this stuff. Okay, so Foxglove is still interested if anybody ever wanted to do kind of a free-for-all-esque type situation. Basically, he wants something that is generally inclusive. Generally, anybody can be welcomed at, feel comfortable at. And the thing is that there's a lot of groups that reached out after he broke away from Woo, after he broke away from Free For All, people that really supported him and that agreed with him. But they didn't want to conform to do the hard work. They didn't want to conform to making a con that actually supported everything. They always had these caveats. So this is him attempting to like try and reignite the concept of Free For All. But ultimately things fell out because there's always so many little warring groups, and he's kind of just disassociated a bit from the whole furry community because he just feels like they'd rather war, fight, and point fingers because that's the easy thing to do than to put in the hard work and see something good come from it. Yeah, he is still trying to do something he loves. I hate how they're using the Top Gun logo. It's Top Gun, not Top Fur.
Park near Tulsa, and attracted 11 other furries. Foxglove shared his thoughts on Free For All's future. At this point, I don't think Free For All can be salvaged. The general impression I get are that its members know something is deeply wrong, and can no longer deny, but they either don't understand or won't acknowledge what it is. I believe in forgiveness unless you fucked my wife, but I'm moving on. Everyone is. I will say one thing though.
Statement of the fucking year there.
Peace remains one of the most capable humans I have ever known. With her master's help, she managed to accomplish the impossible, to do something the entire collective might of the internet could not manage. Bring Free For All to its knees.
After you gone and left me crying.
Well, that's the end of the video. We made it. We got to the fucking end. That was what, 2 a.m. here. I started at 8:30. I mean, there's 6 hours of content. So hopefully I provided you all the context that to make a informed decision. I do want to kind of go over a couple more things that I have in regards to apparently I closed it on accident. In regards to my conversation with Foxglove. So this is going to be kind of towards the end of stuff. So We already covered that. So I asked him, I was like, what else would you like people to know regarding this whole situation? He wished that more people saw Free for All 2022 when it was a successful thing and they were able to achieve what was basically declared to be unachievable. They knew it was going to be socially controversial. They were focused, they were really focused on trying to be what they are versus what they don't want to include. The analogy that Foxglove gave to me is Walmart. Okay, Walmart will welcome anybody as long as you're not doing stupid shit in the store. You know, you're not shitting in the aisles. You're not fucking trying to throw food like a freaking ape. You're a civilized human being. And as long as you're civilized, you're welcome in Walmart. That's the same concept that he wanted to apply to Free for All. That he wants people to know Free for All in general was something to be proud of. They accomplished something that nobody else thought they could. Unfortunately, the leadership failed the con, not the politics, not the Twitterdom or any of that. And honestly, he feels if he could make any changes, he wishes to erase everything outside of Free for All. He really feels accomplished, and he really feels that what they did with Free for All was fantastic. But he wishes that, honestly, looking back, hindsight, rose-tinted glasses, whatever you want to call it, that all the relationship stuff never happened because it's so impactful negatively in his life now. The whole narrative hurts him. He wishes that Peace Wolf would be a better human in order to like maybe erase that stuff and get it off the internet, because that's not him, and he's proven that. And then the final question I asked him, I was like, are there any details that have been left out that you would like to have set straight? And that's where we get into the impacts of canceling someone in their life and their future. And that's kind of what I went over. Where, you know, like if somebody sits there and they research him, his name, they're going to eventually come across the meme of him and the cookies and all that shit. And it's sad because unfortunately it's ruined him in a way. You know, we've gone all the way from where we had stuff like this being left to him to fucking around and bullshit and all the other stuff. We can get rid of this. I'm going to try and get rid of a couple things here. We don't need this. I'll get all these links added. But yeah, I genuinely believe that, in my opinion, Foxglove is a reasonable, rational dude. I think that people have overhyped the involvement of neo-Nazis and stuff, but there has been an exceptionally large amount of very crazy people and crazy stories that were involved in this whole situation. We don't need this. This is Tales and Tornadoes. You know, these messages just to show what kind of relationship he had. Again, if I could recommend anything, watch this video. You know, Foxglove may not be the best speaker, but what he's speaking on and the topics that he's covering here are fantastic. This conversation needs Shockmaster. Oh man, they wouldn't have FurCon on campgrounds. I mean, nature. Is an ironic meme after all this. You only give cookies to Santa, not some ho ho ho. That's good. I like that one. Shit. But yeah, I honestly, I encourage people to research this. You know, it was one of those situations where, look, the people failed the con. This was destroyed not by this, not by some tweet or anything else, by people trying to force a false narrative and sit there and claim a bunch of shit happened that never did. Try to paint somebody awful while being worse human beings themselves. And it's just insane, honestly. So I encourage you, like, you know, maybe look into this. Hopefully I gave you enough context. I really enjoyed my discussion with Foxglove. We talked for probably about 4 hours. I really wish I could have recorded that. Honestly, he doesn't want to see this drama drug back up and in his name. I understand that because so much shit, he was painted horribly and it affects him. I mean, he's human. So that's really about it as far as the whole Free for All, the craziness, and hopefully you found that story interesting. I've put a lot of research into this, and hopefully it pays off, and you guys are happy with this. Hey, Belinda, how you doing? But yeah, this is a fucking crazy story. Let me tell you. But yeah, I feel like the ending, while the ending is kind of flat and you feel bad, know that people know exactly who these people are now. They've been more or less excommunicated from the furry community. They've been excommunicated from ever doing anything like this in the future. They're, in my opinion, very awful people that have committed very atrocious acts that I don't understand how they've not been delved into further. There are videos out there by like Legovert and a couple other people that kind of give you an in-depth information into just how bad Jason Effects is. He's too nice of a guy for that. After 10 months of learning, top. Oh wow.